as such, where V equals the volume of the object, G equals 9.81 meters per second squared, Pm equals the density of the medium, and Po equals the density of the object. Equation 1 is not only mathematically true and applicable to real life, but also the direction is self-determinant. If the density value of the object is greater than the density value of the medium it is in, the term inside the brackets will be negative, and if the density value of the object is lesser than the density value of the medium it is in, the term inside the bracket will be positive. If the difference between the densities is negative, then the value of the resultant force will be a negative term, indicating the direction of the force is downwards. This is consistent with real-life observations, such as a stone in either air or water, where the stone density would be heavier than the medium, and thus it falls. If the difference between the densities is positive, then the resultant force will be also positive, indicating the direction of the force is upwards. This is also consistent with real-life observation, such as a helium balloon in either air or water, where the helium balloon is much lighter than air, mostly nitrogen, and thus it rises. Therefore, using this formula is not just the proper mathematical description of the vertical force experienced by matter, but it is also a more convenient method than the traditional method, which unnecessarily separates the force of density into two forces, the force of buoyancy and the force of gravity. Equation 1 is just as accurate as the traditional method, because it is mathematically equivalent to the traditional method, but simplified, and displayed in the manner in which it should be displayed. The following is the mathematical proof of their equivalency. The traditional method equation for an object at free fall is the following. Assuming up is positive and down is negative, Fr equals the resultant force. But we know that the volume displaced for a fully immersed object is V displaced equals V object. Similarly, we also know it to be true that the mass of the object is equal to. Therefore, we substitute into the equation and we get, which by grouping like terms equals equation 1. Similarly, equation 1 can be simplified further to obtain only the acceleration of the observed object, and this is how it is obtained. This equation will be called equation 2, and it is instrumental in the experiments needed to prove that the constant g is indeed the constant fall rate of matter in empty space, and not the constant acceleration due to the gravitational pull of the Earth, as Isaac Newton claimed. Equation 2 shows that the rate and direction at which a material either rises or falls is solely dependent on a difference between the density of the medium and the density of the object. Therefore, answering the question asked on the title page, according to equation 2, the rate at which a material rises or falls is independent of its volume or the amount of material, mass, meaning that helium rises at a certain rate in water and another in air, whether it is a single helium atom or whether it is millions of helium atoms occupying the shape of a balloon. In other words, matter rises or falls by virtue of its own innate physical properties, and not because of dimensions such as volume, radius, or overall mass, like Newton proposed. A simple plug-in experiment into equation 2 shows that it is true for all observable phenomena, such as an air balloon in the air, a helium balloon in the air, rocks in the air, lead in water, etc. It also explains why feathers and exhaled air balloons do not fall as quickly as a stone, given they are much closer in density to the air than a stone. A stone, since it is far denser than air, it falls at such a rate as to nearly render the density of the medium, air, negligible, and thus a stone falls at a rate relatively close to g equals 9.81 meters per second squared. On the other hand, an exhaled air balloon, given that it is mostly air with a higher CO2 content, falls slowly in air because it is only a little bit denser as a whole than the air around it. Humans are very close in density to water, thus they make a great example of my principle. Most humans sink relatively slow in water, but some babies and people with relatively high body fat ratios can float with relative ease. There are also floating techniques that can help a human float in water. The material humans are made of sinks slowly in water, and the center of mass for that material is at the belly button, which is where we experience the sinking. However, when we take lots of air into our lungs change density and become less dense than the water, and thus start pulling us up. There are floating techniques that help us align the pull from our belly button with the pull of our lungs and help us float. Other techniques help us float by grouping the pulls close together and using a slight kicking motion to keep our legs afloat. Similarly, you may have noticed that if we take in a lot of air into our lungs, descending becomes very difficult, but if we purposely exhale all the air in our lungs, we start to descend quite rapidly. The most misunderstood yet most important experiment on the subject is the Brian Cox experiment. It is an experiment where he drops a bowling ball and a feather from the same height and records it using a high-speed camera, slow motion capture. As repeatable observed phenomena shows, in air, the bowling ball falls much faster than the feather, but in a vacuum, as demonstrated by the experiment, they fall at the same rate. The biggest fallacy of the experiment is the assumption that Brian Cox makes. He believes that this experiment proves gravity because since the air is removed and the medium is now a vacuum, empty space, thus there is no resistance from the medium, and thus no buoyancy force, and the only observable force left should be gravity, and thus they both fall at the same rate. But, and a big but, if you notice my formulas can precisely and mathematically explain without failure the observable phenomena in the vacuum, because in a vacuum, the medium is nothing. The medium is empty space, and the density of empty space is zero. Then think of matter as occupied space. If we plug in a density of 0 for the medium into equation 2, the equation becomes the following mathematical limit question. Therefore, density cancels out, and this means that according to the math of equation 2, all matter falls at the constant acceleration g in empty space regardless of the object's density. The limit evaluations show us that as the density of the medium approaches 0 in a vacuum, then the observed object's rate of fall approaches g equals 9.81 meters per second squared. Therefore, since both the feather and the bowling ball are infinitely denser than empty space, which has a density of 0, then they both fall at the constant fall rate of matter in empty space. Matter is infinitely denser than empty space. Therefore, the vacuum experiment is proving without a doubt that g equals 9.81 meters per second squared is the constant fall rate of matter in empty space, as proven by the equal fall rate of a feather and bowling ball in empty space. There are two ways to obtain the value of the constant g according to equation 2. One is using multiple runs of an object or various objects which densities are known, and observing and recording their fall rate or rising rate in different mediums which densities are also known. In the experiment, the observed acceleration and direction must be recorded, and by plugging the observed acceleration into a y-axis and the densities into the x-axis, then simple data analysis can be used to obtain the constant g, which would be the only value constant throughout all the experiments with different densities. The other way to obtain the constant g is the Brian Cox's vacuum experiment, given that by making the medium in the experiment empty space, then the constant g becomes the observed acceleration. Thank you, Brian Cox. I would have never secured the funds for such an experiment, but I have your blessed naive ignorance to thank for proving my equations to be mathematically true with your experiment. In conclusion, here is where I ask the reader to reconsider their previous beliefs. I do not know why something so simple has been purposely hidden in plain sight for all these years, but the fact remains that it has. The world we live in has rules, and the rule that determines whether an object falls or rises is not the size of the earth, or how much it weighs. It is, clearly, the density of the object and the density of the medium it is in, nothing more. I sometimes wonder if the apple had not fallen on Newton's head, and instead had fallen in a bucket of water, if he would have then figured out the reason why the apple truly fell, and then never would have come up with such an absurd theory such as the theory of gravity. Maybe he would have wondered how the apple's gravity was magically turned off as soon as it hit the water, given that apples float and all. Maybe then he would have noticed that what made the apple fall was not gravity, but the density differential between the air and the apple, nothing else.
Hey yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east, and we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Don't wanna know any signs, don't wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to watch. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls to anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door I keep closed, just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G-up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up and eat up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna, I wasn't real if it's not what I felt. Does it filter it out?
Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. World gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I wanna speak. Click, click, cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't wanna hear another beat, but my gut got this, then my head take note, cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt, and then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nut, tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. When the so-called experts ever sorted this out, when we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians, different times, same old station, crowd ovation, whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation, do anything to truth but face it.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna, I wasn't real if it's not what I felt. Does it filter it out?
Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter.
Yeah. You're not gonna like this one. Nah, not at first. You're gonna learn to though. You're gonna learn a lot. Check it. If you believe we put a man on the moon, you probably believe we're gonna go to Mars too. Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but that's just something now we can't do. Try and leave low Earth orbit, see what happens to you as you turn into soup in your spaceman suit. What? Did you forget about the Van Allen bell? And that is filled with radiation. Yo, does that ring a bell? 4,000 degrees, that sounds hotter than hell. Man, you think if people went through there, they just melt, but NASA's already been through it. There's a lie they tell that we believe them for so long, so we might as well keep up the charade instead of breaking these chains, and let the ones on top continue to control our brains. Yo, let them do what they want with the hard earned money. $19 billion for cartoons, that's kinda funny. Yeah, that's just common sense to me. $19 billion on some cartoons, on some CGI bullshit. That's just me though. Look into it a little bit, you'd be surprised if that's the right word for it. If you think the moon can be terraformed, you're wrong, and I'ma have to be the one informing you that the moon isn't exactly as it appears like when it's waxing or waning. Doesn't it seem clear? In the daylight, supposed craters turn blue, and there are even times you see a star straight through, like it isn't a solid ball just spinning around, like it isn't a rock that's magically pulled down into our orbit, where gravity is so strong doesn't absorb it. Moon affects the tides, but other bodies of water ignore it, and it's reflecting light coming from the sun, but moonlight's colder than moon shade. Explain that one. Now feel free to stay locked up inside your bubble and keep believing those lies that don't love you. And they'll tell you that the earth's shaped like a pear. Look up Atlantic conspiracies if you dare. Yeah, I'm not gonna say anything that's gonna change your mind, right? I'm just gonna plant a seed. Yeah, you've been lied to, you've been deceived, just like me.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Nobody claims that what you're observing when you're seeing the horizon is the geometric horizon.
That's fascinating, but to do geometry you must have one.
It is an optic phenomenon.
So to do geometry though, you must have one. A tangent point with a straight line to it. Now you're telling me all about what you haven't got.
So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light? I've been on the globe for my whole life. Something in my nose don't smell right. Meditating, feel a slight breeze in the wind, but I know I ain't moving, this is no ride. How you gonna tell me that the air that I'm breathing, that the PSI I'm feeling, it contain, motherfucker? How you have gas pressure next to a place 10 to the negative 17 to a space, motherfucker? What did Nixon say? One small step for man is one giant leap for mankind. And at the same time, a can of tuna landed on the moon while the Vietnamese died at the same time. I ain't got time for the life MLM. Helios, flame out, breaking down the dam, crushing off false gods in the program. Believe when he say that I am that I am. I am that I am. So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you dies tonight? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
You should raise them to be free. If not, they might rebel.
You went out and educated, you bringing me down like an elevator. Better yet, an escalator. You keep gumming my shoes so that I never make it. I'ma put you down like you a tire levitator. Speaking of the elevation, the black swan, why is the horizon 10 times further than the geometry you predicated? Probably cause you never did it. Never did, never will. Now global, tell me how you really feel. This is not a globe, this is the appeal. This is not a globe, this is just for real. This is for your soul, something you can feel. Saying you won't change, but I know you will. Here's your Dr. Bill. Which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
Hey, my name is Tristan and I'm in second grade and I asked my teacher to show me an experiment where water curves. She couldn't do it because it doesn't curve. The water always finds its level.
What'd your teacher do?
She just didn't talk to me anymore. All she did was walk away. And I was like, what is this about? What?
That's okay though. For being so young, you're very, very smart. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So keep up the good work, man, and stay flat, okay?
Okay, I'm a flat earther. She couldn't do it. I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat earther. Hey, my name is Tristan and I'm in second grade and I asked my teacher to show me an experiment where water curves. She couldn't do it because it doesn't curve. The water always finds its level.
What'd your teacher do?
She just didn't talk to me anymore. All she did was walk away. And I was like, what is this about? What?
That's okay though. For being so young, you're very, very smart. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So keep up the good work, man, and stay flat, okay?
Okay, I'm a flat earther. She couldn't do it.
Rip this up for sound bites. This is awesome.
girl named Bertha. She said she was a flat earther. On our way to the conference, I said, you know that's nonsense. She said, the shit's not nonsense, you don't even know, have you heard my silence? I said, what about science? And she said, science don't give me no love. I got talking to Linda. She was out on a bender, flicking through Tinder. I said, how's that working for you? She said, it's not working, it's regret and embarrassment lurking. But it's late and I'm lonely and hurting. And where else can I get me some love? Holding on for dear life. Always a bridesmaid, but never the bride. A billion tiny islands in the ocean. All these characters I dream, variations on a theme. Variations on a theme. Variations on a theme. I met a boy called Casper. He's a worldwide traveler, talking about ayahuasca as he stares into his pasta. He said I probably shouldn't fly so much, probably shouldn't get high so much, but I'm a lonely hedonist and my therapist says I need to find ways to love myself. How could I forget Brian? Open the floodgates without even trying. I missed my stop on that train cause I got a lot of time for a grown man crying. Well, he said she loves me and I love him and he loves she. Still spinning the bottle on the topmost shelf and looking for love like everyone else. Holding on for dear life. Always a bridesmaid but never the bride. A billion tiny islands in the ocean. All these characters I dream, variations on a theme. Variations on a theme. Variations on a theme. Holding on for dear life. 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 Like everyone holding on for dear life. Like everyone holding. For dear life, for dear life, for dear like everyone else, like everyone.
Fight you without fears. We'll fight you for 400 more. If you stay and you go, but if you stay, you will never be flat earth with what you say. So go on a ferry been buried, and piss off and leave us while you may. Go on home, angry Glover, go on home. What the fuck's Van Allen belts if not a dome? For 400 years we'll fight you without fears, and we'll fight you for 400 more. And if you rage, angry Glover, if you rage, don't you know that most of us have been on planes? So if you think it's funny that Einstein was a dummy, I'll show you the moon landing was staged. Go on home, angry Glover, go on home. Ain't you got no fucking home of your own? For 400 years we'll fight you without fears, and we'll fight you for 400 more. I'm not spinning, I'm not turning on an axis. I'm centered on everything I see. So fuck your Google Maps, we want our flat earth back and live in reality. Go on home, angry Glover, go on home. Ain't you got no fucking home of your own? For 400 years we'll fight you without fears, and we'll fight you for 400 more. If you stay, angry baller, if you stay, you will never beat flat earth with what you say. So go take a ferry, the curve has been buried, and piss off and leave us while you may. Go on home, angry Glover, go on home. What the fuck's Van Allen belt if not a dome? For 400 years we'll fight you without fears, and we'll fight you for 400 more.
The Earth is flat.
Oceans are flat, no curve is displayed, and the globers go insane. I hear their voice on the line as their cocktails causes pain. Even in perfect weather, we cannot see forever. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you. Globe Earth was planted in your mind, and it must be removed somehow. I hear your laughter and I taste your tears, so let me through right now. Oh, can't you see it, Glober? I will flat smack you sober. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you. I wonder how you can survive this globe dance, but in the end, if I reach you, I'll take the chance. Even in perfect weather, we cannot see forever. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Orion is getting ready to launch. My name is Kelly Smith, and I work on navigation and guidance for Orion. Before we can send astronauts into space on Orion, we have to test all of its systems. And there's only one way to know if we got it right: fly it in space. For Orion's first flight, no astronauts will be aboard. The spacecraft is loaded with sensors to record and measure all aspects of the flight in every detail. As the spacecraft and the upper stage begin their first lap around Earth, Mission Control in Houston is monitoring the progress of the flight. Orion's over 100 miles up and going about 17,000 miles per hour. Just as it passes over the Indian Ocean, we lose communication. This is expected. The communications link we have through satellites to Orion is momentarily lost, but Orion continues to receive and process data. Its computers can handle 480 million instructions per second. We are headed 3,600 miles above Earth, 15 times higher from the planet than the International Space Station. As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation. Radiation like this could harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice, once up and once back. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Here's Apollo 12 astronaut Alan Bean being interviewed about the Van Allen radiation belts.
Any ill effects from the Van Allen radiation belts?
No, now I'm not sure we went far enough out to encounter the Van Allen radiation belt. Maybe we did. I don't know the distance to the Van Allen radiation belt.
The belts are 1,000 miles to 25,000 miles above the Earth.
Then we went right out through them.
No effects on your cells?
We didn't even know it. I don't think anybody, well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside, and we didn't get any, added radiation. Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
So you see, he wasn't even sure what the Van Allen belts were, and when he was told, he basically says that the radiation belts didn't apply to his mission because they hadn't been discovered yet.
Okay.
Well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside. Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
The guy just said, maybe somebody said we just went through the Van Allen radiation belts, but how is that possible if they hadn't been discovered yet?
Well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside. Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
don't believe that man went to the moon. The deadly radiation would have guaranteed their doom. They've never tried to go back, the elephant's in the room. I don't believe that man went to the moon. On 7-7 drills were underway. At each of the locations, the bombs went off that day. A man called Peter Power announced with some dismay. On 7-7 drills were underway. I feel a sense of positivity, a different way to view reality. The truth is that it starts with you and me, and we can make it happen if we come together. On 9/11 drills were underway that mirrored what unfolded in the skies that very day. They blamed it on Bin Laden, who was nearly in his grave. On 9/11 drills were underway. The time has come for us to make a choice. It started with a solitary voice, but now it's a cacophony of noise, and growing by the day, because it's now or never. I don't believe that man went to the moon. The deadly radiation would have guaranteed their doom. They've never tried to go back, the elephant's in the room. I don't believe that man went to the moon.
No. Get the f out of here. You're fired. No. Get the better solution. You keep me on the payroll as an outside consultant. In exchange for my salary, my job will be never to tell people these things that I know. I don't even have to come into the office. I can do this job from home.
Yo, if Earth's flat, why don't you fall off the edge? I heard that Mike Collins from Apollo is dead. My girl's fat girl, let's just crawl in the bed. Don't spit if you want, just swallow instead. Swallow instead. Can you hear me, Siri? Swallow instead. Hello, Siri. Is gravity a theory or a fact? Thought my tampons in the house where my period's at. Get my rap on when I'm pissed about the serious crap. Passing so fast through space, time bends and how. After blasting through warp speed, we get to Plaid. Don't listen if you don't like when I spit these raps. Rhymes I write like lightning, I write so fast. I'm like Mike Tyson, you ain't got to fight in chat. Yo, I'm going back to basics, flat smack in the faces. You can't have gas pressure without adjacent to the vacuum of space, bitch, without a container. Like paying for a lawyer without a retainer. I ain't playing about to let a slug out of this chamber. When you see the red dot, yo, no doubt it's a laser. Helio flatty dude, shot up for later, shot up for later. Helio flatty dude, shot up for later. I've been around the world, and I measure the earth, measure the earth. The devil, he's so clever with words, but level don't ever mean curved, it never means curved, and pause from the metaverse, Does playing Call of Duty help build my immunity up? Insurance policy paying you, they usually bluff. I'm not saying they won't do it, but it's usually tough. The last few years I've seen some unusual stuff, but if I mention the shot, you say I'm off the beat. So now I'm beating off to the thoughts of shots in me. What a rotten little awful getting off scot-free. Son of a gun of a bitch I've come to be. Shaking up the game to break up the redundancy. And if it wasn't for work, they'd have no taxes. And if it wasn't for burnt, there'd be no ashes. And if it wasn't for birds, egg be no hatching. And if it wasn't for dirt, there'd be no tractors. And if it wasn't for hurts, there'd be no passion. And if it wasn't for learning, then why all the classes? If it wasn't for your purse, I'd have nothing to snatch. And if I don't come in first, then I'm coming in last. I've been around the world, and I measure the earth, measure the earth. The devil, he's so clever with words, but level, don't ever mean curved, it never means curved, and meta, pause from the man. All these atheists must hate my guts, cause I say to their face, space is fake and stuff. NASA astronauts, everything you say is suspect, cause I suspect you make it up. Not your average FE thespian beast, faster than faggots fasting at a lesbian feast. She that loves me the least will give me nothing to eat, but he that loves me the most will give me something to smoke. This ain't how much your mother loving murder she wrote. The spin of the earth should've made your vertebrae broke. Every word that I spoke, you couldn't refute it. Water finds its true level, so you couldn't dilute it. You couldn't dilute it. It can't be refuted. You couldn't dilute. You couldn't dilute. You couldn't dilute it.
Who the f do you think you are, you crazy little shit?
Security? I am Jack's smirking revenge.
What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know curvature's missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up the bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ships disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending resistance? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position. Not in opposition to the world that we're living. Create ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it, now this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician. Give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition. A vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision. Tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition. Right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition. On the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim. Falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I can kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah, yeah.
Hey, what's up? Anybody there? Anybody out there? Hello? Y'all just don't want to talk to me. So in the beginning, there was nothing, and then nothing exploded into a whole bunch of stuff, and then the stuff just went into all different directions, and because the nothing space time curvy, everything curved into and then into into like balls of stuff, and then the stuff just kept swirling around. It came from nothing, by the way, and then it was moving so fast you can't even tell. It's moving so fast, near the speed of light, away from nothing, and so this stuff of nothing is just hurling through nothing, and what's up, brother?
It's just nothing. Hey, Smurf.
That's all I was saying. Hey, what's up?
Yeah, I just came in and heard that there. That was pretty good. Yeah.
Thanks. I'm just trying to relay the science. What's up, P-Mac?
Nothing. Nah, I'm alright, bro. How are you?
I quit drinking after I've been on a drinking binge for about 3 years, but I haven't had a drink in about a month.
Well done.
Thank you. I only quit because I got in trouble.
Are you talking to us from jail right now, or what?
No, that'd be funny. I'd have to flat smack the whole system from inside. But no, I'm not in any serious trouble. It's very small, but it was a wake up call. I gotta quit drinking.
Yeah, me too.
I kind of miss drinking. I'm just taking a break until I get out of trouble. It's very small, not a big deal, but I just decided to, and I don't have to, I'm not ordered to quit drinking or anything. I just decided to take a break until I figure out how to get out of trouble.
I have noticed that every time in my life since if there's trouble, not big trouble, just little bits of trouble, there's always drink involved. So.
Yeah, me too, 100% of the time. And even if it's not me, I've been in.
Yeah, what now?
I've never gotten in trouble where people were not whether it was me or other people. It's always drinking though. 100% of the time.
Yeah, I hear you.
When I get out of trouble, I've been in worse. I'm sorry. I'm going to have a drink when I get out of trouble.
To get back into trouble.
I just got in a drunken argument, that's all. And nobody even, this time around, nobody even got hurt. I've been just decided to take a break,
Yeah, I noticed you disappeared there for a while.
Oh, yeah. The biggest reason...
You're cutting off. I don't know if you're not pushing the button right, but you're...
Yeah, it's the button thing. Yeah, sorry. They changed all the buttons on me with the phone update. Hey, so what I'm trying to say is I took a break from here because we're not allowed to talk about the big current thing with the cough 19. So I've just been reading. Man, they updated my phone and my phone keeps sliding around. My phone app.
Yeah, there's definitely a problem there.
Just saying, we're not allowed to talk about the current event going on because they shut down servers and stuff. Which is why I've been too busy. Besides that, I've been working at a few different jobs recently, but that that come and go. But when I'm on, sorry, they updated this. I gotta change it from push to talk to something else, But anyway, I'm just saying they we're not allowed to talk about the cough here,
Yeah. Damn.
Don't be like watching videos and reading 4chan and stuff because the biggest event in the last 100 years.
It is.
I mean, this is exactly the group I'd like to talk with about this.
I know it can be frustrating. There's certain topics that you just can't bring up. Like the cough and.
Yeah, that's exactly why I've been MIA. Yeah.
Other off-topic VC channels down below. If you're gonna talk.
Hey, what's up?
About it? Just the live stream is, reserved for something else. No, I said live stream is reserved for something else. We got the off-topic VCs down below if you want to talk about off-topics or the cough, whatever.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah.
Quetzalcoatl.
Hey man, how you doing?
Give me a minute. I'm gonna try to change my settings. I usually use push to talk, but they updated my app and my phone app it slides around now. When it slide, and then it stops, cuts me off.
What kind of phone is it? An iPhone?
I got a Pixel phone. I use my phone because the microphone's better than my laptop.
All right. Pixel, that's Google, right?
Yeah, it's I don't trust any of this stuff. Electronic devices, man.
Hello.
Hello.
Is
Hey,
it
what's
safe to
up?
talk? Nobody's gonna shut anybody down by their own side, being accused for Dunning-Kruger before they've even finished their point. Cool. What's going on?
What's going on? Hey, Twad, you in Australia or New Zealand or?
Australia, yeah.
Hi, mate.
Hey. How's it going?
Hey, g'day. G'day, mate. Any sharks in the water? Or just bloody big guppies?
Hey, hey, I just changed my phone from push to talk to let me know if I hot mic.
Okay.
If I hot mic, I gotta adjust my sensitivity or something. I never use it, but they messed up my app. So please let me know if I'm hot micing.
Are you getting that too? When I click on the live stream, I get a different freaking screen when I click on the live stream now. Like when I click to join, it shows me a boxed list instead of like a.
Oh yeah, you
a text list.
Yeah, you have to click on the voice text thingy above the live stream.
Yeah, no, when I click on the live stream voice channel, it shows me a box list of participants instead of a text list. Usually it shows a text list. Now I've got like a box list.
Yeah, so you have to, I think the live stream voice text thing, you have to click on that to get rid of the box list and bring it back to the usual.
Okay, I clicked on the live stream voice text. And it's still not working.
Oh, okay.
Still got to bring them on. Yeah, strange. I don't know what's going on there. Anyway. A bit quiet at the moment, eh? Oh, this Helio Skeptic. I haven't seen him in the voice chat for ages. What's he doing? Watching on YouTube or something?
Yeah, no, you mentioned it. I haven't seen him in 2 days. Yeah. He's probably working on a new song or something.
Smurf, you hot my curtain. I can hear everything. Stop that.
Oh, hey, I just fixed it.
I'm just
Why are
kidding.
you
I'm just
doing
kidding.
thing? Well, hey,
I'm
I
kidding.
just
You
found
won't.
out how to
You
get to
won't.
the old page because they have this flashy thing with the update. Never mind. But hey, what's going on? Do we got anybody here believe in a globe?
Nah, I used to.
Not since 2019.
Yeah, I used to believe in it too.
You used to believe in it too.
I used to tell my sister all about it, actually, when I was probably in my 20s and she was a teenager, and I'd tell her all about how Earth's spinning, and I actually used to tell her, now sit still, and she'd sit still, and I'd say, why aren't you sitting still? And she'd say, I am, and I'd say, no, you're not, because we're spinning, at such miles per hour, and the Earth's going around the sun. I'd say all that to her, and we'd laugh, but believe it, we'd still believe it, but yeah, crazy shit.
I remember when I was really young, watching TV. There's documentaries about the beginning of the universe and stuff. It's so absurd not looking back on it now. Like these so-called scientists that they had it all broken down. They talk about the energy before it turned into matter and stuff. And then I remember just talking to my dad about it, like, someday I'll build a rocket and I'll go to space. Looking back on it, it's absurd. I don't know how they tricked 7 billion people into believing that junk. Isn't that wild?
It's so
7 billion people.
It is, and because it sells, doesn't it? And it's a good way to just keep us penned in our minds, Like it started off as an ideology, and it was like, we've got maths on paper that can explain observations, that we make in the sky, and then from there, like, it just developed into this, full-on industry, didn't it? Really, like.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's a big industry.
I think back in the 1800s, people were very, very opposed to the idea that the Earth was a ball or something.
I think you're right about that. I think what really caught on was in the movies. In the beginning of the movies, they have the globe, and then all the news channels. I think it was the television and the movie screen. They always have a globe on the news and shit.
Yep, the old films, Pathé News, everything. It was all globe. It's just a saturation of the educational system and the media.
Yeah.
They just saturate it. So you grow up with that, and then.
And they got the globe.
Yeah.
When I went to high school, they had a globe on one of my science books, which is Common Core. So everybody in America has a globe on one of their science books.
But, and that's how you do it. If you want people to believe in a certain thing, you saturate the entire system with it until nobody even questions it.
And also every iPhone comes with the globe background. Everybody that gets an iPhone has a globe on it.
Right.
Isn't that wild?
And it's not just that, like, it's any narrative, isn't it, really? Like, anything that's that has a consensus belief, it's going to be like anything opposing it is going to be pushed to the side, ridiculed, even within the globe narrative, there was Charles Hapgood, I think his name was, and he came up with this theory of Earth crust displacement, right? To explain certain phenomena. And he wrote a book on it, and the foreword was by Einstein. But he was pushed to the side. He was ignored totally by his own globe proponents, like his own peers just ridiculed him. He was pushed to the side. It's still out there. Yeah, it's the whole basis for that movie 2012, that theory. It's But that's what I'm saying. Just any narrative that is, that is well established within within the academia, anything that goes against it is just going to be totally fucking shit on.
It's amazing how they got 7 billion people. I just can't believe how successful they were pulling that psyop off. And it's amazing they managed to pull this psyop so big, the globe, but they failed. The same group, failed miserably at the latest psyop to get everybody injected. I'm not going to try to change the subject, but because they succeeded for the most part, but like they didn't get everybody. Now they did get everybody with the globe though. Like the globe, they got like more than 99% of people. So I think they're I don't know how they're not as successful at these psyops as they used to be, but they're still doing the globe. Like it's an ongoing thing. Like they're still running with it. I don't think they're ever going to give up.
No, they won't. They probably won't. But I think they're weakening at the knees, though.
Yeah,
that's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
Like, there used to be the cracks were so little, like they could hide it, but the cracks are getting bigger. We're making the cracks bigger, and people are noticing. So
you're right about that.
Yeah,
we're putting cracks in the globe. Yeah.
Well, I think the one thing is an actual action. The other thing is an actual mind fuckery. It's easy. They understand how the human mind works and how people are easily susceptible. Manipulated with the mind thing because it's all about thought. Whereas the other thing you were talking about, the jabba jabba do and all that's more physical. That's harder to convince people.
You got a good point there. Yeah, you're right. That makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, psychology is huge. Like they've even turned psychology into science, quote unquote. Yeah.
Yeah.
They do experiments.
Experiments. Yeah, and we're still trying to figure out how the fucking mind works and what consciousness is. Meanwhile, they're fucking it all up.
I've become so skeptical of the medical. Did you mention psychology? I've become skeptical of the entire medical system now. I don't plan on ever going to the medical system unless I get hit by a bus.
That's the one thing too, that even though it's wrong, or I don't believe in it, Scientology, they're dead against psychotherapy and drugs and things like that there. Well, every now and then, a movement or a religion or a philosophy actually has a truth in it.
This science is the latest belief system. And, religion, belief system, whatever, they come and go. I don't think any belief system has lasted forever, like eternally, and this whole scientism thing with the globe, it cannot go on forever.
No, you're right.
Someday people will stop believing it. Like kind of like us. We don't believe in it, but someday the great the multitudes of people will stop believing someday. I don't know how long that'll take though.
I don't think it's going to take that long.
Really?
Yeah, really. Yeah, seriously.
How much more time do you think the globe has?
Well, it's silly giving a prediction, but just as a prediction, personally, I think. Well, I think that. Oh, hang on.
I think it's got 50 years left.
How many?
I'm just guessing 50 years. What's your guess?
10. Things are going to change, yeah. What do you think, Twad?
Because they're making so much money off of it. So they're gonna keep it going as long as they can. They're gonna be milking it as long as they with fake X and NASA and all that junk. It's a big money to them. So I'm going to guess they're going to do this at least 30 years. I bet you they're trying to drag it on 40, 50 years. What do you think?
I think less, but
Oh, really? I hope so. I hope less. Yeah.
I think that.
Sorry.
No, you're okay. Go ahead.
I was just saying, like ODD says, the argument never died. It just died down. Like, I think you can even find published, books, publications from like the 1990s, opposing the heliocentric model, even if it's just from a geocentric ball Earth standpoint. But I think there were some flat Earth publications as well in like 80s, 90s. Like that's what he said. It just wasn't gaining any momentum or notice because mainstream, because we didn't have the internet.
Mainstream drowns it out.
And then with the advent of the internet, it sort of took a bit for it to like explode, but when it did, it sure did take off,
I think. Yeah, critical mass is probably one of the words we're looking for. When
that's the word.
Yeah, critical mass. But I think also when it gets closer to that point, they'll probably have aliens landing on the White House lawn. Something else to distract.
Really tried to put it back in the box recently. With soft blocking algorithms.
Yeah.
Well, I've even heard, thoughts being thrown around where that they'll get to a point where they'll develop some sort of new model which can incorporate a flat Earth and globe Earth into one, basically, like with some sort of fifth dimensional aspect. Shit,
I think you're talking about the simulation. They're trying to push simulation.
Yeah, that too, for sure.
Simulation theory, yeah.
Yeah, it's just flat and it looks flat. It measures flat, but it's really a globe. You know what I mean? I'm just joking.
Yeah. You just got to go far out enough to see it. That's all.
Well, what they're going to say is that we're in a computer that so it measures flat, but they're going to try to also say space is real at the same time. How's that?
That's so that boggles my mind. Huh? Yeah, we're
as long as
we're human
compromise, right?
Some kind of high-tech biological machine.
Yeah, I've heard that with that Angel something or other channel, YouTube channel. They kind of think that it's all like some sort of big machine, don't they? They do some great research, I'll tell you, on flat Earth, but they've got a totally different concept. They've got their own sort of idea about it. I think they use like a Mercator map, and I don't know. It's a bit strange, but I like watching their channel sometimes because they do some really good research on celestial phenomena that's been observed in over the last few hundred years, which you wouldn't generally know about or hear about, read about.
That's fascinating to me. I mean, you have to entertain all kinds of thoughts and ideas. Like people are saying, is there a parasitic entity that's a little bit more advanced than us, that we are being used? They're parasiting something off us. I don't know what it is. Blah blah blah. That's out there, but you have to entertain that idea. I mean, if you just dismiss that off fact and it turns out to be the truth, you're never going to find it.
I entertain all ideas.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, it's good to do that as long as you don't, buy into it, fully. Like, what do they call it?
Got to remain skeptical.
Yeah.
The way I've been thinking about it lately is that there's like there's two answers. Either we have a purpose here, either life is meaningful or it's meaningless. One of the two. Is there a reason why we're here? Is there meaning behind it, or is there not? One of the two.
I think there's some sort of meaning, but it may be mysterious and it's unknown.
Yeah. We either have meaning or we don't. Take your pick. If we do, then there's so many other cogitations about that, and if we don't, then there's other reasons for that, and you know.
Well, I think they did use a lot of resources to create the world and to engineer us. I don't believe at all in evolution. So, you know, they somebody the creator or creators put an awful lot of resources in engineering this reality.
Yep.
Does make me wonder though if you know, if there's just a way more advanced society or civilization, could be even be a different that created the world, because you know,
hook up the
I
different
think
species.
there's a world outside this world that's within the same dimension, because we seem to have a physical container that with the gas pressure and everything and the firmament. And I think biblically too, they say there's a firmament that's the waters and stuff that, and they call the world outside this one is heaven. So but heaven, like, you know, that might be the same dimension. You know what I mean? You know, like we're like they've partitioned this dimension. You know, like there's a within that dimension. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, partition. Yeah.
Yeah, you know.
It's always a dimension question. There's always dimensions. It keeps cropping up.
I believe there's a greater outer world, and now, you know, I'm not saying there's not other dimensions. I mean, I believe there's probably other dimensions in the way that most people think, but I'm saying I think there's an outer world within this dimension. Like we're enclosed. Now, there's other theories like they say there's other like giants. What if a really advanced? What if we're like an anthill? You know, it says in the Bible, it says that the world's at God's footstool. I mean, what if that's literally true?
Yeah.
What if we're like an anthill on somebody's desk?
Yeah, because size is all about perspective. It all depends.
Yep.
Yeah.
The world is vast to us, but God could be like really big.
Really big.
We think we've got really big. We think we got advanced technology, but you know, as society like 1,000 times more advanced than us, it could have been easy for them to engineer us. You know.
I think we're on a huge farm.
Yeah, I've suspected that. I don't know, but that's a plausible. Yeah, it could be a farm.
Yeah, I'm leaning that way myself.
That's very plausible. Yeah. Now, I know that everybody here is familiar with the biblical cosmology, and that's the most accurate I can think of. I lean towards the biblical cosmology as the most plausible. That the world's on pillars. It probably is. Everything could be to scale. Like we could be. It says. I think it says in the Bible something like we're grasshoppers to God. Like God is like big, literally. Like we're small.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a bunch of references
pick
to
up the whole world and move it and put it on a different shelf.
There's a bunch of references in there to to us being harvested and stuff like that. So it's like, and seeds planted and stuff like that. So I don't know. That's what it could from a biblical standpoint, you could look at it this like a giant farm or garden.
I mean, really, if the Bible is accurate, you know, I'm open to a lot of different perspectives, but I'm just using that as most probable compared to other perspectives I've seen. Yeah, I think God could pick up the world and put us on a different shelf. That could shake things up a bit.
Yeah, the biblical cosmology seems the most logical.
Yeah, it's the most realistic of all the other things I've seen so far.
Oh man, you don't think we're on a tortoise back that's been carried by an elephant or five elephants or whatever? That's pretty reasonable, isn't it?
We would have detected some motion, like like the globers supposedly they claim. Something would have shifted by now.
Right? Yeah.
And the globe is so absurd. It's just ridiculous. I mean,
Yeah.
so these things are moving in 5 different fluctuating speeds, and so is everything else. And they have these different gravity fields. So how come it's like nothing's moving at all? It's just the most ridiculous. I can't believe they've got 7 billion people buying this shit.
I know, it's mind blowing. The more you look into it, the more ridiculous it seems. It's just mind boggling.
Oh yeah.
It's because
Okay,
you didn't
so
go to university for 12 years. You don't have a master's degree in this stuff, man. How could you know?
Right. Hey, if the galaxy, okay, so if everything's in a perfect like dance where these gravity fields, what something could move on the other end of the galaxy, or a different galaxy could move. I mean, it would just throw all the buildings off the planet. You know what I mean? They say we're locked into some fucking sorry, pardon my language. We're locked into some sort of gravity field, or with all these other overlapping gravity fields, and there's like what, hundreds of billion or trillions of different gravity fields overlapping, and and things are at 5 different fluctuating speeds at the same, everything in different directions too. And you know what? Everything looks the same. I know I'm going to preach to the gospel, the choir here. You know what I'm saying? I just it's absurd. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, the monologue I heard you spouting there when I came in was funny. It's hey, nothing, and it's moving, and nothing, and it's like, okay from nothing, and it's moving out from nothing, and this is it's just fucking.
Yeah. Oh man, it's the most ridiculous. And you know what's funny is you could go to anybody on the street and start talking with them, and they believe it.
And they'll start talking about numbers and refractions and science and all this shit, and you're like, bro, just think about it. Just look at it and think about it. Take a moment.
They just tell you that the numbers are so big that it's incomprehensible.
All they have is apologetics and excuses for why we don't observe and experience the alleged spinning ball. Right. It's crazy.
It's just funny.
I honestly sitting with a grin on my face, laughing inside.
I also think all the Freemasons know this. All of that. I think worldwide, the Freemasons, I think every one of them knows the Earth is flat. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think I do.
Because they take an oath that they can't share secrets. And I have a friend who joined the Masons, and I was telling him before he joined, I told him the Earth is flat. And then I brought it up to him after and by the way, he got kicked out of the Masons because he's a opioid addict, so he's kind of useless. But he was a cop he's a retired cop, and so anyway, he what happened was, I went to visit him after he was in the Masons for like a couple years, and but he became a drug addict since he's been retired, pain medicine. But anyway, So I went in his house, and he had a flat Earth clock on his house, and I kept telling him the Earth is flat, as I was before, and he would not respond at all anymore. And he wouldn't say he used to deny it before he was a Mason, and then after he was a Mason, he wouldn't say, he just stare at me or look away. And I was sitting in his house saying, the Earth is flat. I tell everybody that. And then I also have a neighbor who is a Mason, and I visited him. I went in his house, and I said, the Earth is flat, right? And he looked at me with his eyes really big, and he said, the world is a lot different than it used to be, is what his answer was, But I'm just giving you anecdotal stuff, but I think they all know, and they take a really hardcore oath, like, of secrecy. We all know, it's all over the internet. So, I mean, I also, that Morals and Dogma book, it says that, the square and compass means the Earth is a plane, and all. I bet you guys already know that. But I'm just trying to, my point being is I suspect that all the Masons worldwide know the Earth is flat. And I think there's I forget if there's like 6 or 12 million Masons in the world. And I think they're all in on it.
Albert Pike. Yeah, there's Masonic holes everywhere. Every town there's a Masonic hole.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of people in the back of their mind subconsciously know that they're being lied to. The
high ups probably do. Right?
No, I think a lot of people don't know they're being lied to. I think they, when they turn on the TV, they actually believe that the left, they believe that the left versus right thing on TV.
Yeah, but But I mean, subconsciously, deep down somewhere in the back of that brain, somewhere, I think a lot of people, they have a suspicion, but they just don't admit it to themselves.
I will agree with you when you say a lot of people, but I'm kind of, in the last couple years of the latest PSYOP, I don't really think that most people really think.
I don't think that most people do. Sorry, Todd. What'd you say? Sorry.
I just said I always knew shit wasn't right. Like there was something not right about things in the world. Like I don't know.
Yeah, you have this nagging doubt and feeling in the back of your head somewhere for like years.
Oh yeah, I've always had that. Yeah.
Like
but people are different. I agree with you, like in that I've always had that feeling, but I think at least half of the population they actually just believe everything on television.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, I had a hard time,
I agree.
Putting together
at least half
space with atmosphere. I had a hard time putting that together, and I just figured, well, I'm too young. Maybe they know better.
Huh. When I was a little kid, I actually believed all this stuff about the globe.
You didn't wonder how you could have a vacuum next to air? I really struggled with that. It's like, wait a second, this doesn't make sense. Why isn't the vacuum touching the air?
Smarter than me. You're smart. You were probably a smart kid, but when I was a kid, I believed all the globe propaganda. I just figured, the Earth is really heavy and stuff.
Didn't we all?
Yeah, I thought gas went down, went boom boom.
I mean, I know, we all know, we're here now, we know how absurd it is to have gas pressure without a container. I'm just saying, I remember being a globie as a kid. I remember believing all this propaganda.
It's a great story.
Well, don't get me wrong, I believed it. I believed it just as much as anybody. It's just that I had a hard time understanding how you could have it. I mean, I'm not saying I didn't believe it. It's like, okay, well, everybody says this is the way it is, but I just struggle with. It doesn't make sense. But I'll leave it
You
at
were
that.
smart. You were smart because it doesn't make any sense. Anybody that's smart should have a hard time grasping something that makes no sense.
But he had an intuition. I used to sit as a teenager, I look at the stars and think, what about if they're just like pinholes in the sky, everything's black, and that's just light coming through from somewhere else? Or I used to sit and look at it and think things just aren't making sense. I'm not grasping what they're saying here.
If you tried to tell me,
Just an
if
intuition.
you tried to say 2.5, I'd have a hard time understanding that. I think that's what he's saying, like gas pressure without a container. Yeah, that's a. If you think about it, you should have a hard time making sense of that.
Yeah, you obviously gave it some thought. Like I didn't think about it that deeply, and that's good. But I used to look at the moon and go, it doesn't look that far away. Like,
You're right.
It's really
It's not that
close.
far away.
Yeah, the moon always fascinated me. It's different cycles and stuff. I just something isn't adding up here.
I didn't think that far into it until what happened was in like 2014 or 2015, I heard somebody say to somebody else that that they heard the earth, they heard somebody said the earth is flat, and they have some, I forget the rest of it, something like, and they have some, anyway, thing is, all I needed to hear was that's all I needed to hear was that somebody heard that somebody told somebody else the earth was flat. And when I heard that, I couldn't get out of my head, and I kept researching it, and I kept looking into it. I just needed that one little seed put in my head, and I couldn't get out of my head. And I looked into it and I realized, oh, it is flat.
Yeah.
Because I tried to keep an open mind, even though I was a total believer. I completely believed in the globe. But when I heard that one line that, hey, I heard somebody said to somebody else to. That's all I had to hear, man. I looked into it. Here I am.
Well, let's think about like if we hadn't had TV, right? If TV hadn't been invented, do you think there'd be as many people that believe the moon landing happened?
You're right. You're right about that. You know what? If the TV was not invented, the world would be totally different, like way different. A lot of people would have never fell for this globe thing.
Well, if people would actually watch NASA's own videos of them walking on the moon and all that stuff, if they actually watched those with an open mind and, watch them closely, nobody would believe it happened.
Good point.
They're
That's why they had it really blurry. My father heard the moon landing. I think he was in Vietnam at the time, and he heard it on a radio. I don't remember if he was in, but he was in the military. He heard it. He heard it on a radio.
Well, I was thinking about it. One of the big explanations for why we don't see, Coriolis effect in certain things like aircraft or hot air balloons hovering, helicopters. One is like that the atmosphere moves with the Earth, and the other is conservation of angular momentum or whatever, right? But when they bring up the atmosphere thing, the atmosphere is in lockstep with the Earth, right? Okay, the moon barely even has an atmosphere. It's like, I don't know, like tiny little bit of atmosphere apparently. Okay, so what was their excuse on the moon then? Was it angular momentum, conservation of momentum? When they jumped, why didn't because they claimed the moon's rotating at was it 10 miles an hour or something? So if you jump, won't the surface beneath you continue to move, and you'll like maybe conserve some momentum, but you're probably not gonna land on the exact same spot if there's no atmosphere in lockstep in the moon, right?
Oh, that's funny. I didn't think about that. Yeah, how come they land in the same spot on the moon?
No, that's because without any atmosphere, there would be no friction to slow you down. So you would actually maintain your momentum.
All right. Okay.
Man, you should start writing textbooks for the normies. Man, the moon land is so funny because we know that all they did was fast forward it. It's like made in the studio. They just like fast forward. Did I say that backwards or is it's a studio. It's a studio production. Did I get that backward? Is it slow motion? Is that what they did?
Yeah, they slowed it down. Yeah.
So, since we're talking about the moon, I got a really quick question about the moon. Isn't there a video of them showing Earthrise on the moon? The astronauts watching Earthrise come up over the horizon of the moon? Or am I wrong about that?
No,
I know the Chinese did that.
There's definitely a picture of it. There's a picture called Earthrise.
Okay, my question then is, if we see the same surface of the moon constantly, the same face, how is there Earthrise? It would never. We always see the same face, the same side of the moon.
Broke it. You're funny, dude.
Yeah, that's a good point.
They claim it was from the orbiter, not the lunar lander. It was from before it wasn't from the surface. They reckon. That's what they'll say.
Oh, it was before they landed. Okay.
Yeah,
But
yeah, that's what they.
The biggest problem with the moon landing is when they're on the moon, they show the Earth smaller than the moon is shown from the Earth.
Dude, that's what I'm talking about. If people would actually look at it, watch these things with open mind, they made so many just stupid ass mistakes.
Yeah.
You'd be a complete moron to believe it if you actually really investigated it.
I mean, I really think like they show the satellite supposed image of the other side of the moon. Check this out. If you were on the moon, the Earth should take up the whole sky because the moon is so small.
Yep.
And they show you from behind the moon it's obviously fake CGI. And they show you from behind the moon, the Earth takes up the whole like the Earth is way more massive than the moon. So if you're on the moon, obviously the Earth should take up the whole sky.
Yeah, that was one of the first things, and I've said this before, but it was one of the first things that caught my attention when I was starting to research Flat Earth. When I seen the Flat Earth thread on a forum, I thought it was the most ridiculous thing. And I seen the Earthrise photo. My mind said to me, hang on a minute, the Earth is 4 times bigger than the moon, but that looks like I'm looking at the moon from the Earth. The proportions aren't correct. So that triggered me. That triggered me to research deeper.
Not only are you right, but it's worse than that. They make the Earth look even smaller than the opposite. If you're on the when you step outside at night and look at the moon, they made the Earth even smaller than that.
And sometimes the moon is really big. In some photos, it's massive.
Yeah. And then the Chinese did their moon landing production, and they showed the Earth way bigger than the Apollo, but still a lot smaller than it should be.
Yeah, they pulled that. They pulled that video, didn't they? They pulled it off the internet because people were taking
the latest thing I saw that was hilarious is that they had the Chinese on some space station, and they had a glass of water on a table.
Cool.
I saw they had a glass of water on the table at the ISS.
Who was your man?
The ISS?
Well, it was some sort of space station, probably. And there, it had a glass of water on the table.
That's classic.
I got it on my laptop. If you really want to see it, I pull it up. But I saw it here yesterday.
Well, don't you remember? Every once in a while, you find pockets of gravity. Anybody remember that video?
Going through the gravity zone. Everybody, hold on. We're going through gravity field.
Yeah, there's early footage too where they're having a party with oranges and peanuts and all kinds of just floating about and way back in when was it, man? It was fucking years ago. It just looks so ridiculous. Don't ask me how I got a guitar and a monkey suit onto the fucking ISS, eh?
I can't believe they're still pulling it off. But I'm sure they cannot pull this off forever. And I just wonder how long they're going to keep going with this globe thing.
They managed to get the winning football team's jersey on there too.
Oh, really?
Well, we're out here saying this stuff, so those are some cracks in the veneer.
Must have been sent by FedEx or something.
I'm guessing they're going to try to milk it for another 40 or 50 years, but PMAC was saying that he thinks it'll break down sooner than that. What do y'all think?
I think that maybe they think that because they keep shutting down a bunch of space programs. Like they say Voyager is going to die pretty soon. They're going to retire the ISS, and there's a few other ones I forget right now. But yeah, they seem to be wrapping up a lot of these space projects.
Wrap it up.
You're right. That's why they borrow Russian rockets and stuff like that.
They're on to us. Wrap it up.
Yeah, they're destroying that technology, and it's going to be painful to rebuild it.
I think you're right about that. They're going to just say it's too expensive to go to space anymore. Too expensive anymore.
Yeah, the economy tank can't go to space anymore.
I think that's what they're going to do,
yeah. Fuel costs too much. It's through the roof. Putin price hikes. We can't afford to send rockets to space anymore. Sorry, it's too expensive.
You got to wrap it up, yeah.
You remember Viking missions to Mars, right? In the 70s?
Yeah.
They took soil samples, apparently, right? And one guy who obviously didn't get the memo, right, tested the soil samples and actually got, I can't remember the exact test he did on it, whether he got something to grow in it or found, some sort of organic material or something like that, right? And he tried to go public with it, and he basically, lost his career out of it.
Yeah.
They just shot him down, ridiculed him, basically just said he was a kook or whatever, just discredited his findings, blah 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 blah. Yeah, the only conclusion now I know that the Earth is flat that I can come to is that he was testing a sample from Earth. If that whole story is true, right? Like there could just be a total crock as well. But let's say this guy wasn't in the know, and he did test this sample, right, and found something, like really cool like that, and then tried to go public with it. He was they went against their paradigm because it's dead. There's nothing there. There's no life. Can't grow shit on it. Rah, rah, rah. So he had to get ridiculed. He had to get cast out.
There's a lot of cracks in the globe, like that similar one to what you're saying is like we saw the rodent on the space center. Yeah. They had the rat running around on the rocket, And I just wonder, there's so many, they show Mars and there's like a mouse and a plank of wood, and anyway, there's so many problems with the this whole globe space thing, and but you know the normies still believe. But I think they're going to continue to lie as long as they get away with it with most people. But so the question really is, how long until we hit critical mass, until people start seeing this?
Yeah, there was talk a few years ago about fungus growing on the outside of the space station or something. Something about mushrooms. I remember. It was crazy. And then there was a micrometeorite. Shrimp. Yeah. That happened. And then there was a micrometeorite, and some guy put his thumb in it, and they took a picture of it. This is what a micrometeorite looks like when it hits the ISS. And then somebody put up it was an album cover. It was an actual album cover. It's just, oh man.
Yeah.
So ridiculous. Like, and guys grabbing for hats that aren't there, and boys flying by with fucking harnesses attached to them, and George Bush being wheeled through, and Tim Peake fucking doing the whole thing with a blue screen behind him, chrono screen or whatever they call it. It's just, thank God humans are fallible. Thank God, because it's so obvious that whatever shape you think the Earth is, just watch videos from NASA, and you'll soon know that they're lying motherfuckers. They're not telling the truth, right?
Oh, I've watched so much stuff that to me it's obvious. I just wonder when most people will figure it out. I mean, so I was talking about critical mass. It's got to hit critical mass, and then eventually the majority will figure it out.
That's what baffles me. I suppose that's what baffles you too. Is that you're wondering how people can watch this, right? We can see people fading in and out. We can see harnesses. We can see people pulling in harnesses. We can see, look at the hair. We can see all kinds of shit going on here day after day after day, and people still go, "Yeah, Elon Musk has got a fucking thing in his base." Bullshit.
Oh,
it's more like a cult of personality thing when it comes to him, though, anyway, because they just kind of trot him out there like he's a rock star and people think he's cool. And so it doesn't even matter whether space or any of the stuff that they're claiming that they're doing makes any sense. They just think Elon's a cool dude. And yeah, I'm with him. He put a car in orbit. That dude's sweet.
Yeah. Oh God, don't talk to me about cars in orbit. You wouldn't think it was cool if you watched him dance that one time. Remember that one dance he did? Oh my God, that was so awkward. It was terrible.
What's funny is as soon as they put the car in orbit, or they claim they did that, we immediately found the studio with the green screen and everything. That was leaked immediately, the same day.
As soon as it came out, I looked at it and I thought to myself, without even going on the internet, I watched the video and I thought, hang on a minute, that's a real car in space, paint, leather, tires. How does that work?
I noticed there was no land on the globe, and then Elon said it's fake. Yeah, I mean it looks so real. It looks so fake or something like that. Yeah.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
Yeah, for sure. Because I mean, if they faked it, it would look way more real than that.
Yeah, if we were faking it, it would look
way better CGI. Yeah. But like, there's Globers that don't believe that's real, right? So what in their mind? What reason can they find in their mind for why? What reasoning can they find for?
I think the reason is it's all because it has to be.
It's a cult of personality too, isn't it, with Elon? I think Elon is the third Antichrist. That's just my opinion.
Could be.
He's causing fire to come down from heaven. He's causing fire to come down from heaven. He's putting things up there, and people are enamored with him. They're in love with him.
Could be balloons, yeah. And what makes no sense is they didn't even try to put land on the globe with the car thing.
Oh shit! Now we're talking about the rocket boosters coming down and landing with fins, like moving at gazillion miles an hour through Earth's atmosphere with a little bit of and a platform in the middle of the sea. Shut up!
That was so fake. That's so ridiculous,
isn't it?
Man, they get he's now the richest man publicly, you know, in America, obviously there's richer people that they don't tell us about, but they you know, he's supposedly the richest man on a lot of these lists online, like Forbes and stuff, and he's getting all this money from the government. So they're taking our tax dollars and they're just using the government as a conduit to give it to Elon just so he can make some fake really, it's like low budget production. I mean, it sucks. Like they didn't even put land on their globe in the background.
Just having a guy out there doing the stuff he's doing, talking about the stuff that he is, while they kind of brand him as like this genius or whatever, that lends legitimacy to all this BS.
Yeah,
That's
you're right.
the problem.
Yeah.
Gotta get rid of guys like that. I mean, just like, yeah. People stop paying attention to celebrities.
I wish I had a contract like he does, though. Man, wow, he's got some big contracts. You know, he's just keeping all the money.
He's just keeping it under his bed.
It's atrocious that he's even allowed to use the word Tesla.
You're right about that. Yeah, that's it's atrocious. Yeah.
See, there it is again. They're trying to brand him as a genius. And they associate that with all this space nonsense, and people go, yeah, this is highbrow stuff for sure. This is legit.
Yeah.
It's all just a dog and pony show.
That's what it is. It's a show. You're right. Yeah. And it's all it is one big show.
Dogs and ponies.
He's so intellectually superior to the rest of the world at 34.
Wait, he must be older than that.
I was just pulling that number out of my ass, that's all.
That's it. Yeah. There's one thing that I think he helped or he invented or engineered PayPal or something. I think he made PayPal.
Yeah.
That's actually something to be proud of if I was him, you know, making PayPal. You know?
That's crazy. I just calling that number out of my ass. Hello, ass. I need a number. 40. Yeah, that'll do.
He's a good diversion, yeah. Absolutely.
Isn't he? I think he's going to look for the next Antichrist is either the richest man in the world or a benevolent dictator.
I think Elon is a Freemason because he was wearing that shirt that said New World Order in Latin. You know, I think he's a Freemason.
Ordis Uniseclorum. What the fuck? Yeah.
That's it. Yeah. Got to be a Freemason.
You notice how they all blew up because he was going to buy Twitter, and they were like, "Oh, well, this guy grew up in South Africa. He's a racist." What?
Well, you know, he works with that other what's that Neil deGrasse Tyson, so he can't be a racist.
That's a good one. Like that.
Did you guys see that new Doctor Strange movie? It has the Illuminati in it, and the Illuminati are superheroes.
Yeah.
That are trying to protect the Earth.
Yeah, seen that.
Wow, that's funny. I didn't see that. Of course, the Illuminati is trying to protect us.
Doctor Strange in the multiverse, fucking something shit.
What would we do if not for the Illuminati? Huh?
Live free.
Probably wouldn't be talking about the Earth being flat because that would just be obvious already.
Yeah, but that could be a psyop too, you know. That could be a patsy, a diversion. Like, not that they, you know, that they haven't had influence and have power and stuff, but you know, there could even be higher than that, more secretive that we don't know about, that are controlling them, pulling their strings as well.
Interesting.
Yeah, probably.
All roads lead to Rome, buddy.
Yeah, they're called demons.
You're probably right about that. Yeah, I think there's something about demons going on with psychedelics. And by the way, I think psychedelics are healthy, but there's different sorts of psychedelics out there, and they're probably using sorts of psychedelics that are not healthy to communicate with demons.
I mean, I like mushrooms.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. But I'm saying we know about psychedelics out there. There's mushrooms and acid and stuff, and there's other things that I have not tried before, like peyote. It's probably very similar stuff like that. But I imagine that the Illuminati, as they call them, are using a different sort of psychedelics that are probably more hellish or demonic kind of thing that they can communicate with demons.
Adrenochrome.
Yeah, that comes to mind. I wasn't going to say it, but there's probably more stuff than just that. You know, there's probably a lot of psychedelics out there that we haven't even heard of.
Yeah, the vaccine's probably one of them.
That'd be funny if they were all tripping all day.
Yeah, I mean, psychedelics are found in pretty much
Breaking up, bro.
Hey. Central
Breaker.
You were roboting. Can you say that again, what you were saying?
Breaker.
Oh, yeah, I was just saying that there are psychedelics throughout nature, everywhere, in all kinds of different plants. Like, for example, psilocybin is a tryptamine, same family as serotonin. So they're just like variations of these brain molecules that we have, and there's stuff like that everywhere. So, yeah, what you said, there's lots of
Yeah, I believe that psilocybin is healthy, and these other. Yeah, I believe that there's a lot. That stuff's healthy. I'm just saying. I'm sure there's other psychedelics that we don't know about.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying too.
I was reading online. I was reading online about a list of psychedelics, and I forget the name of them, but one of them, they got these trip reports, right? And one of them, somebody was writing that they ate this one particular psychedelic. They were seeing like dead bodies everywhere, people hanging from buildings and stuff, and like hell demons and stuff running around. I forget the name of that one, but I can't just believe that. That's just what somebody was writing on the internet. But it sounds possible.
You were on Arrowhead, right?
Say what?
Arrowhead?
Yeah, that's what I was reading that. Yeah, that website.
DMT will, a lot of people experience that, apparently.
Hey, I tried DMT like 3 times or 4 times, and maybe I didn't do it right or having that right dosage. I tried 2 different sources of DMT. And all it was very similar to acid. It was like it was much shorter. It didn't last very long, and it just made stuff look really trippy, but not as trippy as acid. So I might not. Maybe I didn't hit a high enough dosage or something.
Well, it's only
It's
10
a close
minutes,
relative to psilocybin. Psilocybin is actually a form of DMT, so I always found it really mushroom-like, and I never had a bad time with it.
Yeah, but you didn't blast off into another dimension, did you?
Yeah, I've had some. I've had, I don't know, I guess near breakthrough. It's actually kind of hard to break through on DMT.
Oh, yeah.
Like you have to be committed.
Through. I never even came near breaking through, man. I just had what was like a very short, similar to an acid trip. Not as strong as acid, but I tried to hit it really hard, man. Really hard, you know.
Yeah, me too. It's tough. It's tough to break through that glass ceiling.
Yeah, maybe I should try again in the future. Yeah. You said you came near breakthrough.
Yeah, I mean, I think that once you are in hyperspace, there's no question about it. So I was probably just near it. Although I've had some pretty profound and amazing experiences on it. I like it, but yeah.
The very first time I tried DMT, I felt like I imagine it's my third eye or something. Like I felt in the middle of my head something was burning, like on fire, you know. Briefly, in the beginning of the trip, did you ever have that feeling?
I don't know. It sounds like something I've heard Terrence McKenna talk about, though.
Yeah,
where there's like a whistling noise and like the sound of like crumpled tinfoil or something like that.
I might have had something like that, but my memory's not that sharp of it. But I do remember it mostly well, and I might have had something like that. But I do remember it was. I like my third eye is what I think it was, like pineal, something like that, something that like my mind's eye, whatever, something inside of my head, like physically in my brain. I felt like it was like on fire, like it had pressure on it, and it was on fire. Or burning. I would say burning, right?
Okay.
You never had that feeling?
Not really.
It only happened.
I don't think so.
The very first time I tried it. It didn't hurt.
Usually I go into it with a bunch of trepidation, anxiety, fear, and then it just ends up being like a great time. That's usually what happens.
I've done a lot of acid, dude. I don't believe in a bad trip. You can learn from any trip. I've had quote unquote bad trips, but I laugh about it afterwards.
Yeah, you always take something out of it.
Yeah, every trip.
Well, I guess we should nudge the conversation back towards the Earth.
I was just saying, I think the Illuminati uses psychedelics, and we're talking about how they know the Earth is flat. But I was saying, I think they communicate with demons through that channel. Is what I was saying.
You know, talking about the Earth, psychedelic mushrooms grow here wild in Ireland, right out in the field, though.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Right out of the Earth.
100 different species and varieties of psychedelic mushrooms all over the land, all over the plain.
I'm afraid to just eat any mushroom out there, but I got friends that can identify it, but I've never gone out and just grabbed a mushroom.
Yeah, you got to know your stuff to do that.
Yeah.
High stakes if you screw it up. I mean, like, they're not all deadly poisonous, but if you get one that is, going to be bad.
That would really suck, yeah.
Oh, yeah. It happened to a friend of mine, actually. He had, like, borderline kidney failure.
Oh, God.
Yeah, he was lucky that he didn't die, but, yeah.
Did he recover? Did his kidneys recover?
Yeah, I guess they did. Yeah, he was in the hospital. We thought we were going to lose him, but no, I mean, that was like 10 years ago now, so he's good, but yeah, lesson learned.
I'm
Wow.
happy to hear he recovered. That was a bad way to go out.
Well, he thought he knew. He thought he was an expert. I guess he got ahead of himself.
Yeah. See, that's
Just reading
what I'm afraid of doing.
He's just reading threads on shroomery and stuff like that, and I guess he thought he knew what he was doing, but he found out.
Oh, that thanks for sharing that with me. You've given me more reason to not do that.
Yeah, be careful.
I'm never going
know
to
your stuff.
That's when you need the app Identify That Fungus.
Yeah. Yeah,
know that app, like, does that like use your phone camera or something?
Well, I just made that up, but there probably is an app like that.
That's a good idea. That's a great idea.
I know there's it can identify through a leaf a species of plant or tree, but I don't know about mushrooms yet.
Bro, get on it, make that app, bro. You make a lot of money. Identify that fungus.
Well, if you're like a mycologist, you're an expert at it, you got lots of experience, you probably don't have anything to worry about, but like amateurs, people like us, I guess, that just look it up and try to do it, yeah, that's not a good idea.
I agree.
Yeah, that's funny, man. Identify that fungus.
I don't want to ever be in a...
I say give your friend some first. Tell him you've tried them already. No, I'm just joking.
Here, try this. How you feeling?
Here, dude, try these.
My liver feels a little bit fucking wonky, but oh Jesus, call the ambulance. All right.
What's funny is animals like dogs and other animals just go out there and just eat it.
Yeah. Reindeers will trample you to get at the amanitas.
I wonder how much psychedelics cows eat when they're out there grazing. They just probably just grab it, just eat it right there.
True, yeah.
And the cows are actually kind of funny, Farmer Joe.
Yeah, but they only really grow a couple times a year. Spring, fall.
My
rainy.
my mouth waters when I smell meat cooking on the barbecue. I wonder if vegans mouth water when they mow the lawn.
But
Anyway, I'm just saying that the Masons they know the Earth is flat, and I mean I'm sure they know the Earth is flat. So one of the things they do is I think I've heard one of the things they do is they lock themselves in a dark room for a few days. I think it makes them DMT trip or something.
Like sensory
Sorry about that,
deprivation.
They what?
I've heard that one of the things that they do to Freemasons is I haven't confirmed this, but I've heard that they lock themselves in a dark room for several days so they can trip, like
Sounds like
DMT or something.
Sounds like sensory deprivation.
Yeah. That's what that must be. I wonder what that's like.
Do they take mushrooms with them, or do they just go in there and darken the room? Or
what I've heard is they just go in a dark room for several days, and I think it triggers a DMT hallucination.
Yeah, that's a lot of people report that from sensory deprivation tanks without the use of any chemicals. Just
wow.
Yeah,
I got too much ADD to ever do that. I'm not patient enough to sit in a dark room for that long. Kind of want to go do it, but I don't have enough patience for that.
Yeah, I want to do that. I'm sick of reality bothering me.
Don't forget to turn your phone off.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't need to be sensing that.
Could be a nightmare.
Yeah. Well, if I deprive myself of all senses but my phone, that'll be the only thing that can get through.
You could hallucinate that you have your phone with you. That could be a whole trip, you know? Dealing with your phone that won't stop going off.
Yeah, you're holding your hand up to your ear and you're talking away like you have a phone. You look at it, your hand's empty.
Talking to demons.
Am I on some kind of trip here? What the hell, man?
Yeah, but I highly suspect that they're in some sort of communication with demons, and in some way or another, and they probably use some kind of psychedelic we never heard of. Of course, we've heard of that adrenochrome thing, but and that's probably real, but that. I've read about this supposed adrenochrome thing that it's supposedly extremely similar to acid. So I don't even know why they bother when they could just get acid.
Yeah.
Okay, here's the thing: they've probably just been doing it for centuries, so it's probably like just a long, ongoing tradition. But I mean, today in the 21st century, it's easy. Anybody that wants to can find acid anywhere. So the this adrenochrome thing is way like ridiculous. I've tried to research. I tried to read about it, and what I can gather is it's extremely similar to acid. So I really wish they would just stop doing that and leave those children alone and just get some acid.
You remember Jolly Roger?
The pirate?
No, the website.
Oh, I don't know about that.
They had shitloads of like blacklisted information on there, and a lot of it was like home remedy trip, hallucinatory sort of shit you could make up at home, banana skins and it's just all this different shit.
I didn't know you could make hallucination stuff at home.
Yeah, you could find stuff that you probably got in your cupboard now. You mix it together, and you can get a bit of a trip. Don't overdose on nutmeg, man. Don't overdose on nutmeg. I've heard that can fuck you up pretty bad. Put you in hospital, but it can give you a really cool trip apparently.
Oh, I thought you required nature to trip. I didn't know if people could make it at home. I didn't know that. I don't want to know how to do that. It doesn't sound very healthy.
Oh, there's a bunch of shit you can do.
Hey, did you know that you can actually order acid on the open internet because they add a fat molecule to the molecule chain that it's called LSD-A. You know that you can actually get acid on the open internet, not illegal. Did you know that?
Nope.
But will it make you fat though?
Then get a link.
Now, okay, I don't have a link, but you just type in LSD, and people sell.
We might be
it,
pushing it there, guys.
Oh, I'm just saying, I've seen it before online. What they did is they added this one little fat molecule that breaks down immediately when you eat it, and it turns into pure acid. It's called LSD-A.
That was like some plastic that was being produced.
Fat molecule. That's why it's not illegal, because it's technically not acid. It turns into acid once you swallow it.
Right, yeah. That was like some plastic that was being produced, and even some toys were being made out of it, and kids were putting it in their mouth and tripping out. They had to pull it from the market.
Oh, I didn't hear about that. That's funny. Man, I wish I had acid when I was a kid.
I wish I had acid right now.
Acid.
I think mushrooms are better.
I like both. Both are great. One time I tried to do both at the same time, but the acid way overpowered it, and it didn't even feel the mushrooms at all.
Yeah, that's what I find with psychedelics. You basically just feel the most powerful one.
Yeah, I think that's how that works.
But when it comes to psychedelics, I feel like the earth does it best. I'll take some mushrooms over acid for sure.
Well, they're both natural. It's just that the acid is more refined from the ergot fungus, and it's safer. I think in ancient Greece they were using ergot with something like beer or wine or something like that. But I mean, they're both natural. They took the acid out of the ergot.
Well, that would have been a few steps away from LSD because that's a synthetic, right?
Well, no, that's what LSD is. LSD is derived out of the ergot fungus.
I think what they have is like lysergic acid amide, like that's naturally occurring in different seeds and ergot and stuff like that. But they have to do a few things to it to get the lysergic acid diethylamide, the LSD. So,
well, you're correct.
It's not quite natural.
Well, you're correct that they had to do some processing to pull the LSD out of it. But I still consider that natural because
it's not just pulled out. It's not an extract. It is a synthetic.
Oh, I thought it was merely extracted.
No, they have to synthesize it. It's a pretty close derivative to like the natural, like whatever the natural state of it is that they use to get it from, but it is a bit different.
I never heard that before, but I believe you.
Trust me, I'm a guy on the internet.
50 quid for
that the ancient Greeks were eating dangerous fungus and surviving it, and then having LSD or acid trips. Yeah.
Yeah, lysergic acid amide or whatever. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, well, how did those jungle people find the two plants out of thousands, like if not hundreds of thousands or millions of
Right.
plants. The two plants that once mixed, activates the inactive DMT in the one.
Right. Yeah. Ayahuasca.
I
Yeah.
honestly think it could be trial and error
How did they figure that out?
because they probably eat everything.
That's always amazed me how they figured that out, the process.
You know what I don't know, but I'm just gonna guess. I think they eat everything, and check this out. With that strategy, there's probably like 1,000 or thousands of other psychedelics they haven't discovered yet.
Or some demon whispered in their ear, if you take these two plants, leave it for a week, batter that one, leave that one for it.
There's different versions of ayahuasca that you could do too, because there's lots of different plants that contain the MAOIs, right, that let the DMT pass through the gut, and there's different plants that have DMT, so you could take all sorts of different plants that have those two things in them and have another sort of version of it.
Oh, I didn't know there's different kind of trips.
Yeah, like there's Syrian rue, that's an MAOI plant, so that could be a stand-in for the ayahuasca vine, and it has a whole different character to it than ayahuasca vine.
I always thought it would be the same. Thanks. I didn't know that. Good to learn something every day.
Each plant has its own personality.
That's a great way to summarize it.
That's what I always found.
A bit like different stones that you get from marijuana.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
And they have other stuff in them besides the active ingredients, I guess, which kind of goes into the overall trip that you get. Like, it's not just that main active ingredient, it's all these other things too, other alkaloids and stuff that are closely related to it. And I don't know, each plant is its own thing.
I like how you said that. Plants have different personalities. I like that.
Yeah, it's been my experience.
Would you describe psychedelic effect as sensation? Because you couldn't really describe it as a feeling, could you? Like an emotion?
I don't know, I feel like they're different lenses for consciousness.
I think there's telepathic properties to psychedelics, and I'll give you, besides seeing the same hallucinations, but besides that, of course, but when you do it together. One time, a very busy man I haven't talked to in like half a year, and took a lot of acid, and I was imagined that he would call me. And when I imagined that he would call me, he called me within like 10 seconds. And then I was talking to him on the phone.
Yeah, that actually, that exact thing happened to me once. Interesting.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I think it causes telepathically got in his head from a vast distance of hundreds of miles away. And I gave him some kind of intention to call me. Because I just started thinking about it. And then 10 seconds later, my phone was ringing.
Yep, I've been there. That exact thing happened to me once. Weird.
You could argue it's a premonition or you were seeing the future, but I lean more towards that it's telepathic. So my theory is if you eat a lot of acid, you could telepathically communicate. Seriously, that's my theory. I think it's similar to observing. It's the power of observing. It may be the power of expecting or both combined or something like that.
I believe that. I believe we have powers we're not even aware of.
I think what you just said, yeah, and I think psychedelics help amplify the powers we have. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Like I was sitting out in the middle of the bush with a girlfriend, and we had some acid, and we're having a good time. And I said to her, I just turned to her, I don't know why, I turned to her, I said to her, there's some people are going to show up now. And she was like, what? I was like, okay. Yeah. And not 5 minutes later, out of the middle of nowhere, a bunch of people just the other side of the river and started walking. And she looked at me. I remember this. She looked at me. She says, "How did you know that?" I said, "I don't know." We were high as kites on that.
The acid that helped you figure that out.
Yep. I just randomly turned to her and said to her, "People are going to show up now." And she was like, "What?" And they did. About 5 minutes later, a little family came in and I don't know, maybe coincidence or whatever.
Maybe it gave you extra sensory perception, you know?
But yeah, I definitely had that
not
feeling.
aware of it.
Yeah, I could. Yeah, you could kind of see the future without actually being in the future or something. I don't know.
You could probably do a lot more with our minds than what we actually do.
I think
Yeah,
you're right.
but maybe even just your organs, you know, your senses work better, but you don't realize that you're not conscious of it. You know, you could have heard somebody talking from like a long distance away, and your brain perceived it, but you know,
Yeah,
you
all
didn't
kinds
really
of scientific
acknowledge it.
explanations for it. Yeah, no, this.
I think you do get extrasensory perception like you're describing, but I also think it's telepathic. I think it's both. I think you get extrasensory perception and telepathy.
I actually believe in telepathy.
Oh, I believe it. Yeah.
There's definitely something there. You know, like I could recount stories of that could support that, but it's like, how do you know for sure if it was just coincidence or not? You know, or they call it coincidence. There's no such thing as coincidence.
Basic thing is when you're tripping with your friends, when you all see the same hallucinations, which usually happens every time. When I'm tripping with friends, we see the exact same hallucinations. Like, yeah, I see that.
But there's also the subjective part of it where it's hard to explain. You're sitting there one day and you're thinking about somebody. I think I'm never going to see them again, but something, I don't know what it is, but something tells you that this person is about to text you or message you or something that you haven't spoke to in like fucking years. And they do.
Yep.
Within half an hour, and you're like, your mind is trying to process this, and you're like, "Nah, I don't think she's going to text her." But you get this feeling. I don't know what it is, man. It's some kind of subjective feeling.
Forecasting.
Mm-hmm. That's happened many times to me, myself, and probably a lot of you guys too. Like,
yeah, I've had that experience too. No definitive explanation as to what it's about, but yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Radio frequency.
Yeah.
I have synchronicities, coincidences all the time, man. All the time,
man. Synchronicities, like you're reading a book and the radio's playing, and the word you read in the book is exactly what somebody just said in the fucking radio. Word for word.
That happens to me every other day or so. Yep.
It's like the universe. Hello, we're trying to tell you something here.
Yeah.
Yeah, often I'll be in one of these chats. You know, I'll be in the lobby, typing away, and I'll be listening to something on YouTube at the same time. And I'm about to type a word, and then on YouTube they'll say the exact word that I'm about to type. You know,
isn't that weird? Isn't that weird?
Every 2 or 3 days, brother.
Yeah, that happens to me so often that I'm just desensitized to it. Like I just don't even care anymore when it happens. I'm like, yeah, okay, there it goes again.
I'm desensitized to it. Yep. I got used to it. I think consciousness, we're inside a dream, like God's dream, like I think the way this, when you have a dream, I think that's how reality works, and reality seems very stable because there's 7 billion dreamers, but we're all probably within God's dream also, by the way. So I mean, you know, that's why it has a more. It's a lot more stable. When you have a dream at night, that's just you dreaming it up. So it's way more chaotic. But when you have like a bunch of dreamers, you know what I'm saying? It stabilizes. What do you think about that?
Yeah, my 20-year-old tripper self had this exact thought and said this exact thing before.
Yeah, you got me. I think the world, life is but a dream.
Yeah, I think so.
You said you think so?
Yeah, I think so. I believe it. Life is kind of a dream. Yeah, it's kind of a. People like to hold on to reality as some kind of reality, but I don't know. I don't know. Okay, but it's
I've been outside of my body one time when I was 10 years old. I drowned and I was outside of my body and I woke up. My eyes were still closed, but I knew the whole layout of the hospital I was in. I believe that led me to believe that we're connected to this dream world. I think the world is like structure the way metaphysically it work, or if I use that word right, the world is like a dream, but we're connected into it. You know what I'm saying?
A network dream.
Yeah. I think we're here from another dimension. We're plugged into the dream world, but our consciousness overlapping, like I described. You know what I'm saying? Like you know what I'm saying. So I think that's how reality works. So I think the mind is super powerful, way more powerful than I'm not talking about self-help stuff like improve your mind, improve your actions. I'm talking about I think the power of the mind is really super powerful. I think the reality is constructed out of the same stuff. Consciousness.
yeah, and that's what they're suppressing. There's a reason why they're suppressing that.
I think you're right, and that's probably why psychedelics have been illegal for so long. Although they have legalized it in some areas, like Colorado and DC and stuff like that. But it's why they've tried to keep it illegal for so long. You know.
There's probably a level of self suppression as well.
Yeah, probably.
We keep ourselves bound in the physical and limit ourselves, because of our physical experience.
It's hard to go to the grocery store when you're tripping, you know?
Oh, it is, yeah.
Hard to do manual labor, do the yard work, etc.
Yeah, oh yeah. One time it was an adventure just to walk across the street to the gas station.
Those were the days.
Oh yeah.
That old gas station.
The only reason I don't do psychedelics anymore is because I can't afford it. But yeah, I mean, I think it's healthy. I think everybody should do it. I'm sorry, I don't know about everybody. I'm sure about should do it. Anyone?
I always try to touch base with them now and then, cleanse my mind, reset.
That's a good idea.
Do a reset every now and then.
I think that's what everybody used to do in the past, like ancient times. I think everybody in the world used to regularly do mushrooms.
I'm just picturing Central in the shop, just like staring at a lemon or something for hours.
Bag of crisps.
Yeah, I remember just walking up to the cashier and thinking to myself, he has no idea how bad I'm tripping right now.
Yeah. I mean, I've been on on mushrooms in the grocery store before, and it's just a horrible experience. Like, these fluorescent lights, and like, why did I come here? I run into a friend, and he's like, "Man, you're not supposed to be on shrooms and save on foods, dude. What are you doing?" yeah, I know. I fucked up.
Going to the grocery store is sad enough when you're not tripping.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I just try to get in and out of there as fast as possible. Not a great place to hang out or anything, so.
Hey, dude.
Yeah, and the radio stations and stuff that they play all the time in there, like the pop songs that are on, it's just so bad.
You gonna stand and stare at that fucking bag of Cheetos all night? Or you gonna fucking buy something? What's happening?
Well, I just go through them like, man, this looks horrible. This looks horrible. Everything looks horrible. I don't think I could buy anything in this store. Just walk around and around the aisles. Okay, I got to get out of here.
Cheerio.
I live in the country, and I should just start getting more food from my neighbors. I used to do that, and I got lazy. Just to avoid the grocery store, you know.
Yeah. Back to the land.
You live in the country?
Not really. It's semi-rural here.
You should, though. I can't stand suburbia or the city. I have to be in the nature, in the country, dude.
Yeah, there's some nature right close by to where I am, so...
Well, that's...
Yeah.
something. I can't stand the concrete jungle, man. It's too bad.
I hate it. I hate it, man. I hate it. It's the ugliest fucking thing I ever seen in my life. People bombing up with all these lights and shit. To me, it's just a gray slab of concrete, fucking gray shit with no.
It's unnatural. I mean, 100 years ago, 90% of Americans lived. I know you live in the UK, right? 90% of you live in the UK, PMAC?
I do, yeah.
Yeah, I know it's more densely populated there, but I'm just using America as an example. 100 years, sooner than that, I think it was during the Great Depression. Actually, what I don't know if that's like 90 years ago or something. 90% of Americans lived on a farm back then. Can you believe that?
Yeah, and they're just trying to destroy that as much as they can.
Oh yeah, now very few, proportionately, very few people live out in the countryside anymore these days.
Pack them all into the concrete jungle, bro.
I gotta stay out of it, man. I get stressed out when I get into a densely populated area. I just want to escape.
It's oppressive on the psyche, I feel like.
Yeah.
I just can't stand having that many people everywhere I turn.
Yeah. And the traffic, too. I like cruising. When I'm in the country, like I am right now, I'm just cruising. And if I need to go somewhere, I'm cruising. When you're in the concrete jungle, man, you stop and wait and go and stop and traffic. And, and also all you hear, even in the middle of the night, is beeping horns and stuff like that and motor revvings and shit.
Can't get any rest.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a fan either. I'm with you.
But you live in like suburbia?
Sort of. It's like a small town, actually. So...
Well, it's good you're not in the city, man. I don't know how anybody pulls it. I can understand venturing into the city, like for commuting, for work, but I don't know I don't know how people live in a city. Like, I don't get it. I would go insane if I had to live. If I had to live in a city, I would lose my marbles, dude.
They're Globers. They don't care.
Yeah, Globers are weird like that. They seem to worship science and man and concrete.
They do.
And now with all this, they have all this radiation in the cities. With increasingly everything's so wireless. I don't think it's too bad if you're in the country and there's a Wi-Fi or something, but at your house. But there's people in these apartment buildings where there's like 100 Wi-Fi networks around them. Oh God. And then all the cell phones too. And the cell phone towers are really beefed up in the city. Like it's a death trap.
I wouldn't necessarily say it's a consequence of being a global leader, but like it's just people in general. But yeah.
I just said that to tie it back to the subject. I thought it sounded funny too.
It's true though. I mean, these Globers, they love the city.
Probably true. Yeah.
Yeah, probably. They want to put a city on Mars.
They can't wait. Get a McDonald's up there.
Get a McDonald's and a Starbucks.
Mars Donald's.
Space tourism.
I can't believe I used to believe that stuff when I was a kid. Oh god. I mean, I found out the Earth was flat in my mid-20s. So, you know, I'm 33 now, but when I sometime when I was in my 20 something years old, so that's why I say when I was a kid I believed in the Earth being flat. I meant to say globe. I believed the Earth when I was a kid. I believed the Earth was a globe.
Yep, most of us probably did.
I can't believe I used to actually believe.
I mean, I couldn't think of any reason why they would lie, so I just went with it.
No, that's always what every Glober says. Why would they lie? And I wondered that too. When I researched the flat Earth, I spent a lot of time wondering and trying to figure out why would they. And then I realized one day, why would they tell me the truth?
Well, I mean, being taught the globe stuff growing up, I mean, did it even occur to you to question whether it could be wrong or a lie?
No, that never did until I like I told you before. I overheard that somebody said it's flat, but no, I never. I never thought that. I never questioned it once when I was a little kid.
Yeah, it never crossed my mind either. I just thought, okay, that's how it works. That's what's going on. Oh, okay, next. On to the next.
I just see it as exploitation. Like it's probably goes deeper, but like throughout history, you know, people large masses of people have developed belief systems, and then some other group has gone, how can we exploit that to our advantage?
Yeah, knowledge is power. So and I heard somewhere or I read somewhere that ignorance and poverty is the foundation of society. So they want to monopolize the knowledge. You know what I'm saying? Because knowledge is power.
Yeah, they want you
lie to everybody.
dumbed down, basically dependent, like a farm animal, pretty much.
Yeah. Yeah, like
it's a more sophisticated form of livestock than, say, cattle, but still livestock nonetheless. Yeah, and so it's a little bit more complicated. Like with cattle, you don't really have to feed them this whole story about where they are and what they are and what's going on. You don't have to propagandize them, but with people, you do. So
you're right. Because cattle, their whole world is the farm. They can't imagine there's a vast world beyond the farm.
Yeah, so don't even think about there possibly being a vast world beyond the farm, because it's a spinning rock in space and there's no way off it, and that's it. That's the limits of your reality, right?
Reminded me of the Truman Show.
Yeah. Yeah, so they won't even think about wandering off the farm because they don't even know they're on a farm.
Exactly.
And then there's the whole implications of having found out the reality, the truth about reality, and then questioning, what it is, not only what it is, but, how it got here, how we got here, what is our, meaning, purpose, who is the authority? Are we going to then question who we've always been told is the authority, being, governments per se? And then, they don't want people questioning that and, not seeing them as having authority.
Yeah.
One of y'all said, I forget which one of you, P-Mag or Twat, somebody said that the world could be a farm. Yeah, I kind of, it might be kind of like a farm, yeah.
That was Twat, yeah.
Yeah, Twat, they treat us like cattle, yeah.
Human farm, human livestock.
Yeah.
Right. Well, they've hijacked the creators. Well, the creator would have a more benevolent view of us as cattle, right? Or plants. Right, and they have a malevolent view, like the rulers that be have a malevolent view of us as cattle. Like, how can they exploit us as cattle? right, to their advantage, according to their greed and whatever.
What are they harvesting? What is it? They're
Right on.
Yeah, what are they harvesting us for? Good question.
I'm not sure. What
What is
are
our
they harvesting us for?
What are their purposes for us?
Kind of wonder if the world is just one big TV show. So like the Truman Show, man.
So maybe we're a TV show to them. We're just here for their amusement. I don't know.
Think about it. What if the world's holographic? For example, like what if a more advanced society, like perhaps the people talk about the Nephilim or something like, or the Book of Enoch. I don't know. What I just threw those examples out there, but what if like a race of giants, for example, create a studio, and we're holographically in the studio? I'm not saying that's how it is. I just threw that as an example. It's probably something completely different. But what if the world is just for entertainment purposes?
That's funny. I'm entertained.
Hey, you got 7 billion different channels to tune into, man.
7 billion different reality TV show stars.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly.
Well, you can actually literally watch that on the internet now, can't you?
True, yeah.
That might be why they gave us the internet.
I said years ago that don't worry about the government. We're going to be, with this internet thing and Facebook and that, we're going to become our own big brother. Like we're going to big brother ourselves. Expose ourselves. So everybody just freaking out. We're just freely giving it away, and they're monitoring it, of course. The higher ups are like monitoring it all, and we're just freely giving away who we are, what we do, how we can be, more easily manipulated and controlled.
You're right about that. Oh, Stalin, man, he had, if he only knew about the internet.
Yeah, it would have made his life easier.
The internet, man, if the Soviet Union had the internet, man, they would have cracked down way harder on their people.
Sort of like how China does.
Exactly.
Big sections of it just firewalled off.
Oh, yeah. Recently I read an article where some people protested or something, and so they turned off their ability to buy groceries.
Nice.
Yeah. So in China, you can't protest or you can't buy food. Isn't that amazing? I don't even think there's a lot of power in protest. There's some power in protesting. It's kind of like a warning, but oftentimes our leaders, or whatever you call them, politicians, they just ignore the protesters. But nowadays, now you can't even do that in places like China, or in the future it'll be here. It starts there, right? But in the future, you won't even be able to even protest.
Unless it's the right protest for some sort of government cause.
Yeah, it's got to be the right protest.
Yeah.
If the news encourages you out to go do it, then that's okay. Maybe you'll get more credit points.
Yeah, we need another war. I'm going to protest all this peace. Too much peace. Time to protest. Bring out the tanks and bombs. Yeah, they'll go for that.
That's what I don't like about society these days, is they always tell you the opposite. I think they should rule us more directly, and because they're already tyrannical. I don't like how they have these fake protests and stuff. You know what I'm saying? These things are not organic. These
AstroTurf stuff that's just being used to drive an agenda.
Yeah, exactly. I think they should just do what they're going to do. They should just tell us what they're going to do and just do it. You know, what do you think about that?
I mean, they pretty much do, but in a roundabout way.
A very roundabout way. That's what I'm saying. I don't like. I wish they were. I wish our oppressors, our tyrannical oppressors, were more direct.
Yeah, have the balls to just be straight up with it. Come on.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
And why are you beating around the bush with?
Come out on the television and say there's too many people. Take the sterilization shot, or you're gonna get fired.
Yeah, stop trying to manipulate me. That's what I don't like. If you were just honest, I would have. I mean, I'd at least have some level of respect for that.
Yeah. I mean, I disrespect them for their deception.
Yeah, taboo topic.
Yeah, my bad. But these people we're talking about are the globalists.
Yeah. Well, the globe is at the crux of their whole religion, so at least we're here.
That's
fighting tooth and nail against that.
That's the other problem I have with them is they spun this whole globe deception when they should just come out and say, listen, the world's flat and we don't want you to go to the edge, the Antarctic. You're not allowed to go to the edge of the firmament. You're just not allowed. Okay.
The deception wouldn't work if you fucking told people you were deceiving them.
Yeah, he's saying he doesn't want the deception. He just wants them to be straight up with their plans and just say, look, you're sectioned off here. You can't go past the 60th south latitude. That's just how it is. Stay here, slave. And that's it.
I would respect that. I really would. And then I would appreciate if they were more transparent with us and listen, hey, it seems our scientists, here's video. It looks like the firmament's made of some kind of special kind of ice, or could be miles deep, or we want to break through it, or maybe we'll try flooding the world. Hey, you should get supplies or move to a high elevation, or just die. I wish they were more straight up and direct about. Instead, they want us to act like we're on some spinning ball and don't even think about it. Don't even think about the end of the world, the edge, whatever, the firmament. Don't even think about it.
Probably more fun for them to program our minds with a cartoon reality.
Yeah. So in the benevolence, they should be benevolent, huh?
Well, I'm just saying that regardless of their benevolence or the opposite, I wish they were just more direct, They should just cut the shit, you know what I'm saying? They got these elaborate space hoax programs, and I don't respect that at all. Here's an example.
Not even that they pulled it off. That they fooled 99 billion.
Well, it is kind of, it's amazing they pulled it off. I think they're amazed they pulled it off. But check this out. They probably wonder how long they can keep going with it. But okay, here's an example. They funnel all this money to SpaceX and NASA and other contractors and Jeff Bezos. All these people are getting all this money under the deception of the space program globe thing. I think they should just say, listen, we're stealing your money. They should just say, we have the power and we're taking your money.
In a perfect world. What the hell?
I'm not saying the world's got to be perfect. I'm just complaining about the deception. I don't like deception.
You don't learn anything from deception, do you?
Sun Tzu said war is deception. They must be at war with that. Calls the war on people.
He also said the world is ruled by signs and symbols.
No, that was Confucius, but he's right. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Sun Tzu. I got the wrong person.
No, but you're right. You're right though. That the other Chinese dude said that.
The other one.
Yeah, same thing.
They all look the same to me.
The other wise Chinese dude. I was in the military, so I like direct, blunt orders. I don't like beating around the bush and shit.
Well, when it comes to women, I like beating around the bushes.
Yeah, they're deceptive.
The whole world's a deception, Smurf, isn't it?
Yeah, it's highly sophisticated.
Aha. It's like some kind of program, intelligent AI, or some shit like that.
They've made everything convoluted, including the economy. They've invent all this useless middleman stuff. You know, like licensing and regulation. Like, you know, if you want to go do anything, you got to go
Tax.
get trained by some other middleman company and get blessed by some regulatory thing. You know, it's all bullshit.
Yeah, you have to pay the fee. Tax.
Yep. They invented a bunch of useless busy work for people. Most people's jobs are a waste of time. It's some part of some greater convoluted, multi-layered, convoluted mess. You know, I feel like they're just keeping most people busy.
Uh-huh.
What we should do is we should live a life of leisure with our great technological efficiency, but they don't want us doing that because then we'd start figuring stuff out. They like keeping us busy. People are too busy to figure out the earth is flat.
I think it's definitely been hijacked. I think we're definitely on the delusion.
Yeah. Society's been hijacked, yeah.
Well, yeah. Whatever purpose we were both for, why we're here, definitely a delusion.
I think economically, as far as societies is, I think in stuff like industry, I think the golden age of the West was the 1800s. Of course, it had some bad parts to it, like coal mining and stuff. There's some, you know, there's always some bad stuff going on, or bad experiences. But overall, society was way more efficient and streamlined in the 1800s. And nowadays, with all this technology, everything's so convoluted. And people, they fill entire office buildings with busy work. I mean, these people they're doing useless work, you know. I mean, in the 1800s, most of the stuff people did was meaningful and impactful. But now, as we get more technology, now people are just doing completely useless stuff, and you can't even. It's difficult to find useful stuff to do. If you want to go do something useful, like let's say you want to go build a building, you got to jump through like 1,000 different obstacles to get a building constructed, permits and taxes, fines and regulation and codes and all this shit. You know what I mean? Insurance, et cetera, et cetera. You know what I'm saying? But in the 1800s, if you could swing a hammer, you could build something. It's like everything just made more sense back then.
Yeah, the further we go, the less sense it makes.
I mean, I really appreciate technology. I like technology, but they're weaponizing it too now. They're trying to vaporize people.
Pros and cons, huh?
It could be used for good, you know. If the technology of today, if we had a time machine, if we went back in time and gave it to some good people, they had morals back then. Then if we gave it to the right hands, we'd be in a golden age right now, like never before seen.
Well, I know what you're saying, but at the same time, I think people are always people, and they'll always react the same way and behave the same way. The morals might have been a little bit different back then, but people were still bastards.
A lot. I think on average, the average person had like 100 times, maybe 1,000 times better ethics and morals back then. The average person.
Yeah. I don't think I'm a 2020 person. I think I'm more of an 1820.
Yeah, I'm with you, buddy. I like technology, but I'm with you on that one. Yeah.
Yeah, like
I like air conditioning. I like refrigeration. You know, I like my car. But you know what? I don't like how society's become. You know, I would trade it all. I like technology, but I would throw it in the trash bin if I could live in the 1800s. Even though it'd be rough, I would do it. Back then,
simpler then, wasn't it?
oh yeah, back when they delivered ice because they had no refrigerator. My mother told me when she was young. My mother's in her late 70s. She told me when she was young they used to deliver ice.
Dun 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 dun.
No, dude. That
But,
was cool. That was cool.
Under pressure.
Now stop. Collaborate and listen. We're delivering ice on a brand new mixer. That's some old school. Okay, I'll take out the trash.
That's cool.
Yeah. How you guys doing that?
What's going on, dude?
I'm gonna take the whole thing outside.
Just taking out the trash. I gotta go get the paper. They called him Flatty 2 times because everything he said twice. Like, I gotta go get the papers,
I'm just taking out the trash, put my wife in the bin.
Right.
Yeah, I don't plan on ever getting married to a modern woman. I don't plan on ever getting married. Yeah. Now, you ask me if I had a time machine, if I was in the 50s or turn of the century. Yeah, it's beautiful, good women everywhere. But these days, no, I don't think I don't plan on getting married.
No. Dude, believe it or not, I had the opportunity like a week ago to hook up with this chick who's really hot, right? And we're talking, and then just something for some reason I just had to ask him, like, you didn't by any chance get the you know what? And she's like, yeah, I got them all in the booster. And I'm like, and then I just started imagining, like, you know, nanoparticles, you know, yeah, and I was just like, nah, I'm doing it, dude.
Oh, dude, that's funny.
Your boobs
Yeah, dude, I just couldn't, dude. I couldn't do it, dude.
No, I got a solution for you. Okay.
Yeah.
There's one demographic that's 99% unvaccinated. Can you take a guess?
Flat earthers. Oh, yeah, the people who live in the Amish.
No, you did. You guessed it. Yeah, the Amish are more than 99% unvaccinated.
Yep, I believe
I didn't
it.
think you were going to guess it. Somebody said flat earthers. He's probably right also. But
yeah,
there's a lot less of us than the Amish.
The flat Earth Amish are 100%.
Yeah, I'm sure. Oh, I'm sure.
Dude, I've been thinking about going Amish. They got it figured out.
No, I've been thinking about it just because probably. I mean, good luck finding an unvaxxed woman unless you go hook up with an Amish woman.
Right?
Yeah.
Better learn their ways.
Yeah, in the Ozarks. They're not all in the Ozarks, huh?
Oh, they're all over the place, man.
Yeah. Really? I've never seen an Amish person in my whole life.
What you said? You never seen one?
I've never, not to my knowledge, no. I mean, I may have, but
them out in the country, like riding on their buggies and stuff. Yeah.
Oh shit! Yeah, I don't live in the country. If I did, that'd be dope.
Yeah, you live in LA or California.
Yeah, like right above LA. Yeah.
You gotta get out of there, man. I live on the East Coast, but if you go venture, like I live in Virginia, but if you venture in like Ohio or West Virginia, Ohio's got a lot of them. You can go to Pennsylvania, but I mean, they're there on the road riding around in their buggies, dude.
No shit.
Yeah, they got torches in the evening, so you don't run them over.
Yeah, they don't mess with no electricity or batteries, huh?
Now, the Mennonites do. I've seen one time I saw Mennonites pile out of a van.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They're like Amish that can use technology. They can use phones too. The Mennonites.
I think it's smart
I
for
mean,
the
I don't
for the
want to
Amish.
become Amish. I just want to
Yeah.
meet one of their women and take her away with me. Only because they're not vaccinated. Before the current event, I didn't care at all about this. But due to the current event, with the what,
Yabba
that
dabba
got me
doo.
thinking.
Yeah, you want to stop saying the V word.
Yeah, we're not supposed to talk about that here. We get in trouble. But yeah, but I was just saying that's the only reason why it's got in my head recently is if you want to have a family, you got to meet up with Amish women. Otherwise, you're gambling. I mean, it's
Yeah.
next to impossible to find. But I'm going to stop talking about it because I don't want to get us in trouble.
Yeah, for sure.
It's like what you just said. You're talking to a beautiful woman, and then oh god, nanobots.
Yep. hmm That's the first thing that came in my head, and I didn't like the picture because I've seen a lot of computer enhanced images, videos, and stuff. And then I've looked at a lot of shit under my high powered microscope too, and I don't like what I see.
It's scary. It's like a Twilight Zone kid.
You ever look for shit under the high powered microscope?
I need to get me one of those.
Dude, I got because I live near a university, UCSB, and so twice a year they have like not garage sales, but whatever they're called, but like they're getting rid of all their older stuff. But I think older microscopes are better. But I mean, I'm not a microscope expert or anything, but I use this thing it's pretty gnarly. And dude, I look at like even hair follicles, right? Everybody's hair follicle that I've looked at, even mine, they have the shit in it, dude. It's fucking fucked up.
Do you have an optical one or an electron one?
Well, I plug it in. It just it's optical. Yeah. It's not. I mean, it's only electric because it has the bulb in it. But other than that, it's just optical. You know what I mean?
That sounds good. The very finest microscopes are optical, but I don't think they produce the very best anymore because they want everyone using the electron. If you want to go really super magnified, they want everybody on the electron one.
Yeah, no doubt.
You guys heard of Royal Raymond Rife, right?
No.
Oh, Royal Raymond Rife was a dude that tried to treat people medically with like sonic vibrations, resonance, and stuff. But that's a whole other subject. But he had this amazing optical microscope, and there's a conspiracy where they don't want people to use really high end, super magnified optical microscopes because the reason why is they don't want people to study microscopic life like while it's alive. They want you to only study dead stuff. So that's why they use electron. They push electron microscopes these days for super magnification.
Yeah. Everything's digital, dude. All the stuff at the UCSB campus, I got this microscope for like $200, dude, and like brand new. I think it was like 1,600 or something like that.
Sounds like a good
But yeah, they yeah, dude, they have all kinds of cool stuff like that. I got this though because it was like when I was really first getting into it and finding out, and like I was like going through it. I was doing experiments on myself with all types of different like different type of herb soaps and stuff, and like I almost went blind, dude, messing around.
Wow.
Got some detergent in my eye.
Wow.
I couldn't see all night long, dude.
Hey, you said you were looking at hair follicles, and you said there's stuff in it. Can you elaborate?
Yeah, so imagine a smaller follicle. Maybe it's like 1/5 about 1/5 of the circumference of a hair follicle. So it looks like it looks like imagine like it's like it's see-through, right? And the hair follicles are see-through also, but the hair follicles are like you could see the tint of brown in them, right? Well, these things don't really have a tint. Sometimes they pick up the same tint, but you can see them like they're burrowed inside the hair follicle, and then they come out at certain points and wrap around and twist around and intermingle with the hair follicle and get it all twisted up.
Is this like?
And they get like, yeah, it's all knotty, like knotted out. You know what I mean? Like they create like these nasty knots, dude.
That's.
But yeah,
you think it's from the airplanes?
Yeah, not just from those, but because I mean, it's in the food, it's in the paper towels, it's in the toilet paper, it's
Whoa.
in the new clothing. You know, like the synthetic clothing. They put it in everything, dude.
Oh God.
Go on YouTube and look up electro spinning or nano electro spinning, and you see how they do it. They have a big roll, like it looks like the cellophane rolls that movers use to wrap up pallets. They'll have one of those big rolls, and then they have this stuff that sprays out this little mist out of this hose. The roll starts spinning, and then they juice up the machine. They get it whatever the numbers right, and then they have like an electrical current hitting this spray as it sprays out, and it sprays onto this thing that's spinning. And when they're done, they have like a giant roll of it. Looks just like cellophane, and they can peel it out. And
listen to that. It just sounds like a dystopian society.
It does.
Yeah,
man.
dude.
This stuff.
They've been doing this shit for a long time, though.
I'm really happy you told me this, but you're tripping me out right now, dude.
Yeah.
It's dystopian.
So they do this at the factory, don't they?
Yeah, the lab, factory, whatever you call it. Yeah.
Man,
they've been doing it for a minute, though.
Does the washing machine get the stuff out?
No, not really.
Oh.
You know, I don't know what gets rid of it 100%, but I know that when I first found out and I started researching it, everybody was saying like borax, right? So they say take a bath with borax, put a whole box of borax in the bath water with like some Dr. Bronner's like eucalyptus soap or something like that, and then or some antibacterial soap, and just sit there for like 2 hours. And when I got out and I drained it, dude, I couldn't believe all the little things that were in the tub.
Whoa.
But now if I do it now, not that much stuff comes off. But the first time you do it, you'll see like so much stuff. It's so weird.
Do you need a microscope to see the stuff?
No, not the stuff that comes out of the tub. No.
Oh, wow.
I mean, it's small. You can't really tell what it is. It's just little, you know what I mean? Little specks of stuff.
The little things get clumped together. Hey, we lost you? Looks like we lost him. He probably lost reception. We'll come back, Flatter Day.
Yeah, I'm sure the FBI didn't come get him over. Sure, it's fine.
They probably dropped him. Yeah, that's probably what happened. Too much truth. There you are. Hey, you were just saying, we lost you. You were just saying, does the stuff like clump together to where it's visual?
My phone must have gone offline.
That's all right.
So it looks like under the microscope, it looks like, have you heard of Dr. Emoto's water experiment?
No, I have not.
So this Oriental guy a long time ago, he's a scientist. He was doing experiments with water, and by playing like classical music or saying good things like "I love you" and happiness stuff.
Oh,
the
I've
water.
heard of that. Yeah.
Well, when they play like heavy metal or like really, you know, there's a lot of distorted music, like certain types of techno or heavy metal, or like just screaming at it or saying cuss words to it. It makes the water. It looks. It's not symmetrical like a snowflake anymore. It's like it almost looks like when you're watching a movie projector and the bulb burns through it, and those like it starts like burning up in certain spots. You know what I mean? It's like that. Like it's just like it looks toxic, dude, basically. And that's kind of what these things look like. The structure of them, when you look at them, they're dude. What's really weird is these things appear to have like little eyes, dude. You know what I mean? I've seen one that my friend had a video of one with one of those electric super magnifiers or whatever, and it's on this person's skin, and it shows this thing. It's so weird. This thing almost looks like the body structure of like what? Oh, I'm on the phone. Huh? Okay. It almost looks like the body like the structure of like, you remember Jack from Nightmare Before Christmas?
No, I don't watch many movies.
Well, it's just like a really long, skinny, like type of like torso frame with like a dude. It's so weird, like a weird little It's not like a worm though. It's hard to describe, dude.
Is it biological or is it man-made?
So my understanding is from the research I've done that it's 1/3 nano, 1/3 metal, and 1/3 organic.
Oh God, that's scary. That's. Thank you for telling me this, but it's trippy. You're blowing my mind right now.
Yeah, I went through some changes a couple years ago when I started researching all this stuff. And then I had some friends like start losing their mind on it. You know, once they're trying to get it out of their skin and stuff. I'm like, dude, you can't pull it out of your skin like that with your own, like with your trying to push it out. You can only get it out from what I've seen is like by changing your diet, by and one really good way is submerging yourself in the ocean. And then there's also like natural like you can make certain types of like Tesla coils that supposedly pull this stuff out of you because it's magnetic. You know?
The ocean. If I just go in the ocean, it'll clean me up.
Well, I mean, I don't know if it'll get 100%, but I know that it definitely the best thing you could do for the exterior of your body is submerge yourself in the ocean.
Is that? Do you think that's because of the salt in the water?
Definitely.
Oh, cool! I got salt in my soap. I have eucalyptic salt something soap.
Yeah. It's good to use try to use like as natural as soap as you can.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think because of the salt water, it because these things are they run off like some type of EMF where like they can be kind of like I guess remote controlled by EMF. You know, just like imagine like the powder from an Etch-a-Sketch, like black iron oxide, how it's like magnetic powder and you can move it around with magnets or frequencies.
Hey, this is all news to me. But you've known this for how long?
Since like I'd say like either late 2017 or 2018.
Wow!
Like right around the time I became a flat earther.
Contemplate. You've contemplated about this. What do you think is the purpose of these little things?
To restructure our bodies, maybe, or to. I know that they go to our nerve endings, and they actually build themselves up in our body like veins. You know.
Build themselves up in our body like what?
Like veins. Like imagine those magnetic. Like imagine magnetic BBs, right? Well, by themselves they're just like a circle, but if you have a bunch of them, they all create like a long snake, like a lot, like you know what I mean? Like so that's what these things basically are that I've seen.
Oh my God! You know? Hey, what's your theory? I know you may not know, but what's your theory on why they're doing this?
Well, basically, it's like the most low key, cheapest, easiest way to get inside of us and remote control us.
Oh, God.
You know, and also, I believe that these people are Luciferians, so.
Yeah,
they're trying to change, like restructure our DNA. They're trying to basically play like the creator role, you know?
Yeah.
Dude, you blew my mind tonight, man. you said I could look up electro spinning?
Yeah, just look up electro spinning. Or electro nano spinning.
Electro nano spinning.
Yeah, or nano electro spinning.
Nano electro spinning. Dude, thank you so much.
You'd be surprised how much stuff comes up, bro.
Everybody needs to know about these things. I got to get me a microscope.
Yeah, it's at first it might scare you at first. Like I'm way past the stage of acceptance now. You know what I mean? I don't trip on them anymore.
Hey, what's the brand name of your microscope?
Hold on. Let me look real quick. It's in the closet. Hold on.
Oh, hey, if you could take a photo of it, that'd be. You don't have to do it if it's a hassle, but I'd like to get me a microscope like you have.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, if there's any colleges or universities around you, you just go and ask them when they're having their they're like, I don't know if they call it garage sales, but getting rid of their stuff, you know. And you can pick one up for really
online. It's probably very expensive, but if not, you can't. I just like to look it up and see if I can afford one.
Yeah. Well, I mean, dude, like compared to what they cost originally, they're so cheap now, you know.
Right.
But they're heavy, so getting it sent to you, the shipping would cost a lot. I mean, dude, I tried to send a box of borax. Somebody commented on one of my videos a while ago, and they wanted borax, and they live in Germany, and they said they couldn't find it anywhere. And I've talked to people who live in Mexico, and they don't have it there either. They have a generic brand that has a picture of a donkey on it, but it coagulates in your drain, whereas regular borax is water soluble. It doesn't melt right away, but it won't clog up your drain. But the generic borax will clog up your drain.
And that's not toxic to put on your skin, right?
I can only speak for the non-generic, the regular borax brand. No, it's 100% natural. It's boron. You know.
I don't know that much. It's borax is made with boron.
No, it is boron. It's a type of salt that comes from it comes from Boron, California.
Oh, I didn't know that. I'm learning a lot tonight.
Yeah, have you ever heard of that game Red Dead Redemption?
I've heard of it. Yeah, I've not played it, but I've heard of it.
So I don't play video games either, but they base that 20 Mule team and the whole thing off of those borax mines, I think.
Oh wow, interesting. Man, you just gave me a whole lot to think about, man.
I realized people back in the days when the gold miners and stuff, I think if they didn't have access to water right then, you could actually use the borax to take like a dry shower. You just rub it on your body, and it like what it does is, you know how like snow will like pick up the dirt and turn dirty from wherever it's at. That's what borax will start turning gray and brown, because it's like attracting the dirt or whatever. I don't know how it does it, but it pulls the dirt and it holds the dirt. So you clean your floor with borax, and you spray your floor off with water and soap, whatever, and then you pour the borax on there and you use one of those scrub broom brushes. You'll scrub your floor clean, and you'll see this stuff just pick up all the dirt, and then it turns like a dark gray color.
Wow, you just sold me on borax.
Yeah, dude, I love borax. It's only like $5 or $6 a box.
I'm gonna give me some now.
You can actually use it to get rid of the ants. What you do is you put borax, mix it with white sugar, and then get it a little bit wet so it beads up a little, and the ants will take it back to their colony, and it'll kill them. It basically kills insects because they have the exoskeleton on the outside. I don't know why, but
that reminds me of Diatomaceous earth.
Yeah. Yeah.
Check this out. I ate diatomaceous earth. The first time I ate it, for 2 days, I could feel stuff squiggling around under my skin.
Oh, dude, yeah, that's it. Then they don't like that stuff. I need to try that. I've never tried it, dude. I've heard good things about it.
Have you ever? Oh, you've not tried it?
No, I need to though. I really do.
Okay. I eat it like most every day, or unless when I'm on a drinking binge, I forget about eating my supplements. But okay, so it only happened the first couple days that I ate it, and because I was in the military, and they probably injected me with this kind of stuff, or maybe it just accumulated from my diet, or both. I don't know, but I ate diatomaceous earth. And all over my body, I could feel stuff moving under my skin, dude.
Yeah. It wasn't feeling too comfortable.
Say what? I mean?
It probably wasn't feeling too comfortable with that stuff. You know what I mean?
assume I killed them, but I didn't have. And I felt really stressed out, and probably a combination physiologically, just having that feeling, but. But I also ate bentonite clay, which is supposed to grab all the toxins when you kill these things,
Yeah.
So that, but I eat zeolite clay, bentonite clay, and diatomaceous earth regularly.
That's good, bro.
Yeah.
I've
done so much research that I eat it based on my research,
Dude, I've talked to a lot of people who've served in the military and stuff, and they've actually been in action, and like, couple people I know have they have shrapnel in them and stuff, but they feel shit crawling under their skin, and they swear like it's driving them crazy. And I got these shungite rocks that I don't know if you ever heard of shungite, but
I've heard of it. Yeah, I don't know what it does, but I've heard the word. Yeah.
Yeah, I have these little bricks of them. They look like little flat like rectangular kilos of shungite, he put them on the places that hurt, and he swore that he felt like some type of shifting or moving from those the shungite, because it's like a magnetic. I don't know what it was exactly, but I think that can pull them too.
I might give it one of those. They'll give me a to try it out.
They only have shungite in Russia, so you got to order it from Russia, or order it from get it on Etsy or eBay.
Let me tell you another thing I did. I got the anti-parasitical thing from, I'm trying to remember the name of it, on Amazon, and it has wormwood and all that other a bunch of stuff in it, and it's called Paragard, right? And and when I ate that Paragard stuff on like the third day or something, third or fourth day, I used to have something like floaters in my eyes, you know, and they were very minimal, like, but you could kind of notice them on occasion. Anyway, it cleared my eyes out. Like, I don't have anything in my eyes anymore. But the weird thing was, on the third or fourth day, my whole vision went like purple. I had like a purple tint, man, and it was really trippy. And I knew like something happened inside my eyes, and I think what it was is I killed some stuff that was living inside my eyeballs, dude.
Yeah, you probably did.
Yeah,
I'm sending you a video right now.
What's up?
I'm sending you a video. I just put it in your DM, but I'll put it in the live stream too. A video that I before I broke my P1000. This was like years ago, probably back in 2019. I took this video, and what it is it's basically like, you just have to watch the video, dude. You know these things aren't spiders, though. These are those things that are on the web.
Okay.
Not the internet web, but like actual web.
Oh, nanofiber myalgia smart dust crop spraying. Oh God, this is scary, man.
Yeah, so those things on there, one of them, dude, they're like bright white, right? Like the color of cotton. And those things do not belong on a spider web. So if you watch the video carefully, you'll see that there's a normal spider web, and then there's another spider web that's all mutated looking, that's like laid over the top of this other spider web, or like it's right above it. You know what I mean?
I'm pulling.
Yeah, you just have to watch the video. Yeah.
Dude, I really appreciate very much you sharing this with me. You know, this is filling in the blanks. So why are these chemtrail things? I'm sure that they're coming out of these airplanes.
Oh yeah, for sure, bro. I've actually seen coming from the sky on two occasions a strand of like a long string of a spider. It looked like a spider web, but just like one long strand that was like 6 feet long, and it landed on top of my car. My friend was doing an oil change. He lives up on the mountain, and I saw it coming from the sky, and it landed on top of my car. But some of these webs I've like actually walked through or swiped with my hand and felt like a tiny, tiny paper cut. You know what I mean?
Wow, that hasn't happened to me yet. Not yet.
Yeah.
But you live in California. I bet it's worse there. They've got a lot more stuff in the sky there, I bet.
Yeah, they do. My chick, she pulled up a map. I guess in Ventura and Santa Barbara counties, there's at least 15 ground-based weather modification places.
Wow.
And with the ground-based, they kind of just look like, you know, have you ever seen places on hills or like in rural areas where they have a bunch of weird things that look like small like radio towers or something, but you don't quite know what they are.
I think I've seen stuff like that.
Yeah, they have. Yeah, well, they burn the silver iodide flares, and it creates like this weird cloud. It goes up in the sky and it reacts with whatever they're doing up in the sky. But it's a good way to stop the rain, because these things, like, they pull. If it's going to rain or something naturally, these things like block the rain. And you know, rain's the number one enemy of 5G.
Wow, I didn't know that one.
Yeah, rain totally screws up 5G.
You know a lot, man. I'm learning a lot tonight. I'm going to pull up this video on my laptop right here.
They talked about putting nanobots in chemtrails in Agenda 2020. That used to be on NASA's site.
Yeah.
They talked about geoengineering and putting like nanobot material in the chemtrails.
Dude, yeah, they announced, they say it in their videos and stuff a lot. They talk about these little nanos that they've created that dude, it's such bullshit what they say. They say that they dump them into the ocean so that they'll eat the plastic in the ocean and clean up the ocean. Yeah, right.
Oh yeah,
So
I've heard that.
yeah, like even if they were
Gosh.
capable of doing that, where would the plastic in their body so they wouldn't pollute the ocean then at that point? Like they're just gonna turn the plastic into like organic poop and poop it out.
Yeah.
We'll
Yeah,
switch
you really
up
believe that?
plastic with nano clumps of nanobots.
They what?
The nanobots will transmute the plastic into more nanobots, and then you have a bunch
Yeah.
of nanobots floating around.
Dude, the last thing they do is dump these things in the ocean because the ocean water would kill them. So, oh my God, Jackie, stop, please. It doesn't make any sense, Jackie, for you to think that way.
Hey, you know what? Now I realize why you say to get in the ocean. If it kills them, then if I go jump in the ocean, then it will cleanse me.
Yeah, think about like the worst thing you could do to any electronics is put salt water in them. You know?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And you don't think that they could make a barrier for that? They have submarines. They have things that go under the water all the time.
Okay, so Jackie, you're saying that they're gonna put these things in a submarine, and then what is it gonna do once they touch the? Okay, all right. Yeah, all right.
Well, that's cool. There's a woman there that actually considers what you're talking about. Most women, they don't want to go there, like down these rabbit holes, you know.
Yeah, no, she'll go
Yeah,
down
you're
there.
lucky.
Yeah, she's the one who actually told me about flat Earth, dude.
Oh wow,
Nice.
that's cool.
Yeah.
Hey, I got a theory that there's land that's not on the map. With, like, for example, in the middle, the North Pole, and other there's land masses, right? And that's probably why they're poisoning us with these. What you're talking about, exactly what you're talking about, from the airplanes and stuff. They're probably poisoning us because they don't live on the same landmass. What do you think about that? You know?
Oh, like wait, say that. Hold on.
Okay, there could be a society or breakaway society that lives on a different, like an island or a different landmass that they conveniently not on the map, like not on the map,
Yeah.
available to the.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You know?
For sure. Not just that, but they definitely have to have something to counter this stuff.
Chemtrails. What's up?
They've even besides that though, they definitely have something to counter this stuff on the spot. You know what I mean?
I was thinking about that while you were talking about.
Yeah.
Like you were talking. Like,
Yeah, they know how to protect themselves.
Yeah, for sure. Most definitely.
Yeah, I was taking pictures of them just spraying trails over a neighboring city the other day, up here near Seattle. They've sprayed like 15 of them in a row in like half an hour over one area. It was crazy. It's getting worse these days than it used to be.
Have you ever seen the little planes that follow the planes that spray? They come right behind them, and they're almost right in the line of their spray. And after the little plane passes, the spray, I call it zippering. It goes from like a straight line into like a zipper, and then it starts having these little waves, and it breaks apart and spreads out. Because the second plane hits it with a frequency. You could almost see the things changing as the second plane goes by the chemtrail.
I haven't seen that. I'm going to post a couple pictures in chat and tell me if you've seen this black line in the sky before.
Oh, yeah. We saw it one time, dude. We saw it one time. Yep.
Yeah, what is it?
Yeah. That I don't know, bro. I don't know what that black line is. I don't know if it's a laser that's like guiding them, because they're following the black line. You mean?
Yeah, it's like drawn out in the sky, and then the plane
like
comes and lays a trail right on it.
Yeah. It's so weird. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I've seen
Nice.
it.
Yeah, I've only seen it like 3 times.
Yeah, I've seen it like once or twice, but I've actually got a video of it. It was like 30 seconds long with a phone that I had, and then I lost the phone. I'm so mad. But yeah, that was like a couple years ago. And people have tried to say like, "Oh, that's a shadow of it in this." I'm like, "No, how could the shadow be cast like way, way, way in front of this thing? No way is that the shadow." You know?
Yeah, it like went 100 miles long, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Very weird. That's what I wonder.
I got some good chemtrail pictures, dude.
Do you think these planes could be AI, and so it's drawing a line for it to follow or something weird?
Could be, yeah. It's I don't know what it is, but I mean, most of these airplanes are probably not even manned. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's just computers driving it, so they draw that line.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're probably autopilot.
Yeah. God, I'm glad somebody else has seen it because I feel crazy because I'm like, dude, there's black lines in the sky sometimes and nobody believes it, you know?
So, hey, the craziest stuff I've seen is at night. The stuff that's at night, I wouldn't even call it spraying. I would call it high altitude platforms that put off clouds, and it's like a camouflage or something in the sky, right? Because these clouds come up and they're weird shapes and they cover the moon completely. I mean, like black the moon out. And I'll post some pictures of it. This thing actually looks like a monster. It's watch. So I'll post a couple pictures in succession.
They're practicing for Project Bluebeam operations.
Yeah, and these pictures are from 2019. I used to go out and stay out all night taking pictures. I don't really do that anymore, so I haven't got any recent good pictures, but these are from 2019.
Wow. And a plane laid that in front of the moon.
No, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. I think these are actually aircrafts that are just pushing around them as a cover.
Oh,
why they go and cover the moon like that? I don't know. You know what I mean?
Crazy.
But yeah, these aren't like chemtrails. They're like these gnarly clouds that just come up and let me post another one here.
Crazy.
This one looks like an all-seeing eye right here.
Man, they're pulling out some crazy technology these years.
Yeah, because I'm like, what could cover the moon like that? You know, there's orbs in some of these pictures though. Some of them, the orbs are greenish with a pink tint, and some of them are like white with like a black tint. You could see them in some of the pictures. I even wrote like orb. And so everybody's saying like this is a lens flare, you know, like you take a picture of something that's really bright, it creates another bright circular object to the side. That's what I thought, but this picture right here shows the cloud covering like a third of that lens flare, and there's no way anything could cover a lens flare. If it's a lens flare, I would see it completely over any object. It wouldn't be covered by a cloud. So I just posted the one of the supposed lens flare being like a third of the way covered by a cloud. There it is right there.
And not only that, it would like move when you weren't moving. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting.
You would need to move your camera.
Oh yeah, it's just like a color up in the sky, not a lens flare, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I've seen colors like that with the ring around the moon.
Yeah. So so there's some other orbs in these other pictures I just posted right now, and you can see them, and they do kind of look like lens flares in these other pictures, but it's just that one picture with the clouds covering. I don't know how that's even possible if it's a lens flare.
Yeah.
So you could see them in these pictures right there.
Whoa.
Yeah. Trip on.
Yeah.
Now this right here that I'm gonna post something. The weirdest thing I've ever seen one night. This thing was huge, dude. It was like a mothership or something. It came and covered up the moon, but it had like something that looked like a mouth, like it was swallowing the moon, dude. It's the weirdest thing. I don't even know how to describe it. I'll post a picture of it. Here's a couple pictures of it. Okay.
Dude, I typed in
The
nano
weirdest
electrosmithing,
thing.
man. It's scary stuff.
Yeah, they've been doing it for a minute too. Some of those videos date back like 10 years, dude.
Oh yeah, I saw that video you sent me too, man. This stuff is trippy.
Yeah, that ain't nothing nice. Those things on the web, huh?
No, yeah, I look at it. I'm looking at it at 1080p on my laptop right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, these pictures are crazy. Man,
Crazy, huh?
looks like ghosts and stuff in the clouds.
Dude, right?
Wow.
Hey, let me know what kind of microscope you got, man.
Oh yeah. Babe, you know what? So I don't have to open the closet. Do you know what kind of microscope I have? Do you know the brand name or no? Oh, Olympia.
Is it Olympia?
Yeah, it is Olympia. Damn, you're a good memory. Yeah.
An Olympia microscope.
Yeah.
It's like
Hey,
one that would
thanks,
be in
man. I'm gonna look at Olympia microscopes.
Yeah. It's pretty. It's like one of the most basic, or not basic. It's one of their most common ones.
It's from a classroom.
Yeah, it's got five like it's like a cylinder that you could turn with five magnifications.
No, it doesn't have 5 magnifications.
Is it 3 then?
3.
Okay, it's 3 magnification.
So it's 10, 140, something else.
It's like 10, 40, and 100. Do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
I found they're on eBay.
Yeah.
I'm sure you can get them for pretty cheap because classrooms are always getting rid of them.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, thanks, man. That might be my first microscope, an Olympus microscope.
Yeah, Olympus.
Yeah.
That's what it is, Olympus.
Yeah. Olympus, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I gotta get me one, man. I didn't know about these nano things everywhere.
Yeah, dude.
I'm not surprised,
They are
you know.
everywhere, dude. You ever I'll give you a perfect example of them that you could see when you're making food. Like, you never cook like cheap eggs or kind of cheaper cheese, and
yeah,
how like if you're frying an egg in the pan, how the outside of the egg white will have these little like things shooting off from it, like these like strings almost, but it's part of the egg, and it's like a long string at the end of the egg, like around the edge of the yolk or the edge of the white part. When you're frying, you know what's that? Huh?
Yeah, go on. You're talking about the eggs, yeah.
Yeah, like when you cook like cheap eggs, dude. When you fry them, you'll see like the around the part of the yolk, it'll like branch off and like it'll create like a long strand. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the nanofiber stuff in there, and then the cheese has it, like the cheaper cheese. When it melts, and you like have these weird strings that are like not the way cheese used to be when you were younger.
Yeah, I think you're right about that.
Yeah.
This is just trippy stuff. I was saying I'm not surprised, but it's also news to me. I didn't know how, is the word prevalent, or I don't know how bad it was.
Prevalent, yeah, dude. It's pretty messed up.
I strongly believe that people who live on other land masses and they're not getting poisoned or chemtrail, nano, whatever, smart dusted. That may be the best way to phrase it. I think there's smart dusting most of the world, but there's areas where certain people, you call them the Illuminati or whoever, and they're not getting smart dusted. They're the ones probably behind it, orchestrating it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We're just in the
it cut the shit. What did you mean by it's called the eye? Oh, I used to before I will. Oh, How do you remove it? But you don't see it until after the eggs cook, though.
I'm a bit confused myself, but he probably knows what he's talking about.
Yeah. Oh, put it in a bowl first, and then you'll see that thing before it's cooked?
You talking about nano?
Because I don't have that problem when I buy the expensive eggs. It's only from the cheap eggs, you know? When you get the expensive ones that are like brown and blue, they're pretty good usually. But then you can grab like the cheap.
Dyed, right?
Those eggs are dyed?
Yeah.
They don't naturally come out brown and blue like that?
They do, but not as vibrant as that. They dye them.
Oh, that sucks.
You can tell when you look at the eggs.
Yeah.
It's been sitting in something that it died. It looks like Easter eggs.
Then let's not buy those anymore then.
Well, they've been on sale.
That's probably why they're on
They're
sale.
regularly $. They've been like $4.99.
Yeah, I know.
They're good. It's because they're dyed on the outside.
Dude, when they had bath towels at Vaughn's, they were marked down from like $5.99 to like 99 cents. I bought a bunch of them, and I realized, dude, those things have so nanofibered out the game, dude. It's like they're like 1,000% synthetic.
Damn.
Yeah,
that's the
have you ever used
downside.
a brand new towel that's a kind of a cheap towel, but it's brand new to dry off with after the shower? Yeah, it just sticks on you, dude. Oh, I hate that shit.
Man, so that's why they're making all these TP jokes and stuff.
That layer that you
Right? Yeah.
Oh, man, just rubbing it in our face, everything.
Dude, every time they say they run out of something, they make people feel the need to go get that thing. You know?
Yeah, totally.
Baby formula shortage.
Yeah.
So that Bill Gates will introduce his synthetic breast milk.
Oh yeah.
From breast tissue.
Yeah, dude, that's so weird.
That's why they're doing that.
Yeah.
Problem, reaction, solution.
Yeah. Like how are they just gonna run out of? So ridiculous. They don't run out of helium. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No, it's all political. It's all done on purpose.
Hey, dude, does anybody know definitively where helium comes from? Because I've gotten so many different answers, and I look, and it's even on the internet. There's so many different answers.
I don't know. I never thought about that.
Yeah.
Where the hell?
Because helium's such an important element. You know what I mean? If I had money, I'd invest in helium because NASA's they buy more helium than anybody in the world.
I was just about to say that. Yeah.
Yeah. You know those you ever seen quantum locking discs?
Yeah.
No, I don't know about that.
Yeah, like they wrap them in the cellophane and dip them in liquid was it liquid nitrogen? And yeah, it's like I don't know what they use if they could just use dry ice with it too. I'm not sure exactly what they do, but they do that, and then they get these discs and they put them on top of like a really big disc. Yeah, it hovers like a couple inches above it, and they push it and it goes spinning around the outer edge of the disc or whatever part of the disc. Yeah, and then they also can put them on the bottom of this disc table, and they still spin around. They're quantum locking. They can tilt them, and they spin around. And they stay tilted. It's so crazy. But I think that I believe that they have some type of scaffolding in the sky, like a track, where they can have these things just going on tracks, you know, and for whatever. You know what I mean? It just makes a lot of sense if you think about it. If you ever watch that movie with Brad Pitt where he's an astronaut, in the beginning of the movie he's climbing on like this giant scaffolding like ladder that's going up above the earth. And dude, I think they have something like that, dude.
I never thought about that. You know, they do lose a few $1 trillion here or there, and you know, it goes a long way.
Yeah. Because think about, like, they're not using fuel for these things. Dude. They have some other type of technology where it's like really cheap and it's like a lot more efficient, you know? And they could just be on a track like that. But instead of just hovering a certain inches away from the thing, they probably figured out how to wait so it can hover like maybe a quarter mile away, or maybe hundreds of feet away from it or whatever. Well, I'm just saying, so if you want to get closer to Earth, you know.
Never thought about that, man. I just think about how they got all these balloons up there.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
These metal.
See, they do definitely have balloons. Definitely, but you know, so they use the helium for a lot of those balloons. Have you ever heard of HAPS, HAP, high altitude platforms?
No, it's the first time I heard of it.
I'll post a picture of some right here.
Interesting.
They've been having these for a minute too, and I think these are why you see like triangle-shaped clouds in the sky or weird-shaped clouds. Let me post some pictures of these things. It's crazy because all this stuff is open source information. You just have to know what to type in and where to look. You mean, because they're not going to tell you in elementary school or high school about this shit.
Oh, it reminds me of geoengineering. You know, it's not on TV. People think you're crazy, but you just type it in and you can find briefings and PowerPoint slides and everything.
Bro, you all you have to type in is what United States patents for weather modification, or just weather modification patents. Hundreds of them pop up dating back to the 1800s, and they describe what each one does: create clouds, create thunder, create tornado, create rain, take away the rain, create fog, create hail, take away anything that they can create. They can take away naturally too. And in Dubai and in Saudi Arabia, they actually advertise basically like to the general public that they can create any weather you want for an event. So like if you're having a huge wedding or something, I don't know, they charge like $300 per square meter per. I don't know what it is, dude, but it's like they got it down to the exact measurement of if you want it sunny in this specific area on this day, and you could pay for it. You know.
In that sense, the way that they're messing with the weather is why I sort of believe in climate change. Because
industry.
Oh, the climate changes every day, regardless. It gets hot and cold.
They're fucking with the climate.
Yeah, but if they stopped doing it, it would go right back to normal. Like they can never phase the Earth.
What was that high altitude platform? What was the other word?
I'm gonna post a couple of them right here.
Okay.
Oh, HAP. It's just high altitude platform. That's what it stands for. HAP, or HAP stands for high altitude platform. I just posted a couple pictures of them. Trippy, huh?
Oh.
It makes perfect sense if you look at the shapes of these things. Why, like especially the second picture where it's like a crisscross pattern. I'll post a picture in the clouds at night. It looks just like this pattern, and it almost looks like the bat symbol. But I think this is the answer to those weird shaped clouds. Here's a perfect example. Yeah, hold on, dude. Here's a perfect example, right?
Man, I never seen that stuff before.
Yeah, it's a trip, huh?
That stuff like solar powered, it looks like.
Yeah. Wait, here's the. Okay.
Where our tax dollars are going.
Huh?
I was just saying that's where our tax dollars are going.
Right?
Into the sky.
Yeah.
Where's that picture? I have like hundreds and thousands of pictures on my phone. Where is it?
Man, I wish these guys could just like eat some corn and ride a bicycle or something instead of doing all this stupid stuff.
Ride a bicycle on Highway 33 and prove that the Earth is a globe with sticks.
Yeah, they're just building all this crazy stuff. It's like, dude, just do something else.
Right? Oh, here's the picture right there. Okay, so this picture, this formation in the cloud looks just like their high altitude platform, the way it's crisscrossed like that.
That's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that's what it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Do you have an Instagram?
Yeah, it's just Flat Earth Day Saints.
Nice.
Yeah.
Find it. That's a good name.
Thank you.
I thought I was just having a joke in my head the other day about like flat earthers going door to door like Mormons and being like, "Yo, there's flat."
Right. I run up on the Mormons whenever I see them. I'll stop the car wherever I'm at and jump out on them. I have a couple of videos I did of them, but yeah, any chance I get, even if I don't have my phone with me, yeah, they do. They don't even walk past my house or anything. They avoid me at all costs. Every time I see them, I try to talk to them. They're like, "Well, we gotta go." I'm like, "Well, can I go with you?" They're like, "No."
Maybe next
Yeah.
time. And then you see them again 2 minutes later, and they completely ignore you.
Yeah, they lie. I had them on video lying to me and then just ignoring me when I call out to them.
I can't believe they deleted my comment right at my reply to that comment. Seriously, like literally 2 minutes after I posted.
The algorithms.
But I made sure to, instead of saying virus, I didn't say virus.
Did it autocorrect you?
Symbols instead of like, instead of an I put it.
Well, then that means the person you commented to hid your comment. That's all it was then. Because whoever you comment to on YouTube in their video, they can take your comment right off the thing when they see it if they want, Just, yeah, that's one of your options. When you get a comment on one of your videos on YouTube, you have an option to report it or hide it. It says hide and block this person or hide this comment. You can. Oh, what? Yeah, sometimes it just does that. Then, if you put a lot of weird symbols or like stuff like that, sometimes the algorithm will just do that automatically. Or they could report the comment. I mean, if they're little bitches. I've had people report comments on me. And so stupid. Yeah, then it was the algorithm then. Because when they report something, usually a human looks at it. If the algorithm, because the algorithms don't pick up sarcasm at all. I mean, they're like way behind on that shit. It's hard for them to get that, depending on how good your sarcasm is. That's the number one way to beat AI is with sarcasm.
Yeah.
Huh. Here. I'm gonna go smoke a blunt out there. Have you seen my blunt wrap? Oh wait, never mind. I got it.
Wait, I actually gave me the iPad.
Oh.
Hey Smurf, are you still around, Smurf?
Yeah, what's up, buddy?
What was that clay that you were mentioning eating?
Bentonite clay, and if you get really drunk, and you can eat it, and you won't get a hangover.
Nice.
Hold on, I just sneezed on my hand. I gotta wash my hands off.
Mm-hmm.
You really did? You looked at him like, isn't that cool?
Yeah.
Yeah, just trying to think about how to get all these more gellins out of my body now that we're talking about this.
I think the main way is changing your diet. You know what I mean? And like I can't tell nobody else what to eat. Huh?
I eat 2 different clays. One's called zeolite clay, and that grabs all the metals out, anything conductive out of your body. And then bentonite clay, these are both volcanic. They're from some kind of volcano, and the bentonite clay just grabs general toxins out of your body.
Nice.
That's right, dude. Yeah, I think besides those things are great, but I think anything that we eat that's processed or comes in a package with writing on it, it has this stuff in it, and so like we could be getting this stuff out of our body and then just putting it right back in. I think fruits are the best thing to eat, dude.
Get it out of your body, or it'll accumulate.
Yeah, no doubt, dude. It's good to get it out whenever you can. Most definitely.
They say that zeolite clay. They say it cures autism and Alzheimer's and dementia, stuff like that.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it does.
And it's speculated that it can get. People think it can take graphene oxide out of your body.
Yeah, I'm sure it can.
I think probably because what it does is I forgot the specifics. Something about positive and negative charge stuff.
Yeah.
I mixed up, but the things that are conductive, basically, it has a method of grabbing conductive stuff out of your body. And the bentonite clay, I don't think the bentonite clay does that. It just grabs general. It's like they're both volcanic. They're from some kind of volcano a long time ago. And the bentonite clay just grabs general stuff out of your body. I also eat diatomaceous earth because what that does is it's real tiny algae bones, and that kills parasites. And also somehow, I don't know, I'm not a biologist, but they say it also cleans the blood. It works through your entire body to kill parasites. All three of the things I said, I think cleanse your entire body.
Nice.
Yeah, it's called zeolite clay, bentonite clay, and what I do is I eat diatomaceous earth. The first thing I do, because if I happen to have a parasite or anything in my body, then it will die. And then what happens is you got to get that stuff out of it, the carcass out of it, whatever the toxins release, which is what the bentonite clay does. But the bentonite clay being like a general cleaner. So what I really do is I eat diatomaceous earth, then I eat zeolite clay, then I eat bentonite clay, and I do that. I space it. You can eat them all at once. I think I've read online that zeolite and bentonite are compatible, that you can eat them at the same time. But what I do is I space it apart 30 minutes or an hour, and I eat it in the sequence. I've been doing this for like over a year.
That's right, bro.
Are they like? Oh yeah.
I just get a little bit of a spoon, once a day before I go to sleep.
Nice.
This lady who's been telling me about books that they've taken out of the Bible, KJV 1611. She was telling me that she fasted for 28 days, and that basically any disease, illness, virus, or anything you have will come out of your body. You could reset your body, and actually you look younger if you fast. The longer you fast, the better. But I mean, think about it. She did it 28 days. So think about this. I don't know how much you guys believe in the Bible or not. I don't totally believe in the Bible that like they have in hotel rooms or they hand out to people on the streets, because I think they've been altered. But I do know that there's a lot of books that they took out of the Bible that are just, they hit the truth hard. And like, think about this: if everything the Luciferians or the Lucifer tries to do is the exact opposite or like the inversion of what the Creator does, well, think about this: before we ever ate anything, we weren't aging, I guess, and we were healthy, and like we had we could do things that we can't do now, right? And as soon as Eve and Adam ate that first piece of food, all of a sudden now their time on earth is limited, and all these curses, right? So it makes perfect sense. If you stop eating it, you'd reverse that. You know what I mean?
Man, you're really onto something here.
It makes sense, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, I see the logic here. Yeah.
I always try to the answer. I always try to think of the opposite of something.
What?
Like, it's pretty easy to find out the solutions to certain things. If you can't find it out, all you have to do is invert it.
Yeah. I'm kind of concerned about not getting enough vitamins and stuff, so I got DHA and fish omega-3 and multivitamin. But I've read a lot about what you just said though about fasting is good. Now I'm kind of conflicted between fasting and taking vitamins, because you know what I mean.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't really trust vitamins, honestly. Just because it's like in a pill form. Although I don't have any proof one way or the other about them. But
They say eggs are like nature's multivitamin.
dude, supposedly the eggshells are really good for you.
I didn't know about that one.
Yeah.
But yeah,
but
eggs have omega-3 and a bunch of stuff. DHA. There's all this stuff I just said is in eggs.
yeah, yeah.
But I take both. I eat eggs and I eat vitamins. But you know, fasting, it causes autophagy. I don't know if I said that right. Cleanses your body really good. There's a whole lot of information to reinforce what you just said. I'm just kind of conflicted about not getting enough nutrients versus. Okay, there was a study where mice they ate a third less food and they lived a third longer than the other mice.
Yeah. Yeah. I think people eat way too much food and it's like it's just unnecessary, you know? And it's like it's conditioned our stomachs to like you know how like if you're drinking and like whatever and you're partying, how your body just craves like junk food? You know?
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like when you're all drunk and stuff, you don't want to sit down and eat some fruits or salad. Like you want like a pizza or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's just like your body's craving that. It's like built. It's like it's because we've trained our bodies that way for so long. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, you could probably gradually eat less and less, and then you won't
most
have that.
definitely. Yeah.
I'm gonna stick
Another
on
good thing that
I'm gonna stick on a fucking pizza.
on a what?
Pizza.
What's that?
Chicago Time. They do these little small pizzas. Now you're talking about junk food.
Okay.
You get me hungry.
Hey, another thing that's helped me a lot is going barefoot, bro. Because like even if you're eating super healthy, you're still getting your body's like collecting the EMF, and it's not just EMF from Wi-Fi and wireless things. You get dirty electricity from things that aren't grounded properly, or you know, just like especially like baby monitors and weird stuff from China. They're putting out so much EMF in your fridge, in your house, air conditioner. Like we're just walking around and getting all this dirty electricity in our body, and it can't escape our body unless we're grounded.
I think you're 100% right that walking barefoot to be grounded is really super healthy. I'm just got a phobia. I know that germ theory is fake and no terrain theory is the truth, but I don't like the idea of walking around getting bugs biting my feet. You know.
Yeah.
But I think you're right though. It's probably healthier to do that.
Yeah, I used to get headaches whenever I'd be on my Wi-Fi or like be on my phone too much. And dude, as soon as I started going barefoot, I haven't gotten a headache. I haven't even got, you know how like you're walking in your house and you get like a static electric shock touching somebody or touching something? I haven't had one of those for over 2 years, dude.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right. I just prefer to wear shoes because I don't like I'm germophobic in that or bugophobic. It's a phobia
I used to
in
be like that too.
irrational fear because I know it doesn't really hurt me. You know.
Yeah, I used to be like that too, dude. I wouldn't even go outside without my shoes on.
Say what?
I used to be like that too. I wouldn't even go outside without my shoes on. Like I'd get out of bed and go right into my slippers. Like I wouldn't want to walk in the bathroom barefoot. Like you know what I mean? I used to be like that too.
I'm not scared of walking on the floor barefoot. I just don't want to walk on the grass barefoot because like some mosquito or something will bite me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like that stuff.
You'd be surprised how tough your feet get after a while, dude.
You're probably right. Yeah, they get tough. They tough it up. Yeah.
Yeah. I've been doing it for about 2 years now.
Wow.
And
is your feet
and like
now?
Yeah, they're basically like I can step on like a rose bush thorn and they won't puncture my feet.
Oh, okay. That's probably what we should be doing, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, I think people used to wear moccasins that were made of leather, right? Good luck trying to find that anywhere on the internet. I guarantee you won't. If you do find it, let me know. Because they say, oh, these are moccasins, but they all have some type of synthetic thing in them. Even if they're leather on the bottom, there's still synthetic lining or something.
Yeah. Dude, I couldn't even find plain cotton socks on Amazon. It's some polyester and other shit.
Yeah, bro. You know what I mean?
It's like a
I can't not stand socks. Oh, God. I'll never wear those things.
Yeah.
I hate the way they make my feet feel. But you know what?
They don't even make regular socks anymore. They got plastic in it.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Dude, I used to what do you call it? I used to wear like always want my socks. I wear black socks, always make sure they're matching. And then I went through with like ankle socks, and then like the higher sock, all these different sock phases and stuff. And like I hated the way my feet would feel in shoes without socks. And like now, dude, it's a trip. Like when I first started going barefoot, my feet would hurt, especially from standing up like inside the house, like on something that's not natural, like the linoleum or something. My feet would like hurt, but they don't hurt anymore from that. But now when I wear shoes, within like 5 minutes, dude, I start like I get so uncomfortable. I just want to take them off because my feet have actually widened out, and so when I put the shoes on, it's crunching them back together again, and it freaking hurts, dude.
I think you've adapted to what people did for thousands of years, and then now you're but in modern society, it's expected to wear shoes.
Dude, let me tell you this: if you're trying to hook up with a chick that you just meet, wearing no shoes is probably one of the worst things you can, you know what I mean? But if you don't care about that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Then, because yeah, dude, the looks I get from people when I don't have shoes on, I can imagine. I don't honestly, I don't even care anymore, really.
But in the past, it was normal. I think most people probably didn't wear shoes a couple thousand years ago.
Dude, my mom was telling me even in the 60s when they started first coming out with a no shirt, no shoes, no service, people were protesting it for the no shoes. Now, I mean, now you people got oxygen inhibitors and grounding inhibitors. You know what I mean?
What you need is some shoes that ground you. You need metal on the bottom of your shoes. You need metal. You need a metal connector to your feet to the bottom of the shoe.
I mean, they have those kind of shoes, but I just don't think anything gets you grounded like bare feet. Yeah, they do, but I don't think anything gets you grounded like bare feet, though.
Well, of course. Yeah, that's of course. I'm trying to make a trade-off for modern culture or society.
Yeah, no, you could make them with like, dude, you could even get like these things that ground your car, but what it does is it drags behind your car.
Well,
I mean, so these. Yeah, I have one. They wear out after a while from dragging on the road, though.
That's kind of funny because when it rains and I'm driving, my 12-volt fuse likes to go out because it's not grounded. The car's not grounded.
Yeah.
And it makes you wonder what else is frying in the car, electronics.
Bro, if you got if anybody who has an all electronic car, they're sitting right above that battery, and that battery is putting out so much EMF. It's crazy, so bad for you.
I didn't know that. Oh, I need to cover that thing up, man.
You have an electric car?
I need to put some aluminum around that or something.
Is your car all electric?
Oh, it's not. No. I was just thinking about my lead acid battery.
Oh yeah, I mean that's bad, but the electric car batteries are way worse, bro. Those batteries are really bad.
Wow, I never thought about that, dude. That's scary.
Yeah.
Oh, a Tesla would be putting out a lot of EMF.
No doubt, dude. Absolutely.
There's one more reason not
even
to
electric bikes, dude.
So
it's funny how they have it.
What? Sorry, what?
I was saying they got like they're making everything go all electric now, and it's worse for the environment and it's worse for your body.
Oh, I know all about how it's bad for the environment and manufacturing, mining, all that. But I didn't know. I never thought about the EMF from an electric car. I don't know why I never thought about that. That's scary. They're trying to microwave everybody.
They are. Oh, speaking of microwaves too, that's another thing. I stopped using microwaves probably like.
Oh, I haven't used a microwave in 10 years, dude.
Yeah, bro. It's probably been like 3.5 for me, almost 4. And I once my mom did a what do you call it? Where you know, where they give you like the placebo effect. She microwaved something and then changed the plate that it was on and tried to act like she heated it up on the stove just to see if I noticed. And the first bite I took, it tasted like the food was rotten, dude. I spit it out. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, the microwave.
Terrible. Microwave food tastes really bad. It's all soggy and stuff.
Well, if you eat microwave food regularly, it doesn't taste bad. But once you stop and then you haven't done it for a while and you do, you could taste the difference, dude.
Oh, like you get some Chinese food, which is again processed GMO stuff. But if you heat it
Yeah.
up in a stove, it tastes fresh, like you just got it from the
Yeah.
Chinese joint. But if you put it in a microwave, it doesn't taste the same, man.
Nah.
But
Anything you put in a microwave,
a friend of mine had a roommate who had a microwave, and every morning he would make his coffee. He'd heat it up in a microwave, and he would stand in front of the microwave, and the
Yeah.
microwave at his neck height, right? And he eventually got throat cancer.
Yeah, dude, it's just no joke. You know that if you take a microwave apart, even if it hasn't been in use for like 10 or 15 years, right? Let's just say it's been sitting somewhere, not even plugged in for 10 or 15 years, and you take it apart and take out that Megatron, you can actually die, shock yourself to death. It still holds a charge after that long, charge enough to kill a person.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and you know, if you take a microwave apart and look at that thing is it's welded into a metal plate with a metal box. Like you need a grinder, like a good grinder, to get that thing off.
Hey, Toby said if you microwave water and let it cool off, it'll kill your plants.
If you microwave water and let it cool off and then give it to the plant, oh yeah, I'm sure it would. Because the water's restructured. The water's restructured.
I've heard it. I had a friend of mine tell me about structuring water. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's more energy dense if you do it the right way.
Oh yeah.
Hydrogen. Yeah.
Oh yeah, dude. I want to know about that, dude. The HHO. Fuck.
Yeah, a friend of mine was telling me there's a way to structure the water to make it more energy dense to get more hydrogen.
Dude, that makes so much sense because the people I know who are working on it, they say, "Oh, just tap water, or whatever." But it makes sense that you'd want to get the distilled water and then restructure the water before you even do anything with it. Like, you know, however you do it with music or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's the whole point. Yeah, it makes it more efficient. It just makes the whole process more efficient. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes so much sense, dude.
There's a special thing you make that you put the water in that structures it for you. It uses almost no energy, but it increases the energy output a multiplier.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's right, dude. You know, you guys ever heard of Orgonite?
Oh, I've heard of that, but I don't know much about it. Okay, the thing about structuring water is what it's got to do with resonance.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You can structure it just by playing Beethoven.
What do you know about Orgonite? I've heard of it, but I don't know anything about it.
Well, I've been making it for years now, bro, and like it's been a long journey. Like basically, I have to smurf all the things. You know what smurfing means, right?
No.
Like, you know, when you smurf stuff, you can't just go get everything at one store. You have to go and get like parts of it in little increments at different places because they don't just sell it all at one place. You know what I mean?
I'll remember
it's like
that. Name.
Yeah, I've been smurfing. You have to smurf to get that stuff, and you also have to smurf the information too. And
wow,
because there's a lot of
smurf. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah. But yeah, I've been making it, and when you make it right, what you do to test it after you make it is you set it. You get a glass of water from the sink, and then you squirt a couple drops of like blue food coloring in there, and instantly it disperses and turns the whole cup blue, or all the water blue. You know what I mean? As soon as you put it in, like within seconds, it disperses. You know what I mean? Yeah. And you put it in the freezer overnight with the Orgonite on top, and if the Orgonite's made right, when you pull the cup of water out the next morning, you'll see the blue dye all in a perfect swirl in the middle of the water, and the water is all clear. That's how you know you made it right. Yeah.
Oh, cool, dude.
Yeah.
And Orgonite, is that like a thing that repels bad EMF? It restructures it into good EMF.
Yeah, I mostly do it because the stuff that I make breaks up the chemtrails over my house. So I see them spraying, and then all of a sudden it just stops coming out of their airplane, and then once they pass my house, it starts again.
I put a grounding rod. I put a few grounding rods on my dad's house.
Yeah, that's good. Did you put just a rod, or did you put a pipe?
Oh, I had it professionally done. I had an electrician come out and put grounding rods on top of his house.
Oh, on top of his house?
Yeah, they're called lightning rods.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I did that.
Yeah.
I did that though, so his area is grounded.
Okay.
You
Yeah,
think
I'm not exactly sure what that does as far as I don't know if it breaks up the chemtrails or not. Those grounding rods,
it
they
actually
might do it.
prevents the house from getting a lightning strike. Not most people know that a lightning rod will redirect lightning, but what most people don't know is it has a grounding effect in the area around the house and prevents the house from getting struck by lightning. And what it
Okay.
does is it causes radiation in the air to be redirected through the lightning rods, and
Yeah.
it lowers EMF around your house.
Okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I read a lot about it, but I don't know. I'm not an electrician. That's all. That's all I know about it. I don't know the specifics.
Yeah.
But it has an effect where if you were to have two identical houses and one has lightning rods on it, then lightning will actually it's less likely for lightning to even strike it. A lot of people think
Yeah,
it attracts lightning, but I mean, it doesn't do that. It actually prevents lightning from the static in the air. It prevents the static from accumulating because
Okay.
the static is constantly being redirected through the lightning rod all the time in the air.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So the chem busters that I make, I use copper, like 1 inch or 3/4 copper pipes. Or sometimes like 1/2 inch, even if it's a small one. And then what I do is I take the the cap for the copper pipe and I put it on one end, and then I'll weld it just like a little bit of like weld it with like that silver welding. You know what I mean? Just like with the regular torch, just not weld it, but seal it on there with that silver so it's airtight. And then put a terminated crystal sticking terminated side up down the pipe. And then at the tip of it, I'll have like a copper coil that's wrapped around the top of the pipe, and then the crystal is wrapped inside the copper coil pointing up. So like the terminated crystal pointing up. I don't know what it does exactly, but it creates some type of vortex where the chemtrails just like evaporate. Like they don't even come out of the thing. You just stop spraying. But then once it passes where you have that, it starts spraying again.
That's interesting, man.
Yeah.
It's like we're being attacked, man, by all the different different angles here.
Most definitely. So a long time ago, I got all the ingredients that I needed. You'll never find any one person that says like it's a definitive specific amount of ingredients that you need. Different people use different things, but pretty much it's like all along across the board that like use black iron oxide, copper grain, and terminated crystals, and then anything else you add from that is good. I personally don't think aluminum is good because Henry Reich, the one who created the orgonite, said that he don't use any aluminum, but some people put aluminum pieces in there. I don't like to use them, but if you try to buy these ingredients online, they only sell the black iron oxide, and they like trying to find a 10-pound bag of that stuff's pretty hard. You can find it, but it's just in like 1 pound bag, 1/2 pound bag, 3 pound bags, and sometimes like the 5 pound bags. But yeah, you could find the 10-pound, or you could just order a bunch of 5 pound bags. But there's a reason why you have to smurf this stuff. You only get it in increments. You know what I mean? But so you get the black iron oxide powder and the copper grain, and you layer it in I use Eco epoxy resin, which is like food grade resin, meaning like you can make dishes and plates out of this. They say you can. I wouldn't do it, but basically it's odorless and it's completely see-through. It's what like good companies make surfboards out of.
Cool.
So basically it's like you need a gallon of the hardener and a gallon of the the resin, right? You mix them together one for one, and a gallon of each one of these is like $269. So basically, to get the 2 gallons that you need to, it's like upwards around $500-600, five something, or like, you know what I mean, for both of these gallons, and that's getting it like the cheapest you can get, like on Etsy or Amazon, you know, eBay. If you buy them from a store, it's like double the price.
Man, you know a lot about and this is how you make Orgonite?
Yeah, it's how you make Orgonite and how you make Chembusters. Some people call Orgonite Chembusters, but Chembusters has pipes in it, whereas Orgonite's just like a mixture of these things. It's in whereas like the Chembusters.
This protects your house.
Well, yeah, I mean, I've actually witnessed, like, if you put it in your backyard, you'll see hummingbirds and ladybugs just flock to this stuff. You know what I mean? Like,
that's cool, man.
And stuff, butterflies and stuff. They like being around it. I don't know why. They say animals like it too, but all I've really witnessed it doing is breaking those chemtrails up in the sky. So I know it's doing something right.
Hey, I don't make I mean, you make the stuff, but I can find Orgonite on Amazon, right?
Oh yeah.
I think I might buy me
just
an
like
Orgonite thing.
you'll see a lot of it on there. I don't know about net lately, but I'm sure you will. You'll see a lot of it, and some of it's superfluous, meaning like basically meaning like the way a lot of people, like a lot of these new age people, use crystals and stuff.
Yeah.
It's they're adding like an air of, I don't even know if this is a word, superfluity to it. They're like dumbing it down, basically. You know.
Hey, do you know of any good real Orgonite stuff? Not fake stuff, but real stuff on Amazon. If you could post it, you know, I mean, buy me a small Orgonite thing just to put on the table. You know, well, it would be healthy, right?
I'll make you some, and then I'll charge you like basically just like the price of the supplies and the shipping and handling, bro.
That sounds like cool,
I'll make some and send you some. You know what I mean? You could DM me your address or whatever, or you have a PO box, and then I'll find out how much the shipping is. Shipping's become really expensive lately, but yeah, I can find out that, and then because I was selling it for a while, but then
you could make me something I could just put on the coffee table. That would be healthy for the environment, right?
Oh yeah.
I'd pay you, yeah. I'd send you Bitcoin.
Okay, that's cool.
That's cool, man. I mean, how much would that cost to put the Orgonite thing on it? How much would that run me to get Orgonite on the coffee table?
I mean, like, just depending on how big you wanted it. Like, I got pyramids that are the pyramid is like 4 by 4 by 4 by 4, like around the bottom part, and then it's 6 inches high. But I don't have to make it that big. I can make it like half that size. It just depends on how much I pour in there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But for like a big full pyramid, I'd probably charge like, I don't know. Besides shipping, normally I would charge like for like one of those full pyramids, like $80 to $100.
Okay.
But you know what I mean? Just depending on like how much the shipping and handling is, though, you know.
Yeah, I could say something like that, and then I don't know much about it, but I keep hearing about it. That it's good, really good for the environment around you.
Yeah.
And you can like put it on your body, right? And it will help you too, right?
Like, so they have like Orgonite like little like flat square things or circles that people put on their phones and stuff.
Oh, I heard it. I forgot. I think I saw that somewhere on the internet.
Yeah. So like, I think sometimes people are under the misconception that like one little piece is going to protect them all around from EMF, because just think about how a frequency goes out is the same way as like when you throw a pebble in a pond. The circle that it produces at first is really thick and prevalent, and as it widens out in every direction simultaneously, it gets less and less prevalent until it disappears. And basically, frequencies are just like light, and frequencies and sound. They all basically come under the same spiral type of formation. and the further out they go, the weaker they get. You know, it's pretty much universal across the board with light, sound, frequencies. You know what I mean? Water. And so imagine that frequency coming at you, and then you have the orgonite. Now I don't know how many inches or centimeters or feet the orgonite pushes out something, but I don't imagine it's that. I don't imagine it's what do you call it? It can't, like, basically, it's not gonna put you in like a bubble where like this stuff bounce the EMF. Do you know what I mean? So basically, the more you have of it, the more it. Basically, it's just like it blocks it, and I think it bounces off of it. Or I honestly, I really don't know what it does.
Well, I think what it might do is it transmutes bad, negative, or harmful radiation into less harmful, right?
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, it might take out the positive ions out of because, you know, in the, like, the electrical world, everything's inverted compared to, like, positive's good for us and negative's bad, but in, like, the electrical world, it's vice versa. You know, because think about, like, when you touch a car battery.
It's transmuting, it's altering the frequency or something. It's because I don't think it can't store unlimited energy. So I think it's transmuting energy.
Yeah, it probably is. It probably is.
Now, I don't know anything about it. I'm just trying to make sense of it, but you know.
Yeah. No, I've seen old videos. I've even not ones that are not even that old, but like black and white ones, but even modern day ones where people have these. They use Henry Reich's. Sorry, somebody was yelling outside. They use that Henry Reich's what he did, and basically it's like it looks like a giant Gatling gun. You know what I mean? And it's plugged in to some type of electrical source. I don't know if it's hooked up to a battery or what, but it looks like a giant Gatling gun. And I mean, the thing's probably like 8 to 15 feet long, and the pipes alone are probably like 8 feet maybe on it, and then it'll have like six or eight of these pipes with like cords coming off of them, just like a Gatling gun. You know what I mean? And once it gets going and they aim it at the sky, dude, within like 6 to 10 hours, it starts raining. And then within like 16 hours, it's pouring, dude, and lightning starts coming out and shit.
That's funny.
Yeah. So these things, like, you've heard of rainmakers. Literally, these things create gnarly rainstorms.
You know Battle Mod, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he explained to me that the natives do a rain dance, and when they do the rain dance, they kick up a bunch of static in the air, and it creates a storm. And he went into great detail. That's just the basics of it. He went into great detail.
That makes sense, actually.
What's that?
That makes a lot of sense. It actually makes a lot of sense because they're creating that piezoelectrical static.
Yeah. I'm just trying to give you the basic that I could remember, but he went into really extensive detail about how the kicking up static, and the longer they would dance, the heavier it would really rain. And you know, I didn't, until he said that, I thought it was just superstition, but he broke it down, like, you know, there's a huge scientific explanation for this.
Dude, that makes a lot of sense, actually.
Yeah.
And I bet you the Indians were all barefoot, though, to make it work.
That's what they would do, probably, yeah.
Yeah.
I would like to get me some sort of orgonite thing, just because I don't have anything like that. So I'd like to have one orgonite thing to put on the table. You know, you probably have a bunch of orgonite stuff.
Yeah, I'm in the process of making some more. Dude, I stopped doing it for like a year, bro, and then I just got motivated about a week ago to start up again. You know, because I had left. Huh?
I'm kind of tripped out by all of the attacks they're doing with microwaves and smart dust and everything. It's just blowing my mind, man.
Yeah. I'm pretty much used to it right now, and so, like, it doesn't really scare me anymore at all. And in the beginning, though, dude, I was freaked out by it. Sometimes I would be screaming at this stuff, dude, like a crazy person. People thought I was going crazy.
You live in the city?
Yeah.
Man, that sucks, because the increasingly people are getting 5G cell phone, 5G towers everywhere, and just
Yeah.
general radiation is increasing, ever increasing.
Yeah. Yeah.
You got to
For
escape
sure.
the country, man.
All I feel like I could really do at this point right now, since I'm not in a position to move away from here, is just go barefoot. You know what I mean?
Hey, that's improvising.
Yeah.
Stay grounded.
Because like, if you think about it, when you see a lightning strike something on the ground, if you look at a slow motion of the video, the lightning never hits anything from the sky down. Something from the ground jumps up and meets it in the air.
Yeah,
A piece of
I've
lightning
heard
from
of
the ground jumps up. So with all the dirty electricity in our body, I imagine it's bouncing around like a wasp in like a Ziploc bag, right? Just bouncing around inside of us. And what it does is basically it creates like swelling, different, your leg, whatever. Yeah, it swells up because it doesn't allow our red blood cells to rejuvenate. And that's why people are getting all these crazy sicknesses. Now, doctors in other countries like India and some doctors in Europe, right when they first start their PhD, their doctor, whatever, they're given the information right away that EMF directly affects people with diseases, viruses, and all that stuff. But in this country, they're not told that at all. They don't have any education about that, so they have no idea when you bring up something about EMF, they're like, oh, they'll like laugh at you or whatever, and then they'll put you like behind an X-ray machine or an MRI or whatever. And the thing is that dirty electricity, the same amount that leaves our body when we're grounding, like by being barefoot, is replenished by the good electricity that comes up from the ground. You know what I mean?
Oh, I never
It's
thought
like
about that.
yeah, I don't think any amount of dirty electricity leaves more than good electricity comes inside of us. It's like an even distribution, but that distribution's cut off when we have rubber soles. You know what I mean?
That makes a lot of sense, man. I don't like walking around barefoot, but your logic is sound. It makes sense.
Yeah.
It's just culturally not normal, but I mean, I'm comfortable wearing shoes. I wear boots, but your logic, man. I'm wearing boots that have rubber soles, so what that means is I don't have a connection to the ground.
You're insulated.
Yeah, and that's not healthy. I get your logic.
No.
You're right.
Yeah.
But again, I told you, I don't. My biggest, I call it a phobia. I don't like the idea of bugs biting at my legs and my feet and stuff.
Yeah.
But you don't really have to deal with that because you're in the city.
Well, I mean, there's bugs everywhere, bro. I mean, dude, I've stepped on glass before. I've stepped on dog shit. It's rare though, but you know what I mean? Because it's weird once you start going barefoot. Like, dude, I'd say like I started noticing this probably like 6 or 8 months ago. So it took me over a year to really realize that that it's almost like a sixth sense of where you're walking. You know what I mean? It's hard to explain, but like I don't know. It's like when I'm walking, like I can go hiking, bro, barefoot, in the trail. I'm stepping on decent sized rocks. You know what I mean? Little rocks, big rocks, whatever, what have you. And it's like I'm just like I don't know. It's weird. It's like a sixth sense about how to walk on things without hurting myself.
Subconsciously developed an extra sense to walk more carefully.
Yeah, dude, and it doesn't slow me down at all. So it's I can't really explain it, dude. But the only time I'm really looking at the ground is when I'm hiking on trails where there's like a lot of grass and it's like summer. All I'm looking for is to make sure I don't step on a snake. That's the only thing. That's really, honestly, that's the only thing I'm really tripping on is stepping on a snake up in like the hills,
Yeah, what you're doing was probably normal a couple thousand years ago. I bet everybody did that.
It's probably normal a couple 100 years ago.
Not sure, but definitely in the past, yeah.
Yeah. Well, think about all the commercials they have push, getting the kids to rock those J's. In the 80s, they were talking about how kids were getting jacked for their sneakers and they just pump these shoes up like crazy, Yeezys and Michael Jordans. And then think about like women, how like if a woman doesn't have at least 10 or 20 pairs of shoes, she's just a piece of shit, basically, in this society, you know what I mean?
Oh, I've worked for wealthy people. I go in their house and they have rooms and rooms of nothing but shoes. The wife.
Yeah.
I've seen that before.
So there's a movie called Earthing, right? And you can watch it on YouTube. It's free. And basically, this lady is saying that just like with most women, when they have newborns, the baby's crying uncontrollably and they can't figure out what it is. Is the baby hungry? Is his ear hurt? And the doctors give you different explanations of what it is, but it's really hard to know what it is, right? Because the baby's not hungry or anything. Dude, yeah. So the lady went outside and, she had like just a tank top on, and then the baby was like bare against her chest, and she was barefoot. And within like 10 minutes, the baby stopped crying. She realized that the baby was getting grounded through her body because she was touching the ground. She started taking the baby outside every day, and the baby never cried anymore.
That makes sense. I bet the sunlight helps too.
Oh yeah, most definitely, yeah. But you get grounded at night too, you know.
A lot of people don't even get sunlight anymore. They're sedentary.
I know. Yeah. Moonlight's good too, though. Moonlight is good.
I don't know. I'm scared of the moon, man.
Really?
I avoid the moon. Yeah. I believe the. Now, hey, I could be wrong. I'm using the word believe because I don't know.
Yeah.
But I suspect that the sun is good and the moon is evil.
No, I think they're both good in moderation.
Oh. I never thought about that. You think they're both good, huh?
Yeah, well, because actually the moon is female and the sun is male. Yeah. Now, if we were on the old calendar, we'd be going off the moon cycle, which is a woman's menstrual cycle. That's why, me personally, I believe that's why we get the blood moons, is because it has to do with the menstrual cycle. Women's menstrual cycle.
You're right about that, and I also think the moon is female and the sun's male. But
yeah.
But I suspect that the moon's evil.
Oh really?
No, I just you never thought about that?
Yeah, I used to think something along those lines because like they do bad shit at night and everything, and they basically worship the setting of the sun. I used to think that they were sun worshippers, but I come to realize they're sunset worshippers.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, they even have the temple of Set. Basically, like that was supposedly Lucifer's name in the garden. It was Setinel, or they call him Set for short. But yeah, the setting of the sun, because the sun when it's setting, it appears to make a cross on the horizon of the ocean before it sets, and it's like to them it's symbolic and literal. Like it's the dying of Jesus on the cross, and then basically like and he disappears, and then it's darkness. So they're like sunset worshippers basically.
I never thought about that. The connections, temple is set and sunset. Probably the opposite of sunrise.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
However, I do still suspect the moon is evil. Yeah, I don't have anything to substantiate this. It's just a vibe I got. An example is the sun makes the plants grow. Although the moon has an effect on life too. It might make some plants flower. I don't know, but anyway, generally though, it seems like the sun gives good warm energy, and the moon gives cold energy. Somebody said the moon is just a nightlight. That's funny, but the moon gives us cold energy, and death is cold. Dead people are cold.
Yeah.
And but
you said about the plants. There's actually hundreds of flowers and plants that only open up and bloom at night because they take the moonlight.
You're probably right about that. It has its place, but in general, though, yeah, you're probably right about it. But generally, the moon is cold. It puts out a cool energy, and I think of it like I think of it taking, because the sun gives energy to the world, and I think the moon takes energy, and it's like an electrical circuit. When the ground is the ground. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And the sun is positive and the moon is negative, and the sun is giving us the good energy, and the moon is like harvesting our energy. I can't prove that. That's just my perspective.
I think they're intrinsic with each other, and if one just existed without the other, we'd die really quick.
You're probably right about that.
It's got to be that perfect balance.
You gotta have
But
both
yeah,
good and evil.
I think
Yeah.
too much of either one, isn't necessarily good. Although obviously, I'd rather choose the sun for my energy than the moon. But I've always been a night owl. I always like going out at night. I just feel more comfortable at night. It's weird. I've been doing that since I was a little kid.
Oh, I'm biologically a night owl. No matter how much I try to change it, like I can get up early in the morning and it's just always a struggle. But I done it. I was in the military. I've worked many jobs. I've had to get up early. But as soon as I have a few days off, I'm up all night.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
I just can't help. And you know what? When the sunrise happens is when I suddenly get extremely exhausted. You know, once the
Me
sun
too,
comes
bro.
up.
Yeah.
Do you know about that?
Yeah, I do. I noticed though, as long as I go to sleep before the sun comes up and it's still dark, I'm good the next day. But if I go to sleep and it's light out, I'm like screwed off for the day. You know?
I noticed my natural sleep cycle, I'm a night owl, and there's two kind of people. There's early birds and night owls, and the early birds don't understand us. They think
Yeah,
we're
I
crazy.
know.
They think we're
Yeah.
just they think we don't understand or something. They can't imagine. But the thing is, I understand. They spring up in the morning and they're full of
Mhm.
energy and they're tired in the late afternoon, the early evening. I'm the opposite.
Yeah.
When the
Yeah,
sun,
me too.
I get the further into the afternoon, I get more and more awake, and then
Yeah. Me too.
you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying that when the
You
sun
you
hits me,
cut out.
it
You
just
cut out.
brings
You
out.
cut out there for a second, though.
Hit the wrong. Sorry, I'm doing the. Yeah, I'm trying to say when the sun rises, though, it hits me like a hammer, dude.
Yeah, me too.
I've really struggled with this, and I strongly believe I'm genetically, biologically a night owl, and there's no way to change it.
Yeah, could be.
I was working in a factory recently, and I was working the day shift, and they were short on both shifts. But I probably should have took the night shift. But I really keep trying hard to not be a night owl. But I just I don't want to be a night owl. But I mean, with the reason why I'm happy to be who I am, but I'm not compatible with modern society. That with the clock, it requires us to be up
Yeah.
during the day, and I'm
I'm
just
not either. I'm so bad, dude. Like,
biologically compatible with that.
yeah, me neither, bro. Like, I can't. I'm so bad at sticking to appointments or anything during the day with anybody. Like, I'm the worst, dude. I'm so bad.
I gotta have afternoon appointments. Morning appointments are horrible.
Yeah, I can't do it either.
But
I especially I don't like being around all those people in the morning, dude.
All my best friends are early, they're the opposite. They're early birds. I'm the only one in my circle that's a night owl.
Yeah, that makes sense.
They all give me shit for it too, but they don't get it.
Yeah.
Dude, I've worked jobs where I'm on the day shift for a year and a half straight. But when I get a 3-4 days off, I'm up all night, man. I can't help it.
Yeah. Dude, I was a inmate firefighter for like almost 2 years. We had to get up hella early every day.
I respect that. That's cool, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, getting up and getting to the job is the hardest thing for me. But other people, that's easy. And when I do the job, I may be up there among the best. The job itself is not that difficult. It's just getting there. Other people is the opposite. They can get there and they can't do the job very well.
Yeah. I think jobs are easy, especially when they're just physical requirement jobs. They're pretty easy. Where there's not much thinking involved.
Easy, yeah. I've had some difficult. Most jobs are easy. It's just getting there is the struggle, man.
Yeah, pretty much.
I probably should just embrace it and just work night jobs. I probably should just give up. Give up trying to be normal and just work at night. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, I used to feel that guilt feeling of not being like a normal person in society for a long time, and just like I just came to a point where like there's nothing now that really makes me feel guilty about anything. And like, cause I used to be like, sometimes I'd wake up and like right before it was getting dark, or like be like, damn, I'm already like so old and I don't have like a permanent job, and like I don't have kids, and like I'm just wasting my life away. And like I used to have these little voices in my head, and dude, I don't feel that. I'm like, I kicked those things out a long time ago, dude. Yeah.
Oh, I'm still going through that right now, buddy.
Yeah. I think learning about the Morgellons really and these things in my body really made me like not give a fuck anymore. Kind of like once I got over that fear, I just really didn't like, because I'm like, dude, you guys are walking around with like nanofibers in you, and all you guys care about is like the latest thing on TikTok, or like what's going on in like some bullshit, dude. You know what I mean?
We're under nano attack. We got bigger problems.
Right? We got bigger problems than these plays that they're shooting in other countries, you know, these films and stuff.
Man, I don't watch television, dude.
Cinema Verite.
I don't watch television or movies at all. I did watch a movie yesterday for the first time in years, because you know, I saw a clip on YouTube. It's called Extraction. That was a really damn good movie. Yep.
Was that about something in people's bodies?
What was it? What
was it about? Something inside people's bodies?
No. Actually, there's been a few movies with the same name, but the recent one about a mercenary that went to Bangladesh to save some drug lord's son. It's fiction, you know. I don't like fiction.
Yeah.
I like reality. But man, it was a damn good movie. I saw a clip on YouTube and I had to see that. I downloaded that. That was a damn good movie. But anyway, otherwise, I don't watch movies. That I saw that one like yesterday or the other day. But anyway, I haven't otherwise seen a movie in like 10 years, dude.
Yeah, I think basically anything on the news. I mean, literally anything on the news or anything in the movies. The news is all fiction, and the things that are in movies, especially like Disney movies, are things that they took from the lost books of the Bible. They've watered them down and mutated them, and they sell it back to us. Something that's supposed to be free, they give to us watered down at a price, you know, and they pervert it too. Like the sword and the stone and all those things are from the Bible, dude.
Hey, I do suggest you see that Extraction movie. The latest one. There's different movies of the same name that are unrelated, but that movie was great, man. But anyway, I don't watch movies though. But you know, you're talking about the books in the Bible. This there was a book that supposedly was about Jesus that's not in that they don't include in the Bible, so it's not official. But I forget the name of it, but it's where Jesus was healing people of parasites. Have you heard about that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't forget the name
dirty
of that
spirit,
one. But,
unclean spirits.
Say what?
Unclean spirits.
Yeah, well, specifically parasites. I forget the name of this book, but it was about Jesus, and I can't say that any of these books are true or false. I mean, I'm not the one to tell you it's the truth because I wasn't around 2,000 years ago. But it's a very
if it was even that long ago, you know what I mean?
Say what?
As far, dude, for all I know, dude, it could have been 200 years ago, bro.
Yeah,
I mean, our timeline's been completely restructured.
But okay, here's the thing: Jesus had a strategy in this book that it's one of these books left out of the Bible where he would say, if you have a vice, like you're eating something toxic for, let's say, 5 or 7 years, then that's how many days you have to stop doing it. If somebody was eating something unhealthy for 5 years, he has to quit for at least 5 days straight.
That makes sense. Like fasting, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, so I've been basically like for the past maybe almost a year, I haven't gotten too deep into it, but I've spent hours and hours on certain days looking into it. And like, I think the key to understanding our past is right where AD and BC split, because all throughout school, you know, I didn't go to college or anything. I got kicked out of school in 10th grade. So all my studies that I've done is basically self-taught. But from what I've seen in
brilliant engineers were self-taught. Yeah.
Yes. What I've seen in schools and stuff is they're still teaching people that in BC, they're still using an actual backwards timetable. So if somebody was in 400 BC and then 100 years later they're in 300 BC, people accept that nowadays. But like, who in their right mind really think that people in BC really counted time backwards? So
Yeah,
right
that's
there is
funny.
just the biggest lie. You know what I mean?
Well, also, what gets me is they used to use a different calendar completely. I think it was based on the moon.
Yeah, the Julian calendar. So yeah, it was based on the Julian calendar.
Oh, I didn't. Yeah.
So basically, from what I've surmised is that, dude, the BC switched over to AD right around the time of Julius Caesar being killed on the Ides of March, bro. Okay, so I think this is really significant because even the Skull and Bones, you know what that is, right?
Yeah, it's some college fraternity out of Harvard, right?
Yeah, it's Yale, but yeah, I would say it's the college fraternity. You know what I mean? It's like the top of the top, right?
Yeah, presidents.
Yeah. So basically, their number is 322, right? So it has a lot of different meanings, but if you start looking at the English language, which is the language of fallen angels, all the letters are symbols too, right? Now you could take any of these letters and you can turn them any direction you want, or flip them upside down, or flip them backwards, right? As long as you don't stretch them out or take something from them, basically. So a C is like a dome, and a V is like a pyramid, right? So CV is 322 in the alphabet. Now, if you look at 322 in Roman numerals, and it looks like a skull and bones, right? Not just that, but I think the 322 is somewhere like right around either the last week of the year or the first day of the year that they believe, because that's when Aries is beginning, right? And that's when the spring equinox is too, right? So think about this: when you count down on New Year's Eve, you go 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year. Like 321, and then it's 322. Okay, so
wow,
this is where I'm going with this. There's old Roman coin, you could Google it.
Pattern.
Yeah, so there's an old Roman coin, you could Google it. It shows up. You know, you even heard probably that old scripture. Jesus like, give to Caesar what is Caesar's. You know, because whose face is on that coin? Caesar's. Give to Caesar what's Caesar's, right? Caesar's face on that coin. The coin says, EID MAR. EID space MAR, right? That's supposed to stand for the Ides of March, bro. The date that he died on, right? Which is March 15th, which I think is the last week of the year. Starting from March 15th to 22nd is the last week of the year. That's what I believe. I might be wrong. I've heard a lot of people say April 1st is the first. I don't know, but I believe it's 322. So anyways, that's when Aries starts, right? So everything they do is inverse, right? So the starting of Aries, but they're going to call it die ram, right? Because Aries is the ram. So if you reverse the words on that coin, EID MAR, you have ram die, right?
Yeah.
Are you following me?
I'm trying to follow you. I'm seeing
Sometimes
you're decoding a pattern here. Yeah.
Yeah. So he died on the Ides of March, exactly 1 week before 322, right? And right around the time, maybe even on the time when BC split up to AD, right? Where I think that was a turning point right there of where they could, you know, I mean, I don't even know if it was 2,000 years ago, like they say, like who knows? But I know that story. And even the accuracy of the story, I'm not sure, but there's so many different things in our culture and in other cultures that all tie to this. It's now, trip on this. I see, like when I see newspapers and stuff like that, anything that unless you wrote me a handwritten letter and I know it's from somebody personal, anything I see that's printed on anything, when I look at it, it starts rearranging itself into like alphanumeric value. So I can't really enjoy anything I read, because I'm just trying to decode it. So it's like basically like this. The 6-5 is FE. That's flat Earth, right? In the alphabet, 6-5. Okay, so you got the 65 right there. And or imagine the FE or FEB, right? So they've put a lot of time and effort into making people think that we live on a globe, right? So the amount of time, effort, money, blood spilled, I mean, like, dude, it's probably immeasurable as far as our minds could grasp every single lie that's been told and every single death and cover up and, like, you know what I mean? Guilt trip. It's been going on for a minute now, dude. And we're talking like millions of people, right?
There's a lot of bodies in the closet.
Yeah. So one way I think that these people justify what they're doing, I don't know. Some people call it white magic, lesser magic. Some people call it justification. But basically, I know basically all evil people, bro, who are high up, you know, regardless of their religion or whatever, they all basically subscribe to one source, which is like, you know, the setting of the sun, and basically they all subscribe to one belief, and that belief is this: if you don't know what's going on and you can't understand their things that they've encrypted and stuff, because they call it putting the truth in plain sight. If you take everything just at basically face value and not look deeper into it, and you don't know that the earth is, even though all your senses tell you we live on a flat, non-moving plane, if you don't know that and you believe them, then you deserve to get tricked and fall in whatever pit you fall in, right? Because they say on Judgment Day, or whenever they feel accountable, we put it out there. You know, we put it out there for them, and if they didn't pick it up, then that's on them, right?
They try to absolve themselves of karma.
Exactly, bro. And you know what? This goes all the way down to like the lower level criminals. I'm talking about like just street kids that are robbing people because they need their fix, right? Like at my friend's recording studio, you know, he messes with some degenerate people, right? And like some dude came over there and, you know, pulled a gun on him, and just like basically my friend's low-hanging fruit, dude. He ain't gonna stand up for himself. Especially the gun's not even necessary, but dude pulled a gun on him, took some of his recording equipment, peeled him for his wallet right out of his pocket and everything. And I find out about it, I'm like, oh man, why you just give up yourself? Like, you're gonna have to kill me to take anything from me, and I know you're not gonna do it anyway. So basically, like, this person and a lot of people like this will justify them robbing my friend, even though they don't need to, right? But when people hit him up about it, they're like, oh yeah, well, you know, he said he was going to give me a ride, or he took my gas money, he never gave me a ride, and like, or he disrespected. They have to say some reason. They can't just be like, yeah, I jacked the dude, he's low-hanging fruit, and what? That they have to have some type of justification, even though it's not necessary, but it's something intrinsic inside people, even if they're really evil, right? So basically, it goes all the way up to the top of the pyramid, though. In their justification, they put the truth in plain sight. You'd be surprised how many times FE and 6.5 are encoded in our everyday language, and it's insane. So listen to this. The person that killed Caesar, his name was Brutus, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you've heard of Beware the Ides of March. Now, Brutus, listen to this, Brutus, so this is funny right here. So if March 22nd is the first day of the year, or somewhere around that time, give or take like 5 to 7 days, most likely forward like into April, but around that time is the first of the year. That means February, the end of February would be the, not all the way to the end, but like the last week of February would be the last day of the year, right? So, Trev, on this, February, break down that word. You have FE, flat earth, Bru for Brutus, and then Aries, the ram.
Whoa. Wow, now I see how it all fits together.
Yeah. Trip on.
Yeah, dude. I once met a wealthy Jewish man who was in DC, who was a mathematician.
Yeah.
Anyway, I can't really elaborate, but I'm just trying to say, you know, man, I think that these mathematicians are orchestrating a lot of the, like what you're saying here. The language is broken into numbers, like you described, and that's one of the ways they communicate.
Yeah, it's all shapes, numbers, and letters.
Yeah,
or symbols, shapes or symbols, whatever you want to call it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. And they do it, dude. They code stuff up. It's like there's reasons why things are called things. Like Dick's Sporting Goods, for instance. Like There's a reason why it's called Dick's Sporting Goods, and they're blatant about it. There's a reason why when you used to watch a cartoon as a kid, at the beginning of a cartoon, it would say Dick. And there's reasons why things are named certain things. Like newscasters have crazy, like they're putting all that stuff right there and mocking us, you know, and justifying what they're doing by doing that too. It's like a twofold for them, you know.
Yeah,
It's almost like it wouldn't be fun. It wouldn't be fun, huh?
You're talking about gematria.
Yeah. To a certain, yeah. I think just gematria though is too general and too narrow of a term for this. Like gematria is just one example. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just one example.
Yeah. So because gematria isn't basically dealing with like things turning from something you could read into like a shape or symbol. Gematria is just an alphanumeric calculation and it has different methods. You know what I mean? But it doesn't really deal with like symbolism.
A lot of people have no idea. Like you say, they look at it at face value or so. They don't know that when we're speaking in language, we're actually also speaking in numbers.
Absolutely. Yep. Everything. So like everything has a. If you read the book that they took out of the Bible, about the Book of Solomon, basically, there's tables in there that are basically they're times tables, and they're like giant squares with a bunch of little squares in them, and they have rows and columns of everything lining up perfectly, and everything has its own hour if you want to succeed at something. So when it's like in one layer of the firmament, you got like the watchers watching over us, which are like the stars basically, and then the other layer you got like the planets, which are like wandering stars, and then the sun and the moon are in their own layer, and all these things are like a combination lock, right? That you took off the wall and you laid flat down on the ground and you're spinning it, but you're able to like look through it and look at all the different, 360 degree flat objects or dials, you know what I mean, all spinning together. And when they align up in certain increments, that's when you do a certain thing, right? And it's like a times table. And now I realize like why the elite all do things at certain times. Like if you don't really pay attention, you won't notice it. But if you start paying attention to like, because basically like the way to look at stuff is like if you're listening to a song and it's all heavy metal the whole song, and then it breaks for like 5 seconds for whatever reason, it's completely out of sync with it, then that's the key that you're looking for. You're not looking for what is without, you're looking for what's within, basically, or vice versa. I mean, you know?
Yeah. There's hidden meaning in all these things. Everything they do, there's hidden meaning.
Yeah.
And that's like that's part of how they absolve themselves of karmic debt or whatever, karma.
Yeah.
Diabolical.
Yeah. I think by knowing what they do, it's actually given me a lot more answers about my creator, though, because things that I couldn't figure out about the creator, all I do is look at them and I figure it's the exact opposite down to every single detail, the exact opposite. If you just find the opposite of everything they're doing in every situation, it seriously like shows you what the creator's intentions are for us. It's the exact opposite. It's so crazy, bro. It's like the mirror image of Earth.
But you know what's funny? You mentioned the watchers are the stars. You associated that, and I noticed if I go outside at night and there's a clear sky with a bunch of stars, if I spend some time out there and complain at the stars, something really random will happen the very next day.
Oh yeah.
Here's an example.
That's right, bro.
I had some stupid drunk charge, and it was ridiculous. And I forget what it was. I think I answered the door, and there's a drunken fight or something. Anyway, so I had to go to like court, and I ran out of time. Like I needed a letter written, or something to get me out of trouble. And so I went outside and I started complaining at the stars. Within hours, like that morning, late that morning, a friend I hadn't seen in years, like 5-7 years, he drove all the way from the northeast, East Coast, drove all the way down here and wrote me a beautiful letter the day before I had to go to court.
Oh, that's cool, bro.
And that's just an example. I've had this happen to me a few times where when I'm in some kind of trouble or something, or I go outside and I just yell at the stars, and then something fucking sorry, pardon my language, something crazy will happen the following day. So yeah, you mentioned the watch. Yeah, I think the stars are watching us, like for real, dude. And there's power in the stars, and I don't know what it is, but it reminds me of the Truman Show. You know, where the camera dropped from the sky and it had like Sirius written on it or something. But you said it. You said the stars and the watchers or something like that. And I'm like, yeah, I think they're watching us. I'm not joking. And they have some kind of power that I don't understand. I gave you one example, but this has happened a few times with me. And it's something I very rarely do on a rare occasion. But so I kind of laid out a secret weapon, you know, like a card up my sleeve there. But it's worked for me so far. Every single time, I've done this a handful of times, and every single time that I had a big issue in my life, I go outside and I just yell at the star. I live in the middle of nowhere, deep in the woods in the country, you know. So you might make a scene if you did this in the city. You know what I'm saying? But I just go out there and I yell at the stars, man. And then I don't know what'll happen. Something will happen. What do you think about that? You still there, buddy? I'm just talking about how you mentioned the stars of the watchers. You still there, man? Anyway, I think it's got something to do with numbers, and I'm not sure what it is. But there's numbers in everything, man. I think we lost you there, Flatter Day.
Hello?
Hey, what's up, man? I was just talking about
sorry
the
about that.
stars, and I was talking about how you said the stars are the watchers.
Yeah, bro. They for sure are. They are, bro. And I think I'm gonna try doing that. What you said?
I was saying I live in the country, so I can go outside and yell anytime I like, but you live in the city, so you might cause a scene.
Yeah.
But I just go out
True.
there when I have a really big, challenging obstacle or something, or obstacle is not the right word. A challenge is a better way of phrasing it. But when I have a large event happening in my life, I just go outside and yell at the stars, and then it's a really rapid effect. This happened a few times. I've done this maybe a handful of times, and in the very next day, something happens. I hope I'm not jinxing myself, but maybe I'm on some kind of random coincidence streak or something. But I highly suspect that the stars do watch us. You know.
Yeah.
I figured that out by a random chance when I was desperate one day, and I was just upset, and I noticed it worked, and then I've done it a few more times.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to try that.
Yeah, man. I
For sure.
always do this when I feel like I'm in some sort of trouble. It's the only times I've done that before. But every time I did it, something super positive happened the next day.
That's right, bro. Yeah, I'm gonna have to try that.
I don't worship the stars, you know. It's just something that I've noticed. I don't. It's not part of my belief system. I'm just sharing an observation with you.
Yeah, no doubt, bro. Yeah, totally.
I don't claim to understand it, but you brought it up. You said the stars are the watchers. What do you think about that? I don't know how it works, but I've zoomed in on stars.
Did I cut out or no?
On camera. What's up?
Oh, I thought I cut out real quick.
I was just saying I had a Nikon camera and I've zoomed in on stars, and they look like pulsating geometry. I'm sure you've seen that on the internet, right?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
What the hell do you think those things are?
I don't know, but I've seen their counterpart actually on terra firma.
Oh,
not actually touching the ground, but hovering above the ground.
What do you mean?
So I've seen the closest thing that I can describe to the what they are as far as pulsating, or like you describe those things when you close your eyes and they like floaters or whatever. They aren't shaped like the floaters, but the way they move, like up real slow and then like they jerk down. You know what I mean? And then but it's slow. It's like they're not moving at a steady like one direction fluidly. They're kind of jerky, like in between, like being like glitchy or like jerky, where it goes like it suddenly stops and like goes a direction like real quick for a second. You know what I'm talking
about? You're talking about floaters?
Yeah. So when you see floaters, they're going up real slow, and then they come back down, and then as they're floating down again, they jerk up again real quick. Like they're not their flow is not completely smooth. You know what I mean? It's smooth for a second, but then it you know what I mean? Yeah. So basically this thing that I saw was doing the same thing as a floater. It would like rise up and then go back down, and it would jerk up again, right? So but it was shaped like something that has a circumference with like maybe one or two other circumferences in the middle, like it's almost dartboardish, right? But yet transparent too, and changing colors slightly, just to off earth tone colors, like from like off beige. Huh?
Where'd you see it?
So this is a trippy thing is, bro. I saw it from a giant web, bro. And the web where it connected to other parts of the web where it met, there was tiny white dots that I could see like in the sunlight, the way it was coming down, like the sunlight was just rising up and it was coming right through the tree, and I could see this thing. And I'm looking where the long strands are meeting, and where they meet, it's like a tiny white dot that like picks up light really well. And so with the P1000, I backed up a ways and zoomed in on it. And as I zoomed in on this thing, it starts turning. I'm zooming in on where that thing is, and it starts getting bigger, magnifying, and then it turns into as I'm looking at it with my eyes, it turns into that thing that appeared to be like a star, but it was not pulsating like a star. It wasn't even pulsating. You know what I mean?
No. This just reminded me of something unrelated, but this is kind of unrelated, but it reminds me because it's like starlight, or like how stars are different colors and stuff. And I was in my friend's driveway sleeping in my car. I forget why. I think because he has a lot of dogs or something. But and they got on my bed or whatever. Anyway, I was sleeping in my car in the driveway, and in the middle of nowhere, and in a forest, and I saw a tall human shaped creature, like a it wasn't a human, but it was very similar, and it was kind of tall, and it was transparent, and it was like the starlight. It reminded me of the stars. You know how they're different colors, but it was mostly blue, and I could see through this thing, and I was sitting in my car falling asleep, and I saw it standing in front of my car, a few feet in front of my car, and it was staring right at me, and it was some kind of entity, and it was I had a really clear view of this thing with my eyes, right? This was not my imagination. This thing was it was at night, and the stars and stuff were out, but I saw some kind of spiritual person one time, and and we were having a staring contest, and but I was kind of sleepy, and I kept closing my eyes and looking at it, and I stared at it for like 2 hours, and the thing just kept staring at me, and I eventually just said, well, It's not moving, so I just go to sleep. But it was, although it was transparent, it was not so transparent. Like this thing was really there.
Yeah.
You ever seen something like that?
Well, the thing that I saw, it was transparent, but it looked just like how a star looks, but in a way it didn't. Like when I zoomed in on it, it never moved into like the shape of like a hexagon or anything like a star shape does when you try to zoom in and out on it, right? And stars are for the most part they're pulsing, right? But this thing wasn't pulsing, but it still had the circuit. It was really weird because it was like right when I zoomed in on the where the web meets, like I zoomed way in on it, that thing that thing that I was looking at the spot turned into this thing, and then it started to drift up. And it went up and above me like 20 feet. So the thing's like probably like 40 feet away from, no, like maybe 30 feet away from me, and then like 20 feet in the air, right? And I'm looking at it in the backdrop. There's like an oak tree with the sun coming through. So I was able to see like really clearly at it. And it goes back down. And as I'm looking at it, it feels like it's another camera lens looking at me, or like some type of like artificial like ocular. You know what I mean?
I bet it was some form of some kind of spirit.
Yeah, so what I think it is I think spirit, electrical, EMF, what do you call it? Metaphysical. I think they're all one and the same thing.
Some kind of eye.
I think it's all the same thing, or different. They're all things that are like all part of the same network that we don't belong to. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at. There's like a grid, like a spiritual grid.
Yeah, the best example I could think of is when the one that they call Jesus, what he does is he gives a parable of somebody, and it's the only time he gives a parable, and he actually uses the people's names, the rich man and Lazarus, how Lazarus just got the scraps, and then from the rich man's table, and when he died, he was up in heaven, and the rich man was down on earth or in Hades, where it was really hot, which I think is one of the levels of hell. It's not the farthest level, but it's one of the levels like where the volcanoes come from. And basically he says, "Hey, I'm so thirsty. Would you just dip your finger in water?" Indicating like that Lazarus is up in heaven, standing in water, looking down. And he goes, "Dip your finger in water and just put it on my tongue." And Lazarus goes, "Dude, there's a chasm fixed between where I'm at and where you're at, where if somebody from here wanted to go there or vice versa, you wouldn't be able to. It's physically impossible." So he's describing like the barrier, you know what I mean? And basically, it's a pretty good example, I think, of like the description of that's even in the dumbed down version of the Bible that you could see as one of the bones that they throw you for flat Earth.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because the main thing.
I think the stars are hooked into some sort of spiritual grid that we don't really are not really normally perceptible to us.
Yeah, like basically like what was I going to say? Never mind, bro. I forgot what I was going to say.
You're talking about like a chasm between the spiritual world.
Oh yeah. So like they can't do what we do, which is like what they want to do the most which is like, hook up with women and have kids, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they're not able to do that unless like they so I don't know, somehow maybe possess a person, but even then it's still not the same thing. So like they're really envious of us, but yet they know us way better than we know ourselves, as far as like they've had thousands of years on earth and they've listened to the tongues of angels, so they know basically they can perform these false miracles, like go to a psychic and give you answers about what your grandpa did to prove that you're really talking to him. Like they can do stuff like that because they've been around, but they can't do anything like answer a future question. Like if the person who's getting a palm reading, instead of asking about a loved one that died, were to ask about what her son, who's a baby now, is going to be when he gets older, they won't be able to answer futuristic stuff, right? And so the only way they're able to do these things, it seems like, oh, how do they know how to do that? Is because they're running off an algorithm. Basically, they have all the information collected for the past however many thousands of years, and they're just using the pattern of it to generate what's coming ahead. You know what I mean? They can't actually guess it, but they do know everything that's happened up to this point because they've been around a long time. You know what I mean?
Man, you're laying out some heavy, deep spiritual stuff, man.
Does that make sense though?
Yeah, yo, I'm tracking, I'm following, man. You laying out some heavy shit. Never thought about that.
Yeah, it's all like, dude. There's an explanation and a logical thing for everything, even for what people call phenomena or whatever.
That reminds me of that entity that I just shared with you. That one time I had that staring contest. Because they're very patient. Because, like you just said, they've been here for thousands of years.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, like our time and everything, and the way we perceive everything, it's like it's not like their thing at all. You know. You know how even NASA talks about time, space, or space time. Everything NASA talks about are all the terms that like Carl Sagan or all these pseudoscientists have put out there. They're giving us half truths and everything. Even with extraterrestrials, they're giving us half truths. Like, you know what I mean? What they're doing is they're convoluting the truth with like these make-believe planets that we can go to in outer space and all this stuff, and like aliens on other planets and everything like that. Whereas really the planets and the stars are really just, you know, either dirty or clean electricity. They're either fallen angels or angels. You know what I mean? And so there's no way we can go to them. They're not like a land we can inhabit. Basically, they've taken like you know what I mean, an entity that they worship because it has special powers, and they've actually made it a land, you know, in people's minds that they can go to. You know what I mean?
Trippy, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, if we were to ever actually get close enough to land on one of those things, we'd probably get electrocuted. You know what I mean? We wouldn't land on them though. They land on us. You know what I mean?
You got me thinking about ghosts, man.
Well, think about it. Like, if everything they say is the exact opposite, if it's inverted, then instead of us being able to go to outer space to other planets, it would be them coming to us and inhabiting our body. We're their outer space. They're not our outer space. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Man, you got me scared now. I'm thinking, like, I hope I don't become a ghost someday.
Oh, you will die. You surely will die. That's the promise.
Yeah. People don't have a choice.
The only one who tells you're gonna live and you're not gonna die is the same lie since the beginning, but you're surely gonna die, trust me. But
you know what, though? I don't even necessarily believe that, bro. I don't know that for a fact. You know what I mean?
Read your Bible.
I'm just saying, like, although every single thing that's ever like we've ever talked to since we've lived has told us that we're gonna die, I've never experienced death, so I can't say for sure exactly the definition of it or if I'm going to go through it. You know what I mean?
Someone did.
I've died before, yeah.
But someone did.
Hey,
I mean, I'm not doubting that. I'm just saying, I don't know.
Hey, I died before and I was outside
Smurf.
my body, so
Smurf, I already told you, if you have died before, you would not be here anymore, okay? So you have not died.
Well, okay, you're probably right. What I mean is I've been outside my body, though, before, so I believe in...
yeah, me too, but I know that this is because I was still connected to my body was functioning. But once this body is dead, you're dead. That's a promise, you know?
I was just saying, my point is I believe that we're in this place, like, in temporarily. We're just temporarily in this experience, is my point.
And regarding these deceivers giving us half truths, which, you know, yeah, there is a certain half truth in certain things, but these people do not do this on purpose most of the time, because if they would actually know the truth about the creator and the very thing why they're here, they wouldn't do the things that they do. Because if you would really understand and ever tasted who the creator is, then you would do these dark and evil things that they do. But
I think
since they deceived, they do what they do. And I mean, it says in the scriptures that he will send them strong delusion whoever has pleasure in unrighteousness.
Yeah, I think you're spot on there.
Yeah, so it says, and with every wicked deception directed against those who are perishing because they refuse the love of the truth that would have saved them, for this reason, the God will send them a powerful delusion so that they believe the lie, in order that judgment may come upon all who have disbelieved the truth and delighted in wickedness. Which makes a lot of sense now. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's happening.
So there is a certain point where the creator says, you know what? I give you over to your carnal mind and you can have your pleasure in unrighteousness.
I kind of want. Sorry, I kind of wonder how we got here into this world, physical world. Because I believe we're spirits. We were just talking a lot about spirits and stuff, and this is like a fallen world, right? I mean, did
Yes.
we come from heaven and we go back there? What do you think?
So what I think is, you have been created in his image, and once two people, or once the man who was created in his image, who had free will, which was Adam and Eve, the man, the man and the woman, they both were already with the Most High. He was sometimes going around them. They were connected to him, but through free will, they chose to do their own thing, and then death and sin entered the world, and man was on its own, building things on the land and so forth without being in a relationship to the Most High, to their Father, and that's just how it went on. And then and in the at the end of the scriptures, the truth comes down, which is the son, his only son, who then dies, and he reverses this curse in order for people to have a relationship again with the Father. Actually, pretty simple. It's actually very logical why he did that.
When you say that sin entered the world, is it possible that, because I don't know where the Garden of Eden was, if it was in this world or not, and you're probably right that sin entered the world. Is it possible that Adam and Eve, when they were casted out of the garden, is it possible that they then entered this world, or was the garden in this world?
The garden was in this world, yes. It must have been, because they were made from the soil of the ground, right? The first man. But it's just all about the relationship that was destroyed because they chose to disobey their father, right?
And okay, so before they got in trouble, took the fruit and cast it out and all that. Before that, there was not sin in the world, yeah.
Yes, before that there was no sin because it was not committed yet.
Ah, yeah, that makes sense.
See, once they ate, it brought that forth. So by not eating, you can reverse it.
Haha, that's funny. We were just talking about fasting. Yeah.
Like you cannot reverse it, since your ancestors, who are Adam and Eve, have done it. You are already born a sinner, so there's no reverse. The only thing that can reverse it is the repentance and the receiving of the Holy Spirit, which was, given to us on the death on Golgotha, and that can get you back into a relationship with the Father, because the mediator is the way, the truth, and the life. That's his son, he's like a umbrella that took all the wrath that you and me and everyone else in here should have actually taken ourselves.
That's very logical, yeah.
Yeah, it is simple, man. There's nothing scary or complicated. People just tend to be scared like Adam and Eve in the garden and still try to hide because they think they need to. People think they will lose something once they get back into a relationship with their father, but actually you will gain everything and things you have not yet known of. That's the thing that I want to make people understand, but they seem to, be still in this hiding place in their life, in this fear of, oh no, I'm gonna have to leave things behind me and my whole life, and well, it's the same with flat Earth. It's just it's just the most important understanding of truth. And yes, you will lose friends, you will lose things, you will need to sacrifice things. But trust me, once you lose these things, they will actually make you free. Once you lose your life, you will actually gain life. And when you really tasted life, you can also taste death with no problem.
Very wise. When we talk about how we were born sinners because of what Adam and Eve did. When I think about it, I think of it like a crime scene, like our ancestors, Adam and Eve. It's like they did something, and it's like a crime scene happened, man. And then I'm trying to figure out what happened, and I feel kind of bad or guilty that our ancestors brought sin into the world.
Yeah, that's good, man. Me too. But I mean, not anymore. But I once did. Yeah, I realized that, and then I saw myself. Myself. When I started reading the Bible, I really saw myself, and or always hid from the truth of my heart and how things are very wicked within me. Right? I'm not better than anyone in this world. I'm not even better than some Bill Gates or some crazy Satanist or whatnot. The things that I have done, even if they're maybe in a smaller scale, have still contributed into the sinful society that we live in, right? Has contributed to hurt someone or has contributed to make this world a worse place, right? Because of the decisions that came out of my heart. So I realized I myself, I'm not better than anyone. So I need to repent and get right with the Creator before it's too late. As simple as that.
We've all contributed in different ways, including bad ways. We've all done this.
Exactly. I mean, if it's just making and someone else cry or be hurt because of our words or whatnot, right? It's just as little as that, but that's already breaking the law, right? And that's already contributing. And that's why it's actually being a hypocrite if you point out to other people in the world that maybe more evil in a bigger scale, but still you can see the same construct of wickedness within the heart that you also have as a potential, right? I mean, do you think once you get a lot of power and money that you won't try to keep it in a certain way? Or do you think you will be the nice hippie or whatever that's gonna bring world peace through the power of money and wealth that you have? No. Trust me, the wickedness of your heart will overcome you because you yourself don't have the strength to, be that what you first have desired to be,
Yeah, that's heavy, man.
I know.
I'm trying to be what I'm happen to be. People want to take my life away. Many men.
Oh yeah, that's happening too. They're trying to get rid of as many people as they can.
But hey man, it's really, I can only promise everyone who maybe heard what I said, it's not a scary thing to let your life go for him, because then you gain everything. And I'm not just saying this as a phrase or something, it's literally what it is. It really sets you free. There is no other freedom. Like, I've been through so many things, New Age, Buddhism like things, meditation, whatnot. I listening to frequencies, and so I try to find peace, being highly addictive to cannabis and other substances. But I couldn't find peace in this world, because it's not just how it works, unfortunately. No, it's
I've been through the same, except I never got into meditation. But otherwise, yeah, I've been through all the same. Yeah, still can't
Yeah.
find the peace.
That's what I'm saying. The only truth you can find is which came from above into the earth and really told you the simple things you need to do in order to be free, which is take up your cross, deny yourself, and follow him.
You laid it out very logically, bro.
Thank you. Yeah, I tend to make it simple, because at the end of the day, it is simple, right? You don't need anyone to do this. You don't need a pastor, a church, some guru to tell you to do a ritual or whatnot. The only thing you need is maybe the book and the author and a room for yourself where you can talk to him. But no, you don't even need to.
What book is that, bro?
Huh?
What book? You said all we need is the book. What book are you talking about?
The Bible and the author.
Which Bible though?
Doesn't matter whatever translation suits you. I would not suggest there's certain translations in English that are really bad. Can't really point out what they are exactly, because I read my Bible in German. So I could only suggest you in German what you could use, but
Are you talking about the books that they took out of the Bible?
You also don't actually need the Bible to repent. The first thing you actually do is acknowledge what is within you, and then talk to your father, right? And let it just put everything in front of him. Tell him every little dark thing that you have hid behind everyone, but it's in your brain. You're aware of the things you did, and you're gonna tell him that. And once you open up the book yourself, instead of waiting him to open up the book at the end of time, okay, where you open up every thought and everything you did, you're just going to open up yourself in front of him in order for him to carry that burden and set you free. And then you're going to say, I'm giving you my life and my trust and my heart and everything that I own. So you can own me, in a sense. Which is just total surrender. You're surrendering in front of your king, who is above. And you don't need the Bible for that. But the Bible will certainly help you further on in the moving along as a soldier to be protected as having a shield in this fallen, rotten world. Okay.
Man, I really appreciate this. I don't know what to say. Nobody's spelled it out like that.
Hey, no problem, man. I appreciate you even more to, that you appreciate this and that you're listening. That's just nice,
Hey,
nice to hear. From Germany.
Oh, okay. I knew you were from Europe. Yeah.
But it's not about me. I don't. I always try to point that out. The only reason why I tell you this is I just want to have people experience the same joy and love and forgiveness that everyone can have, right? Why should I keep my mouth shut about the greatest thing you can receive in life?
That's really cool, man.
You are cool, man, for listening. I appreciate that.
Well, thanks, bro. Yeah, I probably should try your strategy. I haven't tried that.
Yeah, you know, it's all about realizing the state that you're in, that you're hopelessly lost and you can't save yourself and you can't be your own Godhead or something like that. That's just the realization, being humble in front of the king who is actually the king of this world. Everything else that you will find in this world is just there by the adversary to make you, to help you to hide even more. I see many people that, you know, come up with all these theories about life and, you know, all these very pleasing ideas like reincarnation is very pleasing to the flesh because it sounds like that there is no real consequence to anything, or you don't really die, you just move on.
What did you say?
I said there's many pleasing theories about life and death. You know, for example, reincarnation, where you don't really die really, and you have no consequence of your doings. The same thing as you don't really die and you move on, and so forth. Or all the other religions that are in the world, you just do good things and you go up into a better state, heaven or whatnot, or paradise. It's all a smoothing and pleasuring lie to feed the carnal mind in order to keep you still in a hidden state or hiding state from the creator, because you're afraid actually of the truth of the things that are so simple and laid out by the truth that came into the world and died for us, who said there are two paths: the broad path which leads to eternal destruction, and the small narrow path which leads to eternal life. And people tend to hate this. You know, they don't want to hear this because they know within, because the law is written upon their heart, they know who their creator is. They're just like sheeps hiding in the bushes and don't want to get back to their shepherd. You know, we are all sheeps and we all run in different direction and lost the voice. But we still actually know who the shepherd is, but we don't want to come to him because, you know, we have pleasure in our hiding state, because then we can keep our carnal mind and the things of this world that we consume and fill up with. But there is gonna be a consequence for that, you know. That's just the insurance of it all. There is a consequence to life. You cannot do things without consequences. It's the same already here in your normal life, right? If you do certain things here on earth while you're still alive, there will be consequences. So also there will be a big consequence once you have left your body. It's just a promise of things. But like I said, the good thing is, if you realize that you're in a hiding place, in a hiding state, just stop hiding, you know? Just stop carrying your own burden. Go back to the shepherd and tell him the problems that you have, all the things on your heart and mind and soul, and let him carry the weight. And tell him you wanna be you wanna be led to the green grass, to the flowing waters, to the nice green valleys, and nothing can harm you, you know, because you don't own yourself anymore. You're part again of his flock, or whatever you call it in English. Herd. Big herd.
It's really heavy, dude. Guess it all began with Adam and Eve, huh?
Yeah, it all began with the first man, which is Adam and Eve, or man and woman.
There's no way to reverse what they did, is there?
Yes, that's why the truth came into the world, right, and died on the tree.
Oh, right. That's a good point.
Yeah, that's how we reverse it. He reversed it, you know. That's why the adversary hates it so much, because he knows it's essentially the key that sets him free. That's why he has produced all these bushes to hide behind, whatever religion or crazy New Age movement or whatnot it might be. He has created so many distractions just to keep you away from that one simple truth that I'm talking about the whole time.
Yeah, I really like how you explain that the adversary has created all these different ways to hide from God. The whole world
Yes.
is nothing but different ways to hide from God.
Yes. If it's through substance, if it's through people that you know, or if it's through the things you idolize, maybe a nice car and a good job or whatnot, there are many ways to hide. Yeah. And trust me, the more someone in his life has hidden, the bigger the walls that he built to hide behind, the more aggressive and the more dramatic the reaction sometimes can be, when you look at street preachers, how they get attacked and whatnot. You can preach Buddha on the street, you can preach Muhammad, but the reactions that you get when you preach the truth on the street, you cannot compare it with anything else. If you ever watched street preachers.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right about that.
I mean, there is a reason why he himself said they hated me first, So no wonder why his herd is also being hated, or his followers.
Oh yeah, they like to shoot the messenger.
Yeah. I mean, that literally happened in the past time, right? Some people shot because of what they said about the creator.
No, what's confusing is this world is a place of good and evil, but we're made in the image of God, and God is good. So I get kind of mixed up about that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like how sin entered the world, all people were born a sinner. Everyone has the free will to do good and evil. Every day you can decide to do good and evil. It's your free will, the same way as the adversary had the decision to end his job as a son of man, as an angel serving the Most High. He was casted out because he chose to do his own stuff, and also the Creator gave him free will to do that. So yeah, if there wouldn't be good and evil, there would be no free will, right? If he would force people instead of letting them have their free will, he would be a dictator, right? Instead of a creator who created free will. I think I know it sounds hard to comprehend sometimes, why certain things happened the way it happened, but at the end of the day, what we need to realize, we are the creation within the frame of the created place that we live in, flat earth and so forth. And he is the creator, so we will never know his ways exactly. We will never know his thoughts, and we don't know what he has yet to imagine to do or seem to do, whatever, because we are limited creatures, and essentially we do not have we don't sit in the authority seat of saying, why do you do this and do you do that and why do you do it this way and so forth. I mean, you can ask and you can maybe you get an answer, You know, I'm not saying that's not possible, but you know, you can't make yourself the judge about why he does the things the way he does them. You know, that's just not our position. We don't have the credibility to do so. No one has.
Yeah, you know, there's an aspect to him that's they say incomprehensible, but we may not be as smart as God, you know.
Yep.
Yeah, there's no chance that you can compare to the creator. I hate saying creator because creator, yeah, but
Yeah, I mean, you can't help but think a little bit about it because we're made in the image of God. So, but we're like small. We're in the Bible. It says we're like grasshoppers to him.
Yeah, and the earth is his footstool.
Yeah.
yeah, I would say a lot of people underestimate the seriousness of what's actually happening because you're going to be accountable for all your deeds and actions. So choose your actions wisely.
It's scary.
It should be scary because, yeah, it depends on the life you chose and the actions you chose and whether you worship the physical world or whether you know what's actually happening.
But the good thing is, even though you're a sinner and you have committed all these things that are an abomination towards the Creator and which are worthy of destruction, you know, which is paying with the second death, eternal death. The great thing is someone took that place, as if you would imagine a lawyer taking your place in court and saying he is, you know, the debt have been paid and he is free to go, which is the truth that was crucified on the tree. You know, Yahushua Mashiach, he paid the price in order for you to be eternally saved. Because you yourself cannot do any work to do so. He is the one who did the work that has been finished. I mean, he himself said it's finished. So you need to accept the finished work. If you want to do your own work, go on, but that will not lead to eternal life. That's the simple truth. We cannot do anything about the situation we're in it. We can accept the one who has brought us.
Wait, how do you know what leads to eternal life or not, though, bro? How can you definitively say that?
The way, the truth, and the life, the one who has proclaimed
that's fine. You're just
Tells you.
repeating stuff.
There's a manual for it. There's a manual for it.
There's one man who claims to be the way, the truth, and the life. He gave me the spirit of truth. He certainly made his dwelling place within me, and I know that he's real, and I know that once I'm gonna die and stand in front of the Most High, I'm gonna receive eternal life, you know, because of what he has done for me. It's not because of my own righteousness. I'm a sinner who actually should have been destroyed because of the things that I've done, and I've done very wicked things, okay, a lot of wicked things. But because he has taken that place and he has taken my sin, the wrath of my sin upon his head on that day that he was crucified, I can be free forever and ever and be in a relationship with the Most High in eternity.
We should be happy for a 50-50 chance with, we all know all the sins we've did. We've done so much bad. Me, you, everybody, we all know what we've done. We can't hide it. So like to act like we deserve this and deserve that. We don't deserve anything. We are so bad that we are lucky to even have a tiny chance.
Right.
Unless you are completely sinless at this point forward.
But the good thing is, you know, just instead of him opening the book about you, about the things you already know, maybe some things you have forgotten, but the most obvious things you know about this, the sinful nature of your state that you're living in. Why not open the book yourself here on earth already? Profess with your mouth the things that you have done. Give him the labor, the heaviness on your heart, soul, and mind. Give it over to him. Open yourself up, and receive the gift of the Holy Spirit. And receive the truth, the way and the life, and have already relationship here.
I'll ask the most crazy question where it's like, what's the most days you've gone without a sin?
You
probably 1 or 5 or 10. Like me would be 1 or 5. I don't even know. It would be less than 10 for sure. Like we all sin every day. We all sin every day, or we sin every 3rd day, or we sin every 10th day, or whatever we do, sin all the time. Bad. We know it. We do it because we're in this physical world.
Yes. The thing is, as long as you're in your flesh, there's another law within the members of your flesh, which is sin. But you're just gonna. It's an ongoing repentance. And the thing is, the more you grow in a relationship to the Most High, the less tendencies you have to fall into certain sins. I mean, you can misuse His grace, right? And go back to your old ways of life, but there is a point where you're just gonna break a certain line. You should actually go forward and learn out of your mistakes and be a soldier and fight against the flesh, and not just surrender instantly and say, these are just my feelings, so I need to do things based on what my carnal mind tells me to do. No, that's not how a soldier fights against this flesh corruptedness that entered the world. He wants you to fight, be a soldier, take up your cross, suffer. You will suffer because the carnal mind, man, trust me, it comes up with lusts. The flesh comes up with things that can be so crazy sometimes. But there's always a way out. It's the promise. There's always a way to escape, as long as you fight.
We have to strive to be better, and we have to strive to not sin. But to me, there's a sin scale. Once you involve another person, a second person, whether it be a theft, an assault, like there's self-sin and there's sin that involves 2 people, like you hurting somebody. So there's a sin scale. Some people deny it, but yeah, like we all sin. But different people sin a different amount of times. So
Yeah, I would just.
But the best part is, no, I was just gonna say the best part is we're all going to be judged by our deeds and actions. So everything evens out in the end. So it's a perfect world. It's ugly and disgusting, but in the end, it's a perfect judgment.
Yeah, but we are going to be judged, but you don't need to pay the fine, which would be the second death, when you accept the work that has been done on the tree by Yahushua Mashiach. If you accept it, and He has taken all the wrath that you would have deserved as a penalty, you're free. You're free to go into heaven. And you already, once you have established a relationship already on earth, you're going to have a relationship with the Creator in eternity. As simple as it sounds. It is as simple as it is. But some people, they stop at a certain point and they cannot acknowledge the work that has been done because they think they themselves need to do something. Because, how can I accept something free? That's too easy.
Do you believe in works or faith, or works and faith?
No, just faith alone. There is no work I can do. There's nothing I can work for myself that would justify anything, because the work has already been finished. What greater work than He has done should I discredit the work he has done if I would say, okay, I'm gonna something that makes it a little bit more better about myself. No. So if he's already finished the work, isn't it a discredit by my thinking to say, oh, I'm just gonna increase, you know, through my work, my salvation or something? No, that's not how it works. But there's gonna be work that comes automatically through repentance and through receiving the Holy Spirit.
A lot of
by him, because you becoming a part of the body of the Messiah. You're gonna have certain. You're like a tool that he can use, you know, like we would use a wrench to screw to tighten something or whatnot. He's gonna do great work through you, but you don't do the work. He is doing the work through you. You know, either if you're someone who's preaching on the street, or if you're someone who goes out to sick people, addictive people, and tell them the good news, or whatever he's gonna use you for as a tool. But thinking that you yourself, out of your carnal mind, out of your earthly thinking, can create good things or good works that would contribute to your salvation, no, that's vanity.
Are you accountable for your deeds and your actions? Yes or no?
Sorry, can you repeat that? I just drink something. Can you just quickly repeat it? Sorry.
Are you accountable for all your deeds and actions?
I'm accountable for it, but once I apply the blood that was shed for my, you know, for the things I should have been be accountable for, I'm set free, you know.
So it's a yes or no. Are you yes or no? Are you accountable for your deeds and your actions?
No, not anymore. But it depends on how.
What?
It depends on.
See,
there's some. It depends on what scale you're gonna look at it. I mean, am I accountable for the things that I do on Earth when I don't know, talk to someone the way I talk to or something like that, or am I accountable for the sins I do until Judgment Day?
Yes. Yes, both.
Yeah, I mean, in a certain way, I'm accountable, right? But once I surrendered,
my point is that if you are accountable for your deeds and actions, then it is works based also.
Yeah, but I'm not accountable anymore because I'm under his
You are.
grace. No,
you will. You. Yeah, if you do something bad to somebody, you're going to be accountable for that, and you're like not automatically forgiven. Like
yeah, but that's not.
I guess
but
it's
that's not. 1 second, but if I if I do something to someone, whether it's bad or good or whatnot, it's not changing the state of my salvation, doesn't it? I mean, I'm a sinner.
So you mean you can believe in God and Jesus and then go and knock out somebody at the bar and then come home and be like, I'm still a good Christian and I believe in God, blah, blah, blah. But no, you're going to be accountable for knocking that guy out at the bar and you're going to have to face judgment for that action.
No, but listen, you wouldn't do that in the first place because of the spirit that you receive. The spirit you receive, the spirit of truth, can't even make you actually, at least for me, he took away my swearing even, and I could not imagine. I mean, even before I received that spirit, I never punched anyone in my life because that was something I find highly disgusting, to lay hands upon someone else. I have never done it and I will never do it. I also was never punched in my life from someone else, so I don't know even these things. But I can certainly say, once you receive the spirit of truth, you will not be able to punch anyone. It's just not the nature of this spirit that you receive.
I would agree with that. I agree with that. Like, when they say the Crusaders were Christians and they murdered people, it's like, no, a real Christian wouldn't murder somebody. There's no way. By him murdering somebody proves he's not a Christian. It's that simple. Like
So
it's so
Brembo,
simple. Like
Brembo just actually said the perfect thing here. If the spirit is not of your own, which is from the creator, it does not what is contradictory or what is contradictory to what is being said in the scriptures. You know, so the same spirit that gave the people that wrote down the things that the creator wanted to have been wrote down will not contradict itself through the things that it does in this world, already. So if a Christian is punching someone else or having a fight with someone else, you can be pretty certain that he has not yet received the Holy Spirit. It's not the fruit of the Spirit to punch someone.
agree. You can tell people by their actions. Like they say they're Christian, but they wear a mask or they do these other things.
Yes.
Like you can
Yeah.
easily tell who's a real Christian or not. Like it's so easy. Like
By the fruits,
it's easy to tell. Oh, yeah.
By the fruits you will know them. And the thing is, okay, many people tend to say they're Christian, but they have never experienced the Holy Spirit or ever received it. They just truly believe that they believe, okay? That's actually the thing that is going on. But once you receive that Holy Spirit, you're not a part of this world anymore. I don't see myself as a part of this world. I'm not here to please man anymore. I'm not here to have a treasure here. I do not own anything. And my place is not here. My place is I want to go to His kingdom, which is above. And I can, I see the fruit within myself. I'm not. I can't swear anymore. For example, I don't. I mean, there's certainly still things within the carnal mind that you cannot that are instantly gone. Like lustful thoughts or whatnot. It's just there is a war between the flesh and the spirit, but there's obviously fruit that happened in my life once I was saved that I can't describe. I can't describe to you why. Certainly, from one moment to the other, someone like me who used to use the F word at every end of every sentence I talk. It's not a coincidence.
Totally understand. That's why. No, I've heard you talk many times. Like we have the same pretty much beliefs, whether it be faith and works and faith. Like I'm not like it. I don't care even if we believe different. Like I still support 100% of what you say. And although some people might jump in and say, this is not biblical and blah 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 blah, but all debates are God versus atheism. So I understand if there's new people, but in the end, like this is the most important topic, like salvation or judgment or like being good, doing us right. So I agree with everything you say. I'm not,
It is the most important thing. It's about death and life. It's about death and life, literally.
Yeah, that's why we're here. It's a serious topic. A lot of people come in, they don't understand how serious this topic is. It's a joke. It's just one random topic, but it's a flat Earth / God / how the world works / your whole eternity and the meaning and purpose of life.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so Globers underestimate the importance of the topic. They underestimate the research we've done. They estimate our knowledge. They estimate like everything. They have no idea. They're clueless. So
And I would highly recommend a movie, if people have not yet seen it. It's called Tortured for Christ. so you have an idea how far people actually have gone in the past because of that spirit within them. They would not give up, even on the face of being tortured 25 years, and they said they would never deny their savior. And that's, for me, something it's something you cannot find any other explanation for why someone would be like that.
The question would be like, would you take $3 billion? Would you take $5 billion? Or would you rather know the truth and have God? Or would you rather have $20 billion or have God? Like, I would rather have God than any amount.
They could cut off my hands and arms and my legs, but I will never deny the one who saved me, because they can kill my flesh, certainly, but they can't kill my relationship, and they can't kill the spirit.
They could offer me like $100 billion and I would deny it, because 80 years of life is not worth eternity.
Exactly. They could put me on the thing is, okay, this is interesting, right? I can't certainly say if it's going to be in our lifetime, but there is going to be a time where you literally need to decide between the false Messiah, the one that the adversary has taken place, that unites all religions, where many of these lukewarm Christians, many of all the religions of the world will agree upon and worship as the real Messiah, even though he is the adversary in disguise, okay, who will unite all religions with the world leader and will make people take the mark or something to identify with. And everyone will be on this crossroad where they're going to decide, either I want to live for the world and the pleasures of this world, or I will acknowledge the true Messiah that is yet to come. And I'm not sure if it's going to be my lifetime. No one knows. As far as the things are going right now, it could be actually in my lifetime, but
yeah.
Again, everyone will get a chance. That is what I'm trying to say. Even though people now listening to me think I'm totally full of crap and don't know what I'm talking about, you will certainly get a chance by the Creator. But if you now already understand, don't wait to get a second chance, because maybe this is the first chance you already had listening to this crazy dude on Discord, being as a tool, talking about his Creator all the time. Maybe that's your first chance. Who knows? Not taking myself in any place of authority. I'm nothing, I'm nothing. I'm just a speaker, a Bluetooth speaker that he can use to talk to people. That's how I see myself. I'm nothing. I'm just a sinner who has been forgiven. And I'm a tool for the Most High.
Ask you a question.
Yeah.
When did you first hear about Agenda 21? What was the year you heard about Agenda 21?
Agenda 21 is as the same as New World Order, right? A system where all religions is united, where all governments are united.
No. One word answer. What year did you hear about Agenda 21?
It was 2019, 2018, around that.
Yeah, I probably heard about it in 2011 or 2013 or 2015. Mm-hmm. So what year did you hear about Agenda 2030?
I'll be honest with you, man. I have not heard about Agenda 2030 yet.
You got to look into Agenda 2030, because Agenda 2021 was what we just lived through the last 3 years. Agenda 2030 is potentially a secondary version of Agenda 21, or their final plan.
Is there another
one of their final plans? Like it's everybody knows about Agenda 2030. It's the same, like It's there. I don't. The videos might be different now because all the censorship and some of them are all deleted. But
the thing is, before I was saved, I really tend to care a lot about what these people are up to. But since I know what the real winner is, who wins at the end of whatever they're trying to do, or who already won. Actually, I think he already
agree.
won.
But every piece of information helps because you know that their goal is Agenda 21. There's tons of videos, and you know that one of their main goals is Agenda 2030. And it's forbidden topic, whatever, Agenda 21, trucker lockdown, convoy. And then, certain things prevented them from doing certain things. So Agenda 2030 is a major plan of theirs. Like, imagine how bad it's going to be in 9 or 8 years. How bad it's gotten in the last 4 years. Imagine how bad it's going to be in 8 years. How bad is it going to be? It's going to be horrible.
That's why I'm saying people, in the scriptures it says, the hearts of man will fail them for fear, or I think it was something like that. Yeah, in Luke 21:26, man's hearts failing them for fear and for looking after those things which are coming on the earth, for the powers of heaven shall be shaken. Literally, trust me, the scriptures tell you, if you do not have a relationship with the Creator, you're gonna be living in fear. You're gonna not.
They do.
They do. There's nothing you can do against the adversary with whatever weird presumption you have about this reality. The only way you can be safe and protected against the things that are yet to come, and maybe the creatures that are yet to have been seen casted onto the earth, is only through the power of the blood that was shed. So whatever you might imagine to save yourself from, you can't do it yourself. Again, that's what it all comes down to. You can't do it yourself. You can't do the work yourself. It doesn't work.
No, there's something in the higher power. It's out of my hands. Like, say I might get an injury or I might get something happen, and then you're mad at that. But what if it's preventing you from, say you got a flat tire on the way to a movie or something? What if that flat tire prevented you from getting in a car accident later on? What if it was God preventing that car accident later? So, you're caught up in I got a flat tire, I missed the movie. But what if God was protecting you from something?
Yes.
Like, there's angels and demons. So there's a lot of stuff going on that we don't see.
I had this actually occurring. It's interesting that you say this. I had this occurring I think 1 month ago or something. I was trying to ride my bike, and for some reason, it just never happened to me. The chain for the bike, the that you use to get forward. Is it called Fahrradkette or English? Bicycle chain. Yeah, I think it's bicycle chain. So it just broke. It's a new bike that I have, brand new bike, not even 1 year old or something, I think, and the bicycle chain just split in half. And I thought, directly in my mind, okay, maybe, you don't want me to ride my bike today. And who knows? Maybe there would have been something where I would crash into the car and see me or whatnot.
What if God was preventing you from getting hit by a car? What if you would have, somebody would have mugged you on the way, or we live in the moment and we're like, I got a flat tire. It's going to cost me $20, blah, blah, blah. Well, what if it was a higher power protecting you from something? People have no clue what's going on. I'm not saying you don't, but I'm just saying a lot of people, they're just caught up in the moment, caught up in the physical. I lost $50. Well, what if, it's...
Yeah,
and I know you get it for sure.
we should also be happy for the maybe in our in our presumption of things, bad things, should be happy for it, because we never know if this bad thing, what we might see as bad, maybe could have been actually something good in a way that we cannot see or know ever, you know.
Yeah, a lot of things are going to be tests where you're going to be given this physical item, and how much do you worship this item, whether it's stolen, whether it's an idol, whether it's whatever. Like, how much are you connected to this physical $100 item, $1,000 item? What if you lose a $50,000 house? Like, are you going to be like how attached are you to the world?
Like
and
in the
God
story
will
of,
test you.
right, like he tested Job, you know, when he lost all his family members, all his riches, even got very sick to the bone, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, and
But
the devil's like, he's gonna turn on you. He's gonna turn on you. I'm gonna take his wife, give him diseases. He's gonna turn on you. And he never turned. He never went against God, no matter what came against.
Exactly.
So, yeah, be like Job.
Yeah. No better way to say it.
Yeah, like there, like I've noticed you or me or whoever talks about it, and then there's certain people who jump in and be like, "Let's stop this conversation. Let's stop this meaningful conversation." Whether it be 10 people on YouTube, 40 people in live, like this is like the most important topic.
Yeah, the weird thing is, it's the same as with the preaching on the street. You know, I could talk about Buddha, Krishna, some kind of weird things, you know, that will not bring you any life, not bring you anything. You know, no one would care. Like, but if I'm not interrupting any conversation, no one would really care. Like, I could talk about this, but once there's certain people around and I talk about the biblical things, no, you can't do that. No, and I'm okay. You know, I mean, it's in the rules, I know, but I'm just thinking. I mean, as long as there's no conversation, anyways, why not just talk about something important? And so far, I haven't heard anything being, you know, annoyed or saying stop this, even a chat. So I guess people are actually interested in the conversation.
If
and on the other hand,
like you're in a different time zone.
Yeah, and on the other hand, I'm trying to point out it's a bit hypocrite. It's a bit a paradox, or that, you know, some people here. I sometimes listen to people midday talking about like spiritual things, you know, what would happen when you die or whatnot, and no one really says you should not talk about this, right? But once you talk about the Bible and the Creator and so forth, then it's like, oh, you're trying to force this onto everyone. Stop doing that, and you know, it will maybe hurt someone or offend them or whatnot. I don't understand the it's like a double standard somehow. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe
there's two situations. There's two situations where it's just flat earthers and you're talking biblical, and then there's a couple of potentially atheist flat earthers who are like, let's get it off biblical, talk flat earth, even though there's no globers, or like yeah, I forgot the other one, but.
Yeah, like I'm saying, I don't understand how it's not.
Like I was gonna say, say now, if we're talking, I just remembered, like, say if we're talking now, it's up to us to see if there's new people joining, and there's 4 new people, and we're talking biblical for like 20-40 minutes. That's wrong. The direction of the live stream is to stop the conversation, find new people, and talk about the globe flat earth. Okay, there's nobody new. You can talk about biblical, but then there's certain people who hate the biblical talk and who will be like, let's talk about flat earth, even though there's no globers in here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, so those are the two situations. Or there's 3. There's 3 when there's a glober. Yeah, so yeah. I finally I forgot, but I remembered.
I like the biblical talk. I was just also falling asleep, but I'm learning a lot.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah, like I'm gonna be as direct as quick and possible. Like I don't go on for 5 minutes. It's just gonna be a 20-second like stab in the gut or what. Like that's the best explanation. Where like it's gonna be quick and painful, quick and direct. For me, at least, but yeah.
Man, I wanted to say something now. I forgot.
Yeah, I did that. Like I said, I forgot what I was going to say, but then I remembered, so I had to interrupt. But
Yeah. Hey. Yeah. It's very interesting. You guys talking about the Bible and good stuff.
even myself, I could remember. I'd like to listen back and see. Like even I don't know if it's been half hour or whatever. Like to me, this is the most meaningful topic. Is like the purpose of life, what it all means, why we're here, the judgment, the like all this. Like yeah, obviously when there's a glober, you got to find a glober and debate them about flat Earth and globe Earth. Like
Right.
I'll do that too. But obviously, like for you, you're in Germany, potentially whatever. It's whatever. Right now, it's like 4 a.m. Central Time. So the odds of a glober coming in at 4 a.m. Central Standard U.S. Time is very, very low. But if it's 6 p.m. Central U.S. Time, and you're talking biblical with 4 like brand new people, like you gotta go after the new people and introduce them. If they don't want to talk, you talk about whatever.
The only thing that's off limits is we're not allowed to talk about the latest psyop with the coughing, the 1-9 thing.
Yeah.
Servers, it shut servers down for that. But
Yeah.
what we do here is you can talk about anything else that's just because they shut the servers down for that. You can talk about anything here. It's just that when a glober comes here to debate, we shift our priority to the flat Earth and the globe debate. I think it's a debate server, is what I think. So but yeah, otherwise you could talk about anything, and y'all were having a really great. I was somewhat falling asleep, but man, you were. This was a really great conversation. I was really enjoying listening. I stayed up all night, but
Thank you, Samara.
But
Yeah, like they're like say on another server it used to be really active. Like we would talk, there'd be 3 flat earthers, we'd bullshit and blah 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 blah. But right when a new person would join, it'd be like, hey, do you have any glow proof? What's your glow proof? Like you can talk bullshit, you can talk cars, you can talk health, blah 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 blah. But right when a new person joins, it should be like, let's talk to the new person. Like that's one of the problems. Like people will talk for hours or 20 minutes, 50 minutes and not recognize that there's 3 new people. Like yeah. So yeah, like we're in a different time right now. Like it's 5 a.m. or whatever, but
yeah, it's like 6 in the morning on the east coast.
so that's why that's why we're allowed to talk, because there's no, like, I haven't noticed any new people, any like I can give them a role ways, but so it's just a different time. Like we couldn't talk like this if it was 5 p.m. Central U.S. time, because there'd be 40 people in live stream trying to redirect conversation or whatever. But
yeah, well, I just find,
or there'd be globers.
what I just find a bit weird is that you can be an atheist and talking about some kind of spiritual stuff, even if the server is completely full, how maybe the creator works or whatnot. But once it's biblical, then you need to move in another channel. I've listened to a lot of conversation here where a lot of people were in here where people who do not believe the biblical scriptures just talked about their spiritual understanding of things or whatnot, and that was totally fine. But it's okay, maybe I'm just a bit sensitive.
No, like I'm sure you know that when people say spiritual, I'm personally like, do you mean like godly or do you mean new age spiritual?
Spiritual is an interesting word because it applies spirit, right? So you can speak. People with thousands of demons can be very spiritual because they have a lot of spirits within them. But what is important is what spirit is dwelling in your temple. And I certainly know I have one spirit that is dwelling. So
that's why I always direct it where like I direct it at the Abrahamic God. Like, do you reject the Abrahamic God? And usually they do. And that's a Glober, an atheist, or whatever. Like, the Globers hate the Abrahamic God. It's so obvious.
Yeah, because
Globers hate God. Yeah, Globers hate God. It's so simple. It's so.
Let me tell you about me, okay? I strongly believe so much, like I feel like I know that God is everywhere. But as far as the Bible, though, I wasn't there 2,000 years ago, so I'm kind of on the fence about. But I noticed though that the Bible seems to be, like the truth and there's wisdom. I don't really know. Like I'm just saying I don't know because I wasn't there. But when I compare it to all these other books, the Bible is clearly the superior book. You know what I'm saying?
Just know that you can know, okay? That's what I'm trying to tell you. Just know that you can know.
Hey, so, hey, bro, you've talked about the Bible a lot right now, but can you give any examples of exactly what specifically you're talking about? Because you're saying like really general stuff, and there's nothing wrong with what you're saying. I'm just saying like, basically, you've given a lot of information, but basically like give some examples about like relating to some so people can understand like in everyday life how we can relate to that.
I think I mean Smurf, for example, told me that it was pretty simplified what I tried to say. I mean, I don't know how more simplified I should dump it down to.
Not simplify something. Example.
No, don't say that. It's sometimes it's really hard to describe. Like, if an atheist or somebody on GeoServer was like, "How do you know God's real?" It's like, man, I've had so many experiences. I can't describe it all as one. Like, I can't even pinpoint. I could try to memory like some things, but
we don't. The thing is, we don't even need to do that, right? I mean, we don't need to prove to Glober that the creator is real because they have the proof around them all the time, or even within themselves, the moral compass that they have, and between good and bad and so forth. They know that the creator is real. So
okay, so define like what are you defining as good and bad, though, bro? What do you
I like how Clay explained that a lot of us are hiding from God through these various distractions laid from the adversary. The whole world is a bunch of distractions. I really like that. I'm just saying I think God. I think it's obvious God's that's just me, but I was just talking about me though. I don't.
Are you speaking of God? When you say God, do you mean Gabriel?
I mean the creator. Somebody created this place.
We mean the Abrahamic God. I mean the Abrahamic God.
Yeah, I wasn't around 2,000 years ago, but
the Abrahamic God almost every like they all hate it. They all hate the Abrahamic God. That's why I say it.
I agree. It seems like my observation is that they do seem to hate the Abrahamic God. I don't hate any God. I just I'm listening and I really enjoy this conversation. I'm just saying I wasn't around 2,000 years ago though. I'm just talking about.
Well, we don't know that the world's 2,000 years old. Calendars were switched. Calendars were switched in 1666. So, like, calendars were changed, alphabets were changed. We don't know how old. If you ask any flat earther, how old is the Earth? You're going to get a different answer from every single flat earther.
That's a really great point. Let me rephrase that. I wasn't around in biblical times, but I can't really argue against it either. So.
But you're around right now, so you're around right now, so you're part of the biblical times, if that makes sense. The things that are yet to be
technically all times are biblical time.
Yeah,
we're all in the biblical time.
I mean, the Bible is not. The Bible is not written about things that have already happened, right? There's a lot of things that yet to come that are described in the scriptures.
Good point. Yeah.
True. That's true. Yeah, that's true.
We may be in the Revelations time.
And I mean, just think about this book was written, or these books were written such a long time ago, but the descriptions are so true, especially regarding how men will be lovers of themselves, be disrespectful towards their parents, God haters, and so on. We all see this today in our society, and it's perfectly descripted, right? The characteristics of this fallen society in the end times,
and the fact that the government and the schools and all statist Prussian education systems hate Abrahamic God.
Yes.
And they will teach you everything in opposition and inversion, and men can get pregnant, and all this monkey spinning ball bullshit, like everything opposite.
And this pride movement, right? This pride, they want to get the kids onto this pride movement of you can be whatever you want to. You can be an ape or a train or identify whatever you want and whatnot.
I did not grow up religious, but I have to say your observation is clearly accurate. Yeah, they do hate everything about the Abrahamic God, obviously.
See, I would say, Smurf, that is the truest way to find God, is to go through the system and then naturally revert back to the purity of natural. Like, you're just like, wow, like you just recognize it. So, like,
but here, listen.
What you described, how they're attacking our adversary, because that's what they are. They're attacking us. They're attacking this. I call it the war on people. They kind of push me away from them, and they seem to hate the Abrahamic God. So that kind of makes me wonder, cause I don't want anything to do with the people attacking me, So they kind of push me towards the Bible in a way by attacking the Bible so much. And me,
I found God. I was agnostic or whatever, neutral. I didn't give a shit. All I did was watch sports and play video games. And then I got access to the internet in 2011. And I was like, why are all these government and celebrities worshiping Satan? And all this evidence of the rituals and the worship. And I was like, okay, well, if they're worshiping Satan, if they're telling me God doesn't exist, it doesn't make sense. So obviously they're worshiping Satan. God exists, and they just hate God.
Oh, even demons know that God exists. They're just on a different team.
Oh, yeah. So, I was completely neutral, and then I just found out through watching videos and seeing evidence where all these Satanists hate God, and all these politicians and all these rituals, and it's easy to see that the government hates God. And atheists hate God, and they hate flat Earth because it proves God. So even
demons fear God, man.
Yeah, I don't know if you've had this experience, but if you've had a nightmare and you either start praying or you call to Jesus and instantly the nightmare ends.
I've
there's lots of videos on. I've done that myself, so.
I've never done that. I want to say that I'm not against the Bible. I'm open to it, and I'm open to. I listen to a lot of things. I've done a lot of security work with people from all over the world, and I speak with them about their different religions. A lot of Muslims also. They've talked with me about Muhammad and stuff. But you know the Bible though that really seems to be very different from all these other religions. There's a lot of wisdom, and a lot of stuff makes sense, But that's
Yeah, can I just read one of the things that is so significant about the society we live in today that really gives me goosebumps almost every time? So in 2 Timothy 3 it says, but understand this. In the last days, terrible times will come, for men will be lovers of themselves, people taking selfies and whatnot, lovers of money, boastful, arrogant, abusive, disobedient to their parents, ungrateful, unholy, unloving, unforgiving, slanderous, without self-control, brutal, without love of good, traitorous, reckless, conceited, lovers of pleasure rather than lovers of God, having a form of godliness but denying its power, turn away from such deeds. They are the kind of whom worm their way into households and captivate vulnerable women who are weighed down with sins and led astray by various passions, who are always learning but never able to come to knowledge of the truth. Just as Jannes and Jambres opposed Moses, so also these men oppose the truth. They are depraved in mind and disqualified from faith, but they will not advance much further, for just like Jannes and Jambres, their folly will be plain to everyone.
Well, I think you just described me the last few years. What was that, Timothy what?
2 Timothy 3.
Okay, let me write that down. That's it.
Yeah, man, and just read on. If you find this interesting, you will find so many other things interesting, man. Trust me. And that's actually how I came to the truth, I was sitting there sometimes outside smoking my big joint, okay? Filled with all this stuff that you don't need. And I just read parts of the Bible and I was like, wow, man, this stuff is crazy. Like, it sounds exactly like it is today, I was like, whoa, man, this book, there's some cool, truthful things in it, but I never looked at it at anything from the creator or special or whatnot. I just thought, man, these things are really interesting, Yeah, for some reason, maybe you saw something in that,
Are you against marijuana?
Yes, definitely. He saved me from it, man. Without me asking for it, he saved me from it. He completely put it out of my life. It opened doors to things that you can't imagine.
Could marijuana be good for some people?
I think the perversion of smoking is not good, especially how we changed. Especially, no, listen, you're already. Listen. Why are you already trying to interrupt when I'm trying to explain myself?
I ask yes or no questions, and then it's always
sometimes, listen, but sometimes this is not. I can only.
It's not.
I can make you understand why I would say no, but you would just think, oh, this guy's unreasonable. I can tell you why it's no. Okay, let me tell you why it's no. Because we have taken the original seed genetics of cannabis, which is a small amount of THC and a small amount of CBD, which is a good balance of things. And we have taken it out of certain countries and we perverted the genetics, made it very strong to a point that it's an extreme drug where you have a lot of THC in these things. And people then even tend to even go further with the perversion, extracted the pure THC, or they're just using it all the time for smoking, even though there's so much more to the plant where you don't need to smoke it or get high out of it. You can just use the oils without getting high, apply it to your skin or whatnot, which make you not high. You can look at the original plant, which actually doesn't make you the high that you experienced the first time you tried marijuana in this westernized world and so forth. That's what I'm trying to point out. Maybe the plant that was intended by the creator in the first place, that was unperverted by our interactions with it, actually were not bad to consume, okay? Maybe in a way where you would even use this for baking or whatnot. But I think if there's a substance that is strong enough to change the state of your mind where you're no longer sober, then you're going against the scripture, because the scriptures are saying be sober, be vigilant, because your adversary is like a roaring lion. Seeking may you devour.
Drink wine. There's a scripture that tells you to drink wine.
Yeah, and the wine again. The
So-
wine is the same. With the wine, it's the same thing. Back in the days, the wine that they used to drink would not make you as drunk as the things that you have today.
Hey, I'd like to make a comment. Now I don't know how strong the herb may have been or may not have been back then, but I do know in the Bible that Solomon's temple, the incense with cannabis.
If I was mod, I would be able to mute you and control this conversation, because I would ask direct questions like, is marijuana beneficial to some people? And then there was a 2-minute spiel or 5-minute spiel, blah, 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 blah. I would just, like, it's like,
It is.
people.
A drug is a drug, and as long as you.
Can marijuana be beneficial? Yes, it can be. Marijuana is not bad.
Yeah, but not-
it can be
but-
medicine.
But not perverting it, not using it as of getting.
Some
high from
people
it.
abuse it. Some people abuse it.
Yeah,
Some
that's what I'm
people's
saying.
body can't handle it. Yeah, but that's,
Yeah, but be
that's different.
sober.
You could have just answered the question.
Be
But,
sober, be vigilant. Be sober, be vigilant. You know, that's all I'm gonna
what
say.
if when I'm high, I make better decisions?
I don't care, man. I'm just saying, be sober, be vigilant. He saved me from consuming this stuff. Many other people were saved from cannabis.
No,
if you
no,
want to
I'm
hold
not
on to
saying
it, if
I
you
would
want to
never-
hold on to it,
No,
you can do. But trust me, you don't need that. You don't need that stuff. You can have pain release from the Holy Spirit, from the Most High.
you guys are lucky.
Can I tell both of
You guys are lucky.
about this?
Are you saying you don't need endocannabinoids?
No, you don't need it.
I'm saying, I'm sure you've heard people promote mushrooms and do mushrooms, do this. I'm not promoting doing anything. I'm just saying marijuana can be beneficial to some people.
It is beneficial to all people. We all have a cannabinoid system. We all need to stimulate this.
I think true repentance,
nutrients for the body.
true repentance,
People
and
that get sick are usually having a cannabinoid deficiency.
I would say true repentance and turning your life to the Most High and surrendering, giving up everything you have in your life, which is, for example, these addictions, will help you to get rid of all the pain that you have in your life and suffering and hurt, because that's eventually what it did for me. I used cannabis as an escape mechanism, and I know that once he had it taken away from me in my life, it helped me to actually get rid of these pains, because he cannot work on somebody who wants to have a stronghold in his life and keeps a certain thing in his life instead of letting it go. How would he be able to show you all his power and glory in order to get your pain away? Most people are in pain. Most people are in pain because they're holding on to these sinful strongholds in their life, and God cannot do anything about it. That's the problem. They think that it's smart to do so, but the Bible actually says He's your doctor, and just apply the power that is given unto you through prayer. When something hurts, with my temple, I'm just gonna say, I rebuke the pain in the temple. I rebuke this. This is not of God. There is no suffering within the spirit, and it's gone afterwards.
So what about the verses that refer to the anointing of the holy oil?
What about it? Is it saying smoke weed every day?
Were we talking about smoking weed every day, or we're talking about consuming marijuana?
No.
Marijuana being
No, that's just trying to say something.
Is smoking marijuana a sin?
No,
Yes.
it's not. No, look, I know just one thing about the Bible.
How is it?
They smoke in the temples. They burnt
It's a
the
sin.
incense. Listen, they burnt the incense in the temples to get the high. So no,
show me that in scriptures, please.
Bible here, okay?
Show me in
Look
scriptures
for it,
that
man.
people.
Go
Show
look
me in
for it.
scripture. No, not go look for it. You made a claim. Show me in scriptures where people wanted to get high of substances.
Doesn't matter if they want to get high. In the temple of God, they 24/7 they burn cannabis, the incense, and to this day,
Show me this.
it's a holiday where the Jews.
I'm gonna send you a documentary, Clay Under Seal, that talks about specifically.
Show me it in the Bible, in the scriptures.
It's in the video.
Where it says, no, do not be sober, do not be vigilant, smoke marijuana every day.
Oh no!
Or smoke it when you please to. Yeah, I know. But, just show me where it says you should smoke weed and change the state of your mind. Show me that.
What do you mean? Change?
It would be
more down to earth.
It would be a contradiction towards the fulfillment of the Spirit that you receive, that will give you everything you need. Okay, He has not created you to be
a fruit-bearing tree and the seeds to use it, right? It doesn't say we can't use it in
Is weed natural?
way.
Is weed natural or is it or is it bullshit? Like weed is natural.
I can use the same logic and say, are mushrooms natural, or is it?
It is.
Yeah. So is it good then to dry up? Is it good then to dry up the mushroom and then eat it, poisoned, for example, just because it's natural?
No, I would never.
Okay, see. So why would you think because cannabis is natural and the plant having seed to dry it up and smoke it? I mean, you could also listen,
bro. That's why.
You could also
your brain have receptors that are actually
100% natural.
The THC when you smoke it.
You can also eat it without getting high, and it will give you beneficial stuff. So why would you go so far as to dry it up and smoke it? Why not just if you're not behind changing the state of your mind because you're lacking something? Okay,
change your state of your mind. What do you mean changing your state of your mind?
I know for certain, and I know myself from the time when I was a pothead how I tried to defend this thing. And I know there's something in your life that is a insufficiency, and you need to fill it with a substance. That's the very reason why we men use substances. If you're truly set free, you're set free from being a slave to the substances that you need to consume. If you're set free being, there's nothing that you need to fulfill any need of the flesh.
It's getting a little bit boring now. Can we move on? From
eat food either?
It's the truth of the matter. If you want to accept it or not.
Can we stick to the topic?
I'm just going to stay over here.
You eat carbs. You eat carbs. You eat sugars. You eat synthetics. You eat pop. You drink pop. So to say that marijuana is doing this to you while you're eating all other things that poison you. So
do you grow
How do I know? Because you're a regular human. There's no way that you can get away from the poison water and the poison food. There's no way you can.
I changed my diet a lot since I was 8, and I'm continually doing so.
Yeah. If you would let anybody speak, it'd be like you have an issue with marijuana. Like,
I don't have an issue with
whether
marijuana. I can be. Listen, I can I can be like this. Okay. Now I'm gonna tell you my own opinion. Actually, just keep yourself in that bondage to feeding your flesh. Just smoke marijuana. It's actually not that bad. He's gonna just look over his own words by saying be vigilant. So just do your thing, man. Actually, it's no problem. Or I can be like this. I don't care about my own opinion. I'm gonna say how it is, what scriptures and what the Creator thinks about it. Just be free of the things that you enslave yourself towards the flesh, because the flesh is actually the only reason why you need to consume any substance. Either if it's the flesh saying, "Oh, I'm in hurt, I'm in pain," or whatnot. That's the truth. It's not about my opinion. My opinion doesn't matter at the end of the day. What I think doesn't matter.
Take a second here. Like, come on. Like, okay, say I poison myself with marijuana. What do you poison yourself with? You eat clean the whole time?
I don't want to poison myself. I don't want to poison myself. There's nothing I want to poison myself with.
You eat carbs, right? You eat carbs, right? So you're poisoning yourself with carbs.
What?
And sugar.
You're comparing
and Coca-Cola.
No,
when
I
was
don't drink.
Last time you had Coca-Cola?
I don't know, man. It's been a while. But you're comparing things.
So it gets to the point where
you're comparing things that you can't compare
what his
this
diet
way.
is, what he ingests, because he doesn't ingest marijuana. Marijuana is so bad, but he ingests McDonald's once every month.
Dude, when I drink a Coke, I'm not getting. When I drink a Coke, I'm not getting high. If that would be the case, many stoners would not buy weed. They would just eat carbs and drink Coke. If that's the case.
Is getting high evil?
Let's not mix things up here to justify another thing. That's ridiculous.
You're avoiding yes or no questions. Is getting
I'm
high
not avoiding
evil?
questions.
Yes or no?
I'm actually defining things even further.
Yes or no? Is getting high evil? Is getting high a sin?
Changing the state of your mind, not being vigilant, is a sin. Yes.
How do you?
How many times should I repeat this?
Well, what do you mean changing your state of your mind and not being vigilant?
Be sober, be vigilant. Be as He has made you.
What if I'm more? What if I'm more vigilant when I'm high? What if I'm more? What if I'm more disciplined when I'm high?
Then you're choosing. Then you're choosing your own. Then you're choosing.
I can be more disciplined when I'm high. What if?
Then you're
what if when I'm? Let me speak for 2 minutes. Give me 20 seconds. What if when I'm high? 20 seconds. What if when I'm high and fasted for 20 hours and just drinking water, I'm like the most connected to God that I can ever be?
Again, that's your perception of things. If it's true or not, you can't tell at the end of the day. So you're using your own opinion above the word of the Most High. I just try to establish the fact that my opinion doesn't matter. If the scriptures say be sober, be vigilant, then it doesn't matter if I'm going to say, yeah, actually, but when I smoke something, I just feel a bit better. So maybe the scriptures are wrong or what?
You're making assertions maybe because...
No, I'm not.
Yeah, because you're claiming that smoking weed, for example, changes your state of mind.
I'm not claiming that. You know that. You know that it's changing the state of your mind.
What do you mean? In what way does it change it? It
doesn't matter what way it's changed the state of your mind.
Oh, yeah, but you're claiming that, but...
You're using a substance that changes something that was... Before you didn't lit up the joint or whatever you used...
Substance? What do you mean? Substance, man? It's a fucking plant, bro. What are you talking about? Substance? You're using definitions to
it is a substance. THC is a substance by definition.
What if I eat the marijuana? If I eat the marijuana, it's a plant, just like a lettuce. What's the difference?
Yeah, then it doesn't make you high. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. That's no problem.
What do you mean? What do you mean with high, bro? Because the first time, I don't know how many times. It sounds like you smoked like 3 times or something.
Dude, I smoked. Listen. I smoked for about 3 years. I even grow my own marijuana illegally in Germany and so forth. I know what I'm talking about, my
How old
man.
are you, bro?
I can.
Seriously.
I'm 22. I know what I'm talking about.
All right. Yeah, sure. Of course you do.
Yeah. See, you don't even want to know. You're in denial because I know.
I'm fucking 40, bro, and I've been smoking marijuana for 25 years.
I see.
You're fucking ignorance, bro. You're dumb.
Yeah. Swearing doesn't make you smarter.
What works for you doesn't make you smarter either, bro.
Do what works for you.
You can't argue for your point.
You're just mad because you're trying to defend your stronghold.
You keep repeating, stay sober and vigilant, and was it written in English in the first way? I mean, the interpretations could be way off.
If what I'm saying is so wrong, why do you even care? If what I'm saying is wrong, why do you even care about it? And just go on, smoke your pot, man. If you think what you're doing is right, why do you care?
You're making claims. You're making people that smoke weed look bad. That's what you're doing.
I'm not making anyone look bad because I'm actually saying I myself was a pothead, extremely addicted to it. I'm trying to make people aware. You're putting words in my mouth, man. And if you would truly have no problem with what you're doing, why would you even care about what I say? If it's just all a lie.
I just told you, bro. Because you're spreading misinformation.
I'm not spreading misinformation.
Okay, you're saying it's sinful, and you're saying you should be sober and stay.
It's not me who's saying that. So it's not me who is saying that.
Your narrative from the Bible. That's what.
It's not me who is saying that. I just told you if it's my opinion, I would tell you the pleasuring things of the world. That just do what you want to do. But because the world is not about my opinion, it's about the opinion that the Creator has. That's what I'm trying to stick behind.
You're speaking for the Creator. I understand. Okay.
Yes. Otherwise, I would speak in contrary to the words I believe in.
Bible about talking for the Lord too. I don't know.
Man, I can only tell you this, okay? He saved me from these substances, and he showed me what in a true light, what these things can do to people. And whether you want to believe it or not, what I'm saying, but you don't need to be a slave for your flesh, okay? You don't need that. You don't need any substance to get along in life, okay?
So you don't need food either. You don't need other plants.
See, that's what I call a nonsensical conversation. If someone is going to apply this argument, that really makes no sense at all to apply this. So are we done? I think I just want to finish this because you have this.
Let me say one thing. I would say that I would agree that if you can go without smoking weed and living the pure life and not sinning and not eating poisons and sugars and whatever bad water, then that's the best way you could do it. But to say marijuana is bad and a sin, I disagree.
I said the perversion again. Listen, I said if you eat a mushroom, it's not bad. Okay, you can even eat poisonous mushroom if they have been cooked in a proper way so that they're not poisonous anymore and so forth. You can consume cannabis, but without drying it and changing it in a way that you can use it to get high. That's what I'm trying to say. Everything else about the plant is as natural and normal as everything else that was created and good. But man has chosen to use certain things to pervert it, to make something out of it that it was not intended to be.
So that's your opinion, yeah?
It's not my opinion.
Yes, it is.
No.
We don't prepare food. We don't prepare any other food.
Whoa, people dry meat. They eat raw meat and they cook meat. So same with marijuana. They dry it, they eat it raw, they put it in food, just like anything. It's in all forms.
Yeah, but
it's
you don't get high
in all forms as a natural product.
You don't get high from dry meat or from fresh meat. You know?
Oh yes, you do,
I agree.
You have a lot of receptors, and a lot of foods interact with these receptors and releases oxytocin and other stuff. So that's not even true, man. Every plant, every food, everything is medicine.
It's true also.
The ancient Israelites smoked a lot of weed. So did the Sumerians. The whole region smoked a lot of weed, and that's why it's in Solomon's temple 24/7. The incense is cannabis, and to this day, it's a holiday. They pitch a tent in front of their apartments in Brooklyn, and they smoke weed.
Show me this in the Bible. And on the other hand, tell me why then, when the Most High came into my life, He set me free of all these things. If that's the case,
If it's not in the Bible, it's false. It's
I could find.
so a false spirit set me free of my addictions. Cool story, bro.
What they did is, in the King James version, they were not familiar with cannabis, so they mistranslated it to cannelé. A couple centuries later, named a flower after it. But in Hebrew, it's actually cannabis. And what it is that to this day, they still throw cannabis on a fire. They pitch a tent, and they all get high. Once a year, it's a holiday. And they've been smoking weed since Solomon's temple.